or herstory, or historia. We are encouraged to tell a story. Henry Louis Gates, my former department chair at Harvard, advises us to go back to the roots. He's engaged millions of Americans in finding their roots, looking backward, while always urging public outreach. We rock back and forth simultaneously, sometimes staying in the same place, sometimes moving a little forward, sometimes going a little backward. And so many of us over time recognize that we need to pursue these diverse voices, multiple interpretations, public-facing endeavors. At the same time, we might be puncturing myths by exposing George Washington's pursuit of a runaway slave, or the misquote of Sojourner Truth's alleged "Ain't I a woman?" This from a woman enslaved in the Hudson Valley, where Dutch was her first language. We need to complexify the contradictions replete amongst first, late 18th century revolutionary generation, but recognize that the hunger for stories still persists. Over the years, I've learned the vibrant challenge to try to generate discord and civility within the classroom. Once I caused a revolution by asking people to remove their hats during class. It was called Hatgate by my chair. But we do know that we have to learn the cultures. But flint and rock can spark, may even catch fire, and you can let bright minds light up a room. Genealogy and family lore can be a quick pathway into the past for those who find history too overwhelming at first. At my university, as at most across the country, we mainly train members of Generation Z, or Gen Zers, people born between 1997 and 2012, a digital native generation with little or no memory of landlines, cable TV. By the way, the next cohort is called Generation Alpha, so they're starting over with a Greek alphabet. That might help us a little. Gen Z lives have been sharply shaped by the September 11 attacks, which resulted in the formation of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and by the 2007-09 recession. Most are marked indelibly by smartphones. iPhones debuted in 2007, and perhaps most of all, the COVID-19 pandemic. They have experienced the election of the first Black president, the legalization of same-sex marriage, and the rise of the Me Too movement. Worldwide, this group is a global force. United Nations data predicted that in 2019, members of Gen Z accounted for 2.47 billion, 32% of the 7.7 billion inhabitants of the Earth, surpassing the millennials. Within the US, they are the most racially diverse cohort since we started labeling demographic groups, with 1 in 4 Gen Zs defining themselves as Hispanic. Also, 16% identify as part of the LGBTQ+ community, and more than half object to the limited options of man and woman on forms and profiles. Now, within this tumultuous cultural landscape, what's a historian to do? Again, the emphasis on story and participatory demographic input might slow the decline of humanities majors. Nearly a decade ago, the National Council on Public History celebrated a total of 221 programs at the graduate and undergraduate level, 200 in North America alone. The US has witnessed dramatic escalation. What we in the field suggest are the clashes of the history wars. And I could recommend, if you want to hear about the history wars, my latest book subtitle is From the Revolution to the History Wars, How We're Teaching US History. But certainly the history wars have escalated in recent times. Educators across the country watched the summary firing of the US Archivist, the US Librarian of Congress, the head of the US Copyright Office. The Congressional Budget for Historic Preservation Fund was withheld. I'm speaking to an audience well aware of many of these issues. But I console my students that history is not just an assemblage of facts and figures compiled by an increasingly sophisticated piece of software. Plus, those seeking meaningful work and future employment would do well to look at the current AI takeover of most basic digital skills. For the past few decades, the push for STEM in higher education has been part of the arms race against perceived foreign threats. And sad to say that the international standards of scientific exchange have been halted and strangled by the good, bad, and ugly movements towards weaponization of information. The American Academy of Arts and Sciences championed the soft skills taught in the humanities. The Academy also decries the fact that U.S. foundations allocate nearly half their research budgets to STEM, while humanity fields received 2% of funding. The University of Texas in San Antonio is one of the fastest growing institutions of higher learning in the state. Texas is home to the second largest public school system in the U.S. I think Wayne might tell us what the number one is. But we are educating 5.5 million students across 9,000 schools. With the state's population growing by leaps and bounds, an estimate of 1 in 11 school children in the United States will be attending a Texas secondary school by mid-century. The majority of secondary school teachers are most often drawn from Texas institutions of higher learning. Our classrooms are the engines for the future, the launch pads for any hope that America might maintain its primacy. We know that our vast and increasingly accessible public colleges are the boost our students need to get ahead in society. But how to make history both engaging and accessible? My institution is looking to try to invest in basic skills for our students, but also add on bonus curriculum of thinking about how to monetize knowledge and promote historical revenue and/or historical tourism. Because San Antonio is one of the most historic cities in Texas, it's indeed the 7th largest metropolitan population in all the United States. A fact I couldn't believe was used during my recruitment. I thought, I can look this up on Google. Why are they making this up? But it's true. And when I moved to the city over a decade ago, only 1 in 4 adults were college educated. But with increasing aid for those economically disadvantaged, this statistic is improving to nearly 30% of those over 25 reporting a college education. Further, it's time to recognize that 70% of U.S. college students with bachelor's degrees receive them at public institutions. Of course, I always wonder, what is this bachelor designation? Because 40% of women, compared with 30% of men aged 25 and older, have an undergrad degree. And at the University of Texas, full-time undergrad population is 53% women. Within the historical landscape of San Antonio, 5 missions, Mission San Antonio de Valero, Mission San Jose, Concepcion, San Juan, and Espada, represent the largest concentration of Spanish colonial missions in North America and have been named a World Heritage Site by the United Nations. This site was neglected for many years, especially the Mission San Antonio de Valero, aka the Alamo. But due to the very good work of the Daughters of the Texan Republic, led by crusading city preservationists Adina Amelia de Zavala and Clara Driscoll, the building and its exalted controversial legacy still thrives. It's now under the direction of the Texas General Land Office. The Alamo is getting what the press likes to refer to as, quote, a facelift, but I would call a $700 million restructuring and expanded campus, quite a bit more. San Antonio has equally distinctive historical sites. The Crest Grant Building's contribution to the civil rights movement is fading from memory. Its more famous neighbor, the Alamo, anchors the northwest corner of what's called Alamo Plaza, where the Battle of the Alamo took place. A San Antonio African-American Community Archive and Museum, known as SACAM, is transforming this historical building into a 103,000 square foot cultural center that reclaims a once segregated space to tell a more complete and inclusive story of African American experience. They've been working hard not just towards preserving the building, but gathering archives, artifacts, and goodwill while community building. In 2020, the World Monument Fund designated the building as one of its priorities. In any case, following COVID-19, which in 2020 shut down too many of our university activities, particularly in-person classes and internships, our our history department decided we had to do something. We had to meet and we had to discuss, and endless discussion, but we came out on the other side to take advantage of the reawakening student engagement with history. So we proposed a public history initiative and began exploring the National Council on Public History. I co-organized a year-long initiative to coordinate speakers and workshops, including public humanities in the digital age. And AI as a research assistant for humanists, I had to be kicked and screaming to that, but nevertheless, we all engage in debate with our colleagues. 3D modeling in the humanities, and GIS for the humanities, and half a dozen other intriguing programs. And I can assure you that this education was both for the students and for the faculty. We launched a very active program of local and virtual internships to teach our students how to build and market their skills. Naturally, many of our alumni and scores of our graduate students have participated in internships. Indeed, it is a requirement of our certificate program, which was launched in 2024. In addition, we're in our 5th year of an online peer-reviewed journal, a competitive annual publication, and our scholars get to speak in public about their projects. Miranda Izari's Technological Reshaping of Traditional Museum Roles, Digitization, and the Emergence of Virtual Museums in the Age of COVID. In our 2nd issue, Nicole Poole's reflections on the fiber art of Indigenous women in southeastern Australia. To a thoughtful use of online technology, Kristen Clay's Hidden in Plain Sight, Mapping LGBT plus History in the Alamo City. Her story maps, which are fascinating, could not be produced in a PDF format, but the link is included in the online journal. And the online journal is called beyondboundariesutsa.org. So if you're interested, you can find what the students have been exploring in the past 5 years. In addition to the journal and the forum, our students have been given myriad opportunities to engage with local cultural institutions, as well as historical sites around the globe. Through the use of Zoom technology, we can engage with a wide range of scholars and educators, a practice popular during COVID, which has become a staple in my own syllabus. And here I'm violating my rule by putting up a fuzzy picture. This was what I picked on the plane over, and it's how I felt. But anyway, we drop in scholars up above. They talk directly to the students. This happens to be my co-editor in the series and in this book, Jim Downs. Just as our certificate was being launched, we introduced a course, Marketing History, Making History. My remit as an instructor was to offer students exposure to the many local and regional opportunities in our location, but to acquaint them with the wider world of public history. We promote locating, protecting, preserving historical sites, as well as discovering, reshaping, reimagining the historical landscapes we all inhabit. In addition to weekly reading assignments, students were required to find and analyze a memorial, suggest a timely topic for a museum exhibit. Their least favorite part, and it failed both in Belfast and in San Antonio, is figure out a budget and how you're going to finance this exhibit. But I think it's very important that we get our students early on aware of the great challenges of being in the public history world. Prepare a podcast, one of the most popular, and complete a research essay or a short film as a final assessment. In addition, I invited the classroom persons to stimulate the wide variety. So the first class was with a documentary filmmaker. The second was with the executive secretary of the Adams County Historical Society, who saved a building within 5 years of graduating from Gettysburg College. He went into saving a building and launched a new historical resource in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Quite a crowded market there, so it's quite a distinguished accomplishment, letting them know that you as an alumni can go out there and create something within your world. Also, we had a professor at Temple University here who works on house museums. For many years, I had coordinated with scholars at Temple, scholars at the University of Angers on a course called American Icons, and who gets house museums, who doesn't. I remember just asking Cindy about Walt Whitman and how he is framed in the public history realm. I also was very lucky to have the person who followed in the footsteps of our keynote yesterday, the director and president of the Autry Museum of the American West in Los Angeles, who gave my students another brilliant tutorial on the problem of deaccessioning and patrimony. There was a team member from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley involved in creating the Rio Grande Valley Civil War Trail, who now is researching the university, for the university, a trail called the Underground Railroad in South Texas. We also had a prize-winning scholar and the chief historian of a wonderful website I can encourage you all to go to called the 10 Million Names Project, a collaborative network dedicated to recovering the names of the estimated 10 million men, women, and children of African descent who were enslaved in pre- and post-colonial America, a territory that would become the United States. Those who came here between the 1500s and 1865, plus one of our own faculty members who shared her role as a podcaster, and another who has left us, but left us with great memories, Professor Abraham Gibson. He began his early study of deep fakes, since we now are involved in that in our everyday streaming, everyday looking at materials online. His wonderful website is entitled Honest Abe's Information Emporium, and here are the links and a link to him at his new post at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. It was a very crowded, very bracing 15 weeks, but I can honestly say that I felt more energy and passion crowded into the classroom than ever before. And I'm very fortunate that a teaching exchange and being in residence at the University of Toulouse in the fall of 2025 has likewise stimulated my interest in pedagogy. I actually came back with a kind of warrior mentality against AI and hope I get to use it this fall. The podcasts were wonderful, and I wish I had time to play them for you, but the topics ranged from Preserving History Today, the Second Battle of the Alamo, Driscoll versus de Zavala, Battles over Interpretation, Museum Mysteries, an interview with the Vice President of Collections at the Whitty Museum, going behind the scenes, trying to interest people in what goes on in collecting. Art and Audience, exit interviews with visitors to the De La Torre brothers exhibit Upward Mobility at the McNay Art Museum. Many other wonderful projects followed. Pandora's Code, AI and the use of history as entertainment, The Lonely Ranger, the fight over the Texas Rangers. I'm always amused here the way Rangers is used so affectionately and without nuance here in Philadelphia. Not so in Texas. Certainly surprising and wonderful to have a student work on a modern monarch, Queen Elizabeth's reign, and a student working on the memory and legacy of the Vietnam War in the 21st century. So we are not just literally all over the map, but global as well. Now I want to zero in on some of the recent successes resulting from pushing our students toward the lens of public history. I took in a very enterprising young man who began his first semester by becoming an intern for the Rodeo Heritage Museum in his hometown of Dublin, Texas. Then he became an outstanding summer intern at the National Park Service before finishing his degree. He worked on a project, do they love cemeteries in San Antonio? So he worked on this project of mapping a burial ground at one of the missions, and he did this before finishing his degree. He was hired by the NPS to work on challenging projects, including the startup of a new national park in Texas, one of the first in decades, and it's a site of the former Blackwell School in Marfa, Texas. A wonderful case history of a local community coming together, being active, reaching out, getting things going. Today, of course, the success. He's won a position as an assistant professor of practice in history, and he's now working at the foundation for establishing the Blackwell School National Historical Site in Marfa, Texas. Equally exciting for me, we have a lot of returning students. I think yesterday the question involved age and coming back to school. Never too late to come back to do a public history project, a public history degree. So in the middle of an art history course, there was a younger woman, younger of course to me, but she was a mother who ended up getting to go to graduate school where her daughter was in college. So she was in a large room with the artwork of an artist, Octavio Medellin, and she saw at the back this little scrapbook, and she started opening it and looking at the pictures and found him such a fascinating figure. So she began, as she calls it, chasing Octavio Medellin. She's now at SMU University, but she went on a trip, an art history trip, and she actually went in the footsteps as a photographer, a professional photographer. She went back to the places he was. She tried to retrace his journey through the photographs in the scrapbook and tried to, in many ways, unlock the interesting background he had that was hidden, why he protested being designated a Chicano artist, what his relationship was to San Antonio. Very interesting that she was able to trace. There was a flood in San Antonio. I'm sorry, I can't see what year it was. A 1921 flood, which took up all the paving stones in the cobblestone street. And underneath, there were wooden blocks. And it was one of these wooden blocks that Medellin carved his first piece of art on, his first carving in 1922. So what a precocious, interesting look back at him. He did identify with San Antonio. He did go to Dallas and become part of an art group there. And they have an interesting collection of his work at SMU, where she is now completing her doctoral work. But she's back in San Antonio, again, still chasing Medellin. Imagine her surprise, sharing with her husband's family the excitement of her project and being told that Medellin was a distant relative. So she was able to go and chase right into the family oral archives and find out about Uncle Octavio. So there are ways where place and connections and family history can be so important. I wanted my students to go out there and talk about the controversies of statues, which is what one of my first books in this History in the Headlines series was called Confederate Memorialization and Confederate Statues and Memorialization. So the great example most recently was the 2020 Women's Rights Pioneer statue. New York suffers a womanless landscape. Well, there is, of course, Tinkerbell and Alice in Wonderland in Central Park, but could we have non-mythological women? And I know how people feel, because I remember going to the Library of Congress and really looking for the women. And if you go into the opening and you look up at the beautiful ceiling, the paintings, all the women are goddesses, but no humans. The named figures are all men. So trying to recreate what was going on in New York at that time, what was going on here at Independence Hall with Susan B. Anthony. The controversy, of course, was the role of African Americans in the suffrage movement, and eventually, definitely Sojourner Truth was brought into the picture. Previously, there were only 5 of New York City's 150 statues that were historic women, and only 1 was of an African American woman. Can anyone guess who that woman was? Oh, come on. Who was the most famous African American? Harriet Tubman. Thank you so much. Great. My students get that all the time. They get Harriet or Lincoln. There are only 2 that they are required to leave the classroom chanting. Anyway, but also important to see the way in which students could follow a different trajectory. We look at American science, we look at the superiority, we look at the way during the war America geared up during World War II. We were the 11th in terms of military might. By the end, we know we created a great behemoth and we became a very important military presence, and still part of the debate going on today. But certainly an inventive proposal for Radium Girls, a memorial that would be erected in New Jersey, which I think was really exciting. The idea would be to have a large wristwatch and women painting it, and this is a factory picture showing the women there, the women who were dying by scores because of their participation in this trade, much like Madame Curie's young girls. But I was especially happy to be able to make more connections with my other public-facing work. And in my class, Marketing History, Making History, there was a soldier who'd been in Belfast during the past decade, and he had an interest in going back, and he got a group of students engaged with what is a continuing project for us at MOTAP, the Museum of the Troubles and Peace, and that is we want to have an online virtual exhibit as well as a bricks and mortar. Our bricks and mortar exhibit will go under a larger umbrella that we're working with the World Monument Fund to save a Georgian building in the center of the city. It was once a building where debates took place, and it was a gathering place for revolutionaries during the 18th century. So we think we can't really turn it into Independence Hall, but we do want to turn it into a place where people can come together, have debates, be civil. So what was the perception of the Troubles? And I had a really great gang of students that decided the way in which they could contribute permanently to something abroad was to look at how the Troubles was treated in the English-speaking press. So they went to different countries, Australia, Ireland, England, the United States, and Canada. And looking at these five, they took major moments in the history of the Troubles to try and talk about the way in which it was perceived in different English-speaking places. A digital museum project was innovative, and it forced students to be hypercritical. When the interpretation begins, we know that journalists and front-page headlines can often determine the story. Bernadette sensation. Imagine my surprise when I went into the archives in Northern Ireland and suggested that they should collect the papers of Bernadette Devlin. McClinsky was her, McAlinsky is her new name. And I pointed out that only Queen Elizabeth and Bernadette Devlin were the known women visiting Belfast or connected to Belfast. That was met with a polite rebuff, and 10 years later, I do understand why. But at the same time, we have to really talk about the international impact of these events, as we today are really talking about how the American Revolution spread worldwide. One student in particular, Julian Hernandez, who had spent time in Belfast before, got very interested in the MOTAP digital experience, and he wanted to go and learn more. So here he is with Shelby Hanna.
There's a way to bring in other people to help build some of these assets. I think you said hackathon?
Yeah, I was chatting to an AI system that I use to get advice about things, and I was saying that we kind of have a problem getting experts in the room, because for this kind of thing, you need history experts, you need gaming experts, you need programmers, you need 3D modelers, you kind of need a whole gamut of people that are kind of disparate. So it's like an interdisciplinary project. So one idea that we had was to maybe do a hackathon, which is a portmanteau of the word hack and marathon. So it means that you're doing like a very concentrated bit of work over a short period of time. So maybe like a 12-hour day, and you work away on it and you make great progress in a short period of time. So it's not like something that will drag on for people, it's very limited. And one idea is to maybe do a series of hackathons, so maybe one per quarter over the space of a year. And then you could get, in between that, you have some time to develop the resources that are maybe more time intensive, like 3D modeling, and then you can come back to the next hackathon with that stuff
So you basically just give an objective per hackathon, right? Like, hey, this hackathon we're focusing on, we need to make the best furniture assets that we can get, right? And everybody chips away and you kind of pick the best of the lot, right?
Yeah, ideally, everyone would kind of be there with their computers working away and comparing notes and getting feedback in real time. So that way it can be a very efficient use of your time there. So.
Hackathon, a great way to attract young people. But the issue is that both Shelby and Julian have moved on to other projects. Julian worked on my beloved Civil War for his master's thesis, but he may be coming back to UTSA. And Shelby is doing her PhD thesis at Queen's, working on the template of virtual museum exhibits. So I welcome that. We continue our engagement, and I'm excited to report that MOTAB has successfully secured $100,000 from the European Peace Plus Change Makers Grant. And this funding will launch an innovative youth project titled Making History, Making Friends, in collaboration with Youth Action Northern Ireland. Nearly 200 teenagers from across both community traditions will participate. They'll be using, as she will tell you, her cell phones.
Would you like to be a reporter and find out more about the troubles in the peace agreement? Well, here's an idea. Interview your parents or your grandparents who lived through the troubles. You could use your mobile phone. Ask them what it was like when they heard a bombing or a shooting. What did they think of the peace agreement? Were they affected in any way? And the great thing is about this is that it can be uploaded to social media and you can share it with other young people. Once we have a network of young reporters, we can discuss it on many social media platforms. Why don't you be a part of this great online adventure?
So there we have it. Again, I began by talking a way in which we could go into the past through family history. And Colin Ward, one of my graduate students, was interested in his family's involvement in Civil War Texas. And he was looking around and he found a monument and a massacre. And I closed by saying that during his research, Colin discovered one of his ancestors had been a secessionist who'd participated. This is a longer film, which he's showing at the Texas General Land Office competition later, but for the purposes of you, I just made it a 350 film to introduce you to what students might be able to happen upon.
On August 10th, 1862, on the outskirts of what was then Comanche era, near the Texas-Mexico border, a battle took place between Texans overlooking the Nueces River. This battle, far away from the front lines of the American Civil War, would go on to become one of the most controversial military engagements in the state's history. There, a group of Confederate troops alongside Texas state forces attacked a small group of German Texans making their way towards Mexico. The resulting carnage left a stain on the history of the Texas Hill Country and called into question what it meant to be Texan and highlighted what it meant to have loyalty to one's country instead of one's state. Colonization of the state had mostly focused on the eastern half, leaving the flat, open, and arid plains to the west sparsely populated, with the exception of the Comanche. In this borderland, settlers from what would eventually become Germany settled down. The Germans were refugees of sorts. Many of them were either the perpetrators of the 1848 revolutions in Central Europe, or were the descendants of them. Texas, and by extension the rest of the United States, served as a safe place for these families to move to, where their ideas about liberty and freedom were celebrated rather than oppressed. The Germans who moved to Texas, about 20,000 in total, founded these towns on the edge of the hill country. When the referendum on secession happened in Texas, the German settlers voted overwhelmingly to stay part of the Union. They were morally against the institution of slavery and wanted, above all else, to remain loyal to the Union, which they saw as preserving the rights that they had fled from Europe to gain. In 1862, the CSA passed the Confederate Conscription Act, requiring all men above the age of 16 to join the Confederate Army. The German Texans, being that they wanted no part in the war, began to resist efforts from the Texas government to make them join the army. Word of this spread like wildfire throughout the hill country and only made tensions in the region worse. Governor Lubbock then declared martial law over the region to quell the tension, but again, this only inflamed tensions. A county treasurer from Comfort, Texas, gathered together a small group of about 60 men. Together, they would flee to Mexico and board a ship that would take them to the port of New Orleans, now occupied by the Union. There, they would enlist in the Union Army and fight against the Confederacy. Duff found out about this attempt and dispatched Colin McRae with about 100 soldiers to pursue the party. They caught up with them about 70 miles east of the Texas-Mexico border as they camped out near the Nueces River. McRae surrounded the men, and at 1 a.m. on August 10th, they ambushed the party. While some of the German Texans managed to get away, either returning home or making it to Mexico, the rest were captured and executed. McRae then left the bodies there to rot and didn't bury them. It wasn't until after the war in 1866 that a group of Germans from Comfort arrived at the site of the massacre to gather the now desiccated bodies of those that were killed on that day. They brought the bodies back home and commissioned a monument to remember them. The monument, titled Treu der Union, German for loyalty to the Union, stands on a small road just off the main street in Comfort, Texas. These men, in the monument that many call their final resting place today, stands is a poignant reminder about what it truly means to serve and die for one's country. The men who were massacred that day on the Nueces were heroes, who, in the face of an overwhelming hostile government, stood up for liberty, stayed loyal to their country, and most of all, stood for the abolition of slavery. Their story cannot and should not be allowed to be forgotten.
So every day, the Union flag is raised with a number of stars on it, half-mast, to represent the memorial there. And I thank you for your patience, your indulgence, and I'm happy to answer any questions, comments, or suggestions. So please, don't be shy. Thank you, Wayne.
How far back in the grades do we start? Oh, I'm sorry. What would you recommend, and how far back in the grades should we start a lot of these innovative things that you have been promoting with your students? And I know that I'm not a real particular friend of AI. The only reason is because a lot of times AI brings up old history. And granted, that gets you a whole bunch of stuff there, which you can go ahead and do some more research, but
In stolen history, as
yeah.
you anthropomorphic has 7 of my books that they
So-
just borrowed. Yeah.
So some of the unique approaches you have, should we begin this in elementary school?
Well, I think we have to, one of the things that convinced me was my colleague explained to me AI is here. So you must, Catherine, learn about it just to it. Deep fakes are here. So why don't we explain to our students how to look for them, detect them? So how young do you have to be? We are in a crisis, a screen crisis, and that is that reading scores have gone down. Reading has gone down. I read a recent statistic. Don't read this, it's too scary. I put it up online. It's about reading in America. And the thing that shocked me the most was how few parents read to their children and how little they read to them. So teachers are complaining that very young students are coming in with no fairy tales, with no nursery rhymes, with no background issues. And stories, again, as I said, are what can engage students. We do find that students get very engaged in videos. We're in that age. Should we say, well, we can't use the videos, we have to make them read. We need to combine both. And I always say, I have senior colleagues who've complained about my participation in video programs, History Channel, et cetera, that, these, you should have people reading books. And I say, well, what I find that happens is people get exposed to ideas, they want to know more, and if you're in a classroom, a teacher can guide you to books. It's a wonderful thing. So the idea being, where did these stories come from, can be books and illustrated books. It was teaching at Harvard, and I had an opportunity, shall we say, to be with my own children rather than somebody else's children. So I quit teaching for 15 years, and I wrote books. And I began by looking at children's books, especially African American. In my own public library, They weren't being introduced to African Americans except as sports figures and entertainers. So I wrote a series of biographies. I worked on a textbook series that gave students biographies because the story with a beginning, a middle, an end. And this was in the era where people were saying, great white men, stop the stories. And I'm sort of, no, don't stop the stories, expand the stories, tell more. And I do believe that we need to think in a holistic way about this situation. I mean, I guess we're going to be dealing with the issue in my state that the Bible is being introduced as a text, a required text in classrooms and in textbooks, et cetera. And so instead of fighting it, many of us has found that legislators are difficult and extremists are difficult to deal with. I think it's better to be creative, to talk about the way in which literature reflects many of these stories. And you can start as young as kindergarten. We have found that with some of our textbooks.
Well, my grandson, Brett, who I mentioned yesterday about the HO train set and everything, he's 10 years old and he listens to books. And I said, why don't you read? Wouldn't this be better? And he says, because I love the way the person is telling the story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there is a difference in absorption. I agree. Sometimes when I was doing my early research on the plantation mistress, I'd be listening to books, and sometimes I'd have to stop listening to a book and say, I have to read that. There's so much information, I'm not retaining it. I knew before they did all the studies about retention. But I'm also in a classroom where we have oral learners and we have written learners. And so there is a difference. Some students maintain material, it has to be written out. Some learn it better if it's oral. We try to combine both. But I'm pleased because alongside an article in the Atlantic about the end of reading, there's also an article about the return of analog among Gen Z. And I remember, I remember when one of my early books was going into electronic and there was a big debate over it, and I loved the physicality of a book. Although now that I travel so much, I used to have to carry a separate suitcase for books, but now there's a thing called Kindle, there's a thing called Audible, and we learn, again, that there are many different ways of applying it. I say, for example, that Steven Spielberg is one of the great storytellers of our era. I feel very lucky that he feels so committed to storytelling and has done several films that he believed he was telling stories for the American people. And of course, it was hard to convince many of my colleagues that more people are going to see the movie Lincoln and absorb the politics of the era from that movie than reading all the books. One a day has been published on the Civil War or Lincoln since Appomattox. They're all sitting in the Library of Congress. Some of them are on Audible. Some of them are wonderful. But do you notice, I notice still that people like to come, they've read my books, but they like to come and interact. And I still think that for all the negativity, we like to meet, we like to network. It's so important. I met a colleague here. I listened to her wonderful talk yesterday. She's on a different campus from me. So we come to Philadelphia. We meet and network, and this is a wonderful way. One of my students wrote her thesis on the Eastern National, forgetting the last name, a wonderful speaker and her wonderful site. Someone help me. Who was here yesterday talking on Eastern National? Anyway, my point being, the way in which we connect can be so importantly personal and in-person, and we're still very social creatures. And therefore, I think in the kindergarten experience, in the interest in history, I had an aunt who was a professor at the University of Texas, Arlington, and she told me, you can't reach the entire class, but you try and spark one or two. So who's sparked here? What about you? You just came to this conference to learn, right? What did you feel yesterday being at the Independence Hall? Who, what, when?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Yes, I was at Independence Hall yesterday, and I was so grateful for the talk by the longtime park rangers as a sort of primer for entering that space. I had never been there, and looking around and looking at the bricks first and feeling that sense of place was really wonderful. Hello, resident Gen Z. It's wonderful to having grown up in such a thoroughly digitized world and a separated world and an isolated world, being at a gathering place like this in such a richly historic and irreplaceable material grounded place is just incredibly moving. And I'm so grateful to be in the presence of all of your knowledge. So thank you.
Well, I think presence together is, I learned from you what you're interested in. We trade. I always say, there's a Maoist saying that the students learn from the professor learns from the students, but the students learn from one another. And we, in the educational world, have got to listen to that and hear it echo around the world.
While I have the mic, I would like to ask you, in your experience as a teacher and as someone who engages with young people that are entering the art historical field, since you brought up Gen Z specifically, if there are any particular strengths that you notice in my generation, we can speak about, the ways that our culture has done us a disservice when it comes to learning, but are you noticing any ways that we are advancing things forward in a way that makes you hopeful?
Well, I've been very anti-theoretical since early in my career, which was not popular as I was a feminist in the 1970s, and feminist political thought was so important, and it was. I'm really excited about the Christopher Nolan movie coming out this week, but I'm even more excited that Emma Thompson is going to do a feminist take on that story, and she says that she has been inspired by it because she read The Mad Woman in the Attic when she was in college. So I believe you can spark interest. And again, I said, I'm not going to get everyone lured into it, but one or two. I do think that Gen Z is much underrated. The idea you don't read, but you do bring interesting questions about ethics. I mean, my own millennial is always explaining to me how wrong a mistake I made in having children. He makes me reconsider. He's in zero population growth. How could I do this? Did I not know? And I try to explain, I'm a historian. Every generation feels that way. You're great, it's fine. But each generation, you want to keep some optimism. The hardest thing now is to be training students to go out in the world. But I like the way in which public history tells you to make history. And one of those things is also to sell history. And we have a great opportunity in San Antonio. We have a wonderful city council. We have lots of historic preservation in our city. And coming back to Philadelphia, looking at the wonderful markers, marking gayborhood, marking the gay accomplishments here. We have a Silk Road in San Antonio trying to feature the immigrant communities coming in. I mean, people come up with ideas, and yes, they're getting a lot of them on TikTok. Not all of them are trash. Some of them are really vibrant, but all of us have to learn. I mean, my last book before this one was on Roe v. Wade, 50 years after. It was a book I was starting to celebrate the half century since that decision. Along came Dobbs, changed it. But it came out in August. And guess who has a song called August? Taylor Swift. So you put it up on TikTok and you get all these people exposed. So your generation is teaching my generation some tricks of the trade. And one of them is when your director says time, it's time to say goodbye. So thank you all for your indulgence.
Thank you, Doctor. That one last comment you said about what you have to be careful saying. I was doing a presentation at Laguna Beach High School. We're basically rebuilding the pergolas and everything else, and they were originally made of redwood back in the 1920s. So I'm getting up and I'm saying, well, you know, some of them are not in too bad a shape, but we're going to replace them with new pieces of redwood. And this fourth grader had come with her parents to listen to this and participate. And she says, how can you even specify a toothpick made out of redwood at this crisis that we're having with the forest? I'm going, whoa. Yeah, so we must be careful. All right, our next session is going to be chaired by John Reynolds, who is the former Deputy Director of National Park Service. I didn't know this about John, although I've known him for some time, but I didn't know this, that he was born a park ranger's son in Yellowstone and has dedicated his life to parks, conservation, and historic preservation. During his 40-year career with the National Park Service, he served as a visionary and leader, leading planning for complex and controversial national parks, including Cape Cod and Yosemite, and proposals for 2 new national parks in Alaska, the Bering Land Bridge National Preserve and the Kobuk National Park. Park ranger at Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area and the North Cascades National Parks, and executive leadership at the Denver Service Center, the Mid-Atlantic and Pacific West regions, the Presidio of San Francisco, and the Deputy Director of National Park Service. He indeed is a park person. He championed international conservation and preservation in the National Park Service, advised on park issues in 12 countries, and was U.S. delegate to the World Heritage Committee for 5 years. In retirement, he's worked for the National Parks Foundation and the Student Conservation Association. He served on the boards of nonprofits, including the Student Conservation Association, Landscape Architecture Foundation, George Wright Society, Partners for Public Lands, Shenandoah National Park Trust, and as a founding board member of the Chesapeake Conservancy Global Parks and Friends of Flight 93. He represented the Secretary of the Interior on the board of the Presidio Trust and chaired federal advisory commissions for Flight 93 National Memorial, the John Smith Chesapeake National Historic Trail, and Fort Hancock, New Jersey. He was a member of the Chesapeake Commission, the California State Parks Forward Commission, and on the Board of Trustees for the Fort Monroe Authority. He serves on the Board of Directors of ICOMOS-USA, as I had noted. He is a graduated of Phillips Executive Academy and holds a Bachelor and Master's degrees in Landscape Architecture from the Iowa State University and State University of New York at Santa Cruz University. Honors include the Fellow American Society of the Landscape Architects, Design Service Award from Iowa State University, Distinguished Service Award from the Department of Interior, the Alfred E. Lagrassi Award of the American Society of the Landscape Architects, and American Academy for Parks and Recreation Cornelius Armory Pugsley Award. He lives in Virginia with his wife, Barbara. Come on up, as well as the rest of the folks that are going to give a talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne, very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Professor Caitlin, for your start of the morning. That was wonderful. We appreciate that. I hope I got your name right. While my members of the panel are coming up, they're both here. One is not here, so that'll be a virtual presentation. I'll say about myself that Wayne didn't say is I'm genetically compromised because my wife worked for the Park Service. My son was deputy director of the Park Service. His wife worked for the Park Service. And my brother was a park superintendent. So, you know, I don't know anything else other than parks, conservation, historic preservation, and the importance of youth to the future. So with that, First I'll introduce myself to one of my panelists. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about each of the individuals that will present today. The first is Edwin Birnbaum. Edwin's presentation, thank you, Wayne. Edwin's presentation will be pre-recorded because he has a family commitment that he is very interested in maintaining within his own family, and so pre-recorded his. I've known Edwin for a long time. He's a senior fellow at the Instituto de Montaña and former co-chair of IUCN's specialist group on the cultural and spiritual values of protected areas. He's a scholar of comparative religion and mythology. He focuses on the relationship between culture and nature. He's the author of a wonderful book, Sacred Mountains of the World, published in second edition in the Cambridge University Press in 2022. He initiated and directed a program at the Mountain Institute working with the United States national parks, such as Yosemite and Hawaii volcanoes, to develop interpretive materials based on the evocative cultural and spiritual significance of features of nature and cultures around the world. He worked on a project at Badrinath, the major Hindu pilgrimage shrine in the Indian Himalayas, in which priests and scientists work together to encourage pilgrims to replant trees for reasons coming out of their own religious and cultural traditions. He also guided the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development on efforts to get Mount Kailas in Tibet, the most sacred mountain in the world, for up to 1 billion people, and used the pilgrimage routes leading to it from Nepal and India, nominated as a transboundary UNESCO World Heritage Site. He holds an AB in mathematics from Harvard, PhD in Asian Studies from the University of California at Berkeley, and he has done additional graduate work at Harvard in social psychology and anthropology. He is also an accomplished mountain climber, and virtually every sacred mountain that he has studied and relates in his book, he has been on, not necessarily to the top of, but on that mountain. Twice caught in avalanches and lived through both of them. Interesting man. Michelle Magellan, here, has a very different presentation to make. Michelle is a scholar, activist committed to elevating the stories of underrepresented peoples and places through historic preservation, planning, and policy. She is an assistant professor at the University of Maryland School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation, as well as affiliate faculty in Asian American Studies, Center for Global Migration Studies, and Urban Studies and Planning. She's a polymath. She served as president for Asian and Pacific Islander Americans in Historic Preservation, and now serves on that board of directors. She has served on the Experts Advisory Committee for the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation and the editorial board for the Public Historian, the Journal of the National Council on Public History. If you'll excuse me for a minute, I have difficulties with my nose. Thank you. She worked in preserving historical Asian American neighborhoods and sites, including historic Filipino town, Little Tokyo, and the Thai town in Los Angeles, which will be the subject of her presentation, and Little Manila in Stockton, California. She served on advisory boards for the National Park Service, the state of California, the city of Los Angeles on theme studies and context statements on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and on the board of directors for the California Humanities. She was named in 40 Under 40 People Saving Places by the National Trust for Historic Preservation in 2018. She holds a BA in Ethnic and Urban Studies and Planning at the University of California, San Diego, and both an MA and a PhD in Urban Planning at the University of California in Los Angeles. I think from my telephone conversations with her, you will find her extremely engaging. And finally, we have our own Noah Price. Noah is the Media and Marketing Associate for the Monuments Toolkit at the World Heritage USA ICOMOS. And those of you that were here and saw the presentation that he and others made will recognize him. In addition to hosting the Monument Project podcast, Noah works with all forms of public history, including webinars, exhibits, oral histories, and social media. He's received awards from the National Council of Public History and the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, as well as published with the Journal of Migration History and several historical blog programs. He's also the newsletter editor for the Oral History Association, publishing the quarterly newsletter and community bulletin on behalf of the organization. His research includes modern interpretations of the Nazi Holocaust, Irish American migration and labor, Las Vegas history, and the relationship between communities and their monuments landscapes. Sort of on a personal basis, not many people study Los Angeles, right? Las Vegas. But Noah was born in Las Vegas, and he lives there now. He actually loves Las Vegas, at least as I can tell from talking to him. He's a native of Las Vegas, which is even more rare than a native of Los Angeles. Nonetheless, he's an internationalist in his work and travel. He's driven both by curiosity and experiencing new cultures, plus opportunities to contribute to preservation and protection of cultural resources and stories. Today, Noah will have two responsibilities. First, he will say a few words on his own that relate what we're doing here, and discussing the intangible values and how that is beginning and moving into the Monuments Toolkit. And he will also act as a discussant for us. And so in addition to me, because he's more inventive than me and a different age, he will also try to help get you to ask questions and respond to the presentations. And I urge you not only to respond to the presentations that you hear today, but try to put them in the context of the conference as a whole. So we'll try to discuss those things at the end. So with that, we'll start by introducing Ed Birnbaum's presentation on the screen.
John, if you could give us just a few minutes, thank you. We're having some technical difficulties.
That's what happens to people that are octogenarians. Sure. So while you're getting that set up, Noah has see why we have Noah. Noah has a great idea. He's going to give his short bit now, but he will still act as a discussant at the end.
So as John said, I'm not going to give a formal PowerPoint presentation. If you were at the Monuments Toolkit workshop on Wednesday, you more or less already got that. But for those of you that weren't, I want to give a little bit of a summary of what the toolkit is in our history and really how we're expanding to this specific topic of the intangible importance of place. So I joined the Monuments Toolkit in 2024, but prior to that, its initial inception was because of the murder of George Floyd and the summer of protests that we saw not just around the nation, but the world, that often resulted in the toppling of oppressive monuments. The board members of ICOMOS-USA and the staff at the time had the brilliant idea of recognizing that toppling is certainly effective, but it's not the only way that we've dealt with monuments that modern societies don't necessarily like anymore. there has been removals, relocations, reinterpretations since the beginning of Monuments time. So what the Monuments Toolkit does is we create case studies, podcasts, webinars, all the tools that demonstrate this history of these removals, relocations, and reinterpretations, so that when communities around the United States and the world today are looking at their own local landscape and deciding what they want to do with it, they have a resource to turn to of what has everybody else been doing? What are our options? Because toppling doesn't have to be the only way. Again, it's effective. We can still do it. Protest is phenomenal and one of our great rights here in the United States, but it doesn't have to be the only option. So when we first created the toolkit, I think a lot of the idea was that we were going to tackle what I sort of call the 3 big C's: Confederates, Columbus, conquistadors. And that's certainly true. Those are a lot of the monuments that we still look at and help communities identify how they want to deal with the oppressive nature of those. But now we're a few years into this work. And the truth is, historical sites across the globe, outside of just the likeness of white figures, also have their own problems. They also need constant and regular reinterpretation, not always because they are oppressive, but because that is the nature of history. That is the nature of preservation. You're not going to get it perfectly right the first time, and we as a society have an obligation to constantly be revising our monuments landscape. I think when this first became apparent to me was when we were working with the Southern Poverty Law Center. They do a phenomenal report on all of the Confederate monuments around the country and how many there still are. And their number is over 2,000. It's no small amount. The work on that route is far from being over. But their classification of a monument didn't necessarily match what our toolkit was. Our toolkit's definition was a statue, plaque, or unoccupied building, right? Which, again, when you're focusing on those first big 3s, it sounds like that's going to work. But what about schools that have Confederate names? These are places that children are actively going into every day. It's not an unoccupied building. But if you are a child of color and you are looking at Robert E. Lee Elementary School every day, how is that going to affect you? Then we moved into talking to more diverse communities, right? I had a wonderful podcast episode with Shane Oconee Nelson, who was a native Hawaiian, and we were originally talking about the Captain James Cook statue out there again, something that is a monument to a white man. But I asked him, if that wasn't there, what would you want as a monument? And he stopped and he paused and said, well, we would never put up a monument like that. The land is our monument. We honor our ancestors in what is already here for us. The mountains are the monuments. And that expanded even more as we started to talk to even more indigenous communities. And it wasn't just about removing the statues that were oppressive because of the people that did things to their communities. It was also asking, what do you want to see in the landscape? And it had nothing to do about creating more monuments to people's likeness. It was about recognizing what is already in the historic landscape that we are just not interpreting. So we've been actively reworking our definition. We'll hopefully get to a point sometime before the end of the year where we can release what our updated definition is. I think we got a lot of great ideas talking to Paul Farber yesterday and their definition at Monuments Lab. But ultimately, intangible values have to be a part of our revised definition of the monuments landscape and what a monument is. If we are going to have a toolkit that doesn't just focus on removal and relocations, but really heavily on reinterpretation, and that idea that the monuments landscape is fluid and can and should always change, we have to be able to think about how we can interpret those intangible values. There is food culture, music culture. I just had the opportunity to be with ICOMOS Turkey and looking over their UNESCO World Heritage Site, Pergamon, and its multi-layered landscape. And their whole point right now is that they have these great ruins of Hellenistic and Roman times, but it's a multi-layered landscape. There is Ottoman and Republican culture there too that is primarily intangible values, and they need to figure out how to reinterpret those into this UNESCO designated site. So that's the direction the toolkit's moving in. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to this video from Ed and then eventually Michelle, and we'll be able to talk a little bit more about how these intangible values are present and need to be interpreted and how they can benefit from the toolkit.
Good morning. I'd like to thank John Reynolds for inviting me to participate in this session. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to share some of my thoughts about sacred mountains, which we'll see in the presentation I'm going to give now. The title is Sacred Mountains, Paradigms of the Intangible Importance of Place. There is nothing more tangible and concrete than a mountain, and yet when a mountain is sacred, it becomes imbued with intangible meaning and significance. In general, sacred mountains evoke an experience of something of deeper significance or reality that gives meaning and vitality to people's lives. That something is what makes sacred mountains paradigms of the intangible importance of place. People experience that something of deeper significance or reality through the views they have of mountains. I've identified 10 widespread views or themes connected with sacred mountains around the world, ranging from a mountain as a high place close to heaven to a mountain as a place of revelation, transformation, or renewal. Each view or theme expresses different meanings associated with sacred mountains in different cultures and traditions. The 10 themes provide a framework for understanding the diverse roles that sacred mountains play in different cultures, as well as a framework for applying it to evaluations of World Heritage nominations. We'll see some of these themes in examples of 3 projects I've worked on. First 2 examples come from a program with national parks that I started with the help of John Reynolds. The Sacred Mountains program at the Mountain Institute worked with interpretive staff at parks like Yosemite, Hawaii Volcanoes, and Mount Rainier to develop interpretive materials and activities based on the evocative cultural, spiritual, and aesthetic meanings and associations of features of nature in mainstream American, Native Hawaiian, and other cultures around the world. The first mountain we'll start with is Kilauea in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, a World Heritage Site, and it exemplifies the theme of the mountain as a place of power, in particular the power associated with the volcano goddess Pele. So there's another theme here, the mountain as the abode or place of a deity. And here you can see and actually hear that power in this eruption that I recorded a year ago last August. John suggested that we go to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, and when I arrived, there was a committee of Native Hawaiian elders called the Kapuna Committee that was advising the park on cultural matters. They wanted to replace the painting of Pele, the volcano goddess, in the visitor center with something more traditional, because if you look at this painting, you'll see it was done by an Anglo back in 1927, and he portrayed her with Caucasian features, her hair on fire, so that she looks almost like a blonde surfer from Southern California. We had funding from the Ford Foundation that we made available, and we worked with the park and the Kapuna Committee to come out with a call for a traditional painting of Pele. The park sent out press releases to the 2 major newspapers in Hawaii, located in Honolulu on a different island, and because Pele is big in Hawaii, they did front-page articles. The next thing the park heard was that all the art stores on the big island of Hawaii were sold out of supplies. They were expecting about 14 submissions, and instead they got over 10 times as many, a tsunami of art, as they put it. And they were working 12-hour days processing these submissions, and many of the park staff that did it felt it was one of the most meaningful things they'd ever done in their career working for national parks. Now, here is the winning painting that the Kapuna Committee selected, and you can see that Pele in this depiction looks Hawaiian, and she has a compassionate, sort of serene look on her face, because for Native Hawaiians, Pele is a source of fertility and land as the lava goes out and forms new land off the coast of the islands. In this painting, you can also see that she holds an egg in her hand, symbolizing that sort of fertility, and inside the egg is Hiaka, her sister. The hula dancers, the hula dances in Hawaii, many of them are devoted to the worship of Pele, and here is a performance of the sacred hula right next to her abode in Halemaumau crater, which is within the larger caldera of Kilauea itself. Now, the hula dancer that you see here is an example of UNESCO's definition of intangible cultural heritage, namely a dance being practiced. You can reach out and touch this hula dancer and see the dance, but the really intangible heritage represented by the dancer in the dance is their evocation of the volcano goddess and what she means for Native Hawaiians. In particular, because of her, the whole area of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park is Wahikapu, or a sacred place. I came to a meeting of park staff and the Kapuna Committee, and they were trying to figure out some way to alert most visitors to the fact they were entering a sacred place which should not be treated as simply an amusement park. I pointed out that on the way up to the park that morning, I'd seen a sign next to the highway saying, "Tune in to 650 on your AM dial for park information," and most people do that. So I suggested they include that in the radio program. It turned out that the person in charge of the radio program on the interpretive staff was himself Native Hawaiian, and here's what he came up with. And you'll notice how he relates the idea of Wahikapu, or sacred place, to World Heritage.
Aloha, and welcome to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. You may notice a change in the plant and animal life, the climate, or maybe even in the way you feel as you enter the park. Don't be surprised. This is a common occurrence. For centuries, people have felt the power and uniqueness of this place. Hawaiians call it a wahikapu, or sacred area. It was once reserved only for alii, or royalty. You are in the domain of Pele, the volcano goddess. She is embodied in everything volcanic that you see here. This is also home to a forest full of species which are found nowhere else on Earth, and two of the world's most active volcanoes. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park is now a World Heritage Site, a modern term for a wahikapu, recognizing its importance to all of us. As you travel through the park, take a few moments to think about what this place means to you.
John also put us in touch with Mount Rainier National Park, and this is a picture of Mount Rainier, and also three of its names and languages of the 6 tribes that surround the park, including the Nisqually. And here is what Mount Rainier, or Tacobet, means for the Nisqually people. Tacobet, majestic mountain, silhouetted against our eastern sky, guardian over the land of the Nisqually people, who sends the rains to renew our spirits, who feeds the river, the home of our salmon, who protects our eagle in her flight, who reaches upward through the floating clouds to touch the hand of the Great Spirit. Tacobet, we honor you, the people of the Nisqually tribe. You can see here the mountain illustrating the themes of the source of water and life, and also a place of revelation, the mountain reaching upward through the floating clouds to touch the Great Spirit. Now, Mount Rainier is also very important as a symbol of identity for many people living in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, they identify with the mountain, and here is a poem by a local poet expressing the depth of that sense of identification with this mountain. The mountain stands alone, and in the distance it declares its awesome solitary existence. Its spirit is the very soul of the Northwest. I worked with this ranger, Ted Stout, on developing this traveling off-site exhibit that went to fairs and conventions. It's called Mountain Views, and you'll notice there are 3 panels. On the right panel, Ted interviewed various people working in different divisions of the park to find out how the mountain inspired them to work for the park, with quotes from them. In the middle, you see pictures of and quotes from major people connected with the park, starting with John Muir at the top, the Nisqually, whom you've already seen, a climber, and a geologist. And then over in the left, we'll look at in just a second, but you'll notice at the bottom it says, "What does the mountain mean to you?" And they would put out a sheet of paper like this, and people would write down what the mountain means to them. And they got a lot of really good, inspiring examples that they then brought back to use in interpretive materials back at the park. So looking at this on the left, you'll see that we have related Mount Rainier to three other mountains that stand out as icons, Mount Kailas in Tibet, Mount Fuji in Japan, and Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa. And you'll also see a picture of Martin Luther King, because there it's his I Have a Dream speech in which he referred to mountains that are all around the country as symbols of liberty ringing out from them. One of the things we were trying to do was connect with the heritages and backgrounds of so-called minorities who weren't coming to parks, whom the Park Service wanted to come to parks, such as African Americans and Asian Americans. So here, for example, from the panel is a painting by Hokusai of Mount Fuji, and Mount Fuji as a symbol of identity, even more so than Mount Rainier. It's probably no mountain in the world has come to symbolize a people and their culture more than Mount Fuji, Japan. And here you can see the boy contemplating the beauty and simplicity of the shape of Mount Fuji, which lies at the heart of so much Japanese culture. We used this haiku poem by Japan's most famous haiku poet, Basho, delightful in a way to miss seeing Mount Fuji in the misty rain. We added residents of the Pacific Northwest can relate to similar sentiments on not seeing Mount Rainier in frequent mist and cloud. The idea here being the mountain has such a presence, such an intangible presence, that it can be felt even if you can't see it. Now, the final mountain that we'll look at is Mount Kailas in Tibet. This is the most sacred mountain in the world to up to 1 billion people in Asia, followers of 4 religions, including Hinduism and Buddhism. In India, it's known as Kailash, and in Tibet as Kang Rinpoche. Kailas exemplifies the theme of the mountain as a center because for both Hindus and Buddhists, the mountain is viewed as the physical manifestation of Mount Meru or Sumeru in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. This is a mythic mountain rising 84,000 yojanas high and 84,000 yojanas deep. It's a cosmic axis that links the different realms of existence from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. And it serves, as I say, as a cosmic axis. On the summit of the mountain, you can see, surrounded by rainbows, the palace of the king of the gods, Indra, and then clouds above representing stages of trance leading toward enlightenment or liberation. The mountain is also an abode of a deity, different deities for Hinduism and Buddhism. For Tibetan Buddhists, it's the abode of the one of supreme bliss, who's the central deity poised right over the mountain. And this deity is invoked and used in meditation, tutelary deity, for attaining the highest spiritual goal of Tibetan Buddhism, which is enlightenment for the sake of all beings. Now, pilgrims come to circumambulate the mountain as a center, not to climb it, and they treat it as they would a religious monument like a Buddhist stupa or a Hindu temple. Here you see a Tibetan pilgrim who's just made the circumambulation of Kailas, and she's come for the spiritual experience of a lifetime, which involves in coming to the center of the universe, touching the center within herself. The mountain is equally sacred to Hindus in India, hundreds of millions of them. And here you see a Hindu pilgrim offering water from a sacred lake near the foot of Mount Kailas toward deity Lord Shiva, who is said to reside on the summit of Mount Kailas in a garden that can only be seen by those endowed with spiritual sight. Now you see here a spout of water coming out of the mouth of a woman's head on top of his hair, and this is the goddess of the Ganges, and it represents how the Ganges comes down to earth. So Kailas is also revered as a source of water, in particular 4 major sacred mountains or sacred rivers, including the Indus and the Ganges, on which hundreds of millions of people in northern India depend for their very existence. Now, I was asked by ICOMOS, an intergovernmental agency of scientists from all the Himalayan countries, to guide them through the process of getting the governments of China, India, and Nepal to nominate Mount Kailas and pilgrimage routes leading to it over the Himalayas as a transboundary World Heritage Site. In the course of this, I took the 10 major themes that we've looked at, and I used them to provide a framework for the comparative analysis needed to distinguish Kailas from existing World Heritage Sites. So you can see that here. And what I've done is along the top, I've put the 10 themes starting from height on the left to revelation and transformation on the right. And then going down the left side, Mountains that are either World Heritage Sites or in World Heritage Sites, such as Everest, Taishan in China, Mount Athos in Greece, and as we've already seen, Kilauea in Hawaii. So what I've done is I put check marks under each of the themes which is particularly important for that particular mountain. Like Everest obviously is revered as a high place. You'll notice that Kailas has more check marks than any other mountain, showing that it really deserves nomination as a unique World Heritage Site representing outstanding value. Now, there are two criteria that could be used to nominate Mount Kailas and the pilgrimage routes leading to it as a mixed cultural and natural site, or what's otherwise called an associative cultural landscape. And here are two that could be used. The cultural one would be number 6, which is to be directly or tangibly associated with events or living traditions, with ideas or with beliefs, with artistic and literary works of outstanding universal significance, and a natural criteria to contain superlative natural phenomena or areas of exceptional natural beauty. Now, Kailas stands out much more from almost all other peaks in the Himalayas, much more than Everest, with its regular shape, which evokes the idea of a Buddhist stupa or a Hindu temple. Finally, I'd like to conclude with this passage from the Puranas, ancient works of Hindu mythology, reflecting how Kailas epitomizes the spiritual meaning and significance that the entire range of the Himalayas has for hundreds of millions of people. In the space of 100 ages of the gods, I could not describe to you the glories of Himachal. As the dew is dried up by the morning sun, so are the sins of humankind by the sight of Himachal. A last thought. Sacred mountains highlight the fact that sacred places and monuments have spiritual as well as cultural significance. This suggests that a fuller and more inclusive term than intangible cultural heritage might be intangible cultural and spiritual heritage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Since the podium is a little bit as tall as me, I'm going to speak to the side of the podium. My name is Michelle Magalong. I'm at the University of Maryland in the Historic Preservation Program. I wanted to just introduce myself, a little bit about me. I'm a native San Diegan. So, like Noah, Gold Knights. I'm from San Diego. I often say, ironically, I wanted to just put this in as I'm planning my high school's 30th reunion next month. I went to high school at Junipero Serra High School. Our mascot was the Conquistador. And in 2020, the students fought to change the name. So the name is now Canyon Hills, which was very resistant by the alumni. We're still calling our reunion Serra High School because, people don't like change, right? And so it's very difficult to go from a conquistador to a rattlesnake. I don't know where that went. But I wanted to say, as John had mentioned, I'm from UC. I got my bachelor's at UC San Diego in Ethnic Studies and Urban Studies and Planning, as well as my master's and my PhD from UCLA in Urban Planning. And then I went on hiatus in the middle of my PhD as I was doing actual research on HIV/AIDS and viral hepatitis. As my advisor told me that studying historic preservation would get me nowhere. I wouldn't get a job, I wouldn't be employed. So I took time off, didn't want to finish my PhD, and went into the practice. I helped found Asian and Pacific Islander Americans in Historic Preservation. I was a volunteer staff member for over 12 years, non-paid. But fortunately, it led me to the pathways into meeting amazing leadership in the field of historic preservation as I started to see the profession, that it wasn't dead, that it was alive, and there was a heartbeat happening. And so fortunately, I was hired as a postdoc. I finished my PhD, I went back, and wrote my dissertation on the National Park Service Asian American Pacific Islander theme study, where then I was hired by the University of Maryland as a postdoc in the Historic Preservation Program, and then offered a position as assistant professor at Maryland. At the meantime, I was on the board of the Advisory Council for Historic Preservation, deemed as an expert. I thought that was kind of weird. I was like, what are you talking about? And so I wanted to talk about intangible heritage today through the lens of Filipino Americans in Los Angeles. I will introduce what is historic Filipino town, what is its origin story, is oftentimes what people ask about. What is historic and what makes it Filipino is something that is always the two questions that are begged of the neighborhood. And then I'll introduce you to Royal Uncle Roy Morales as a storyteller who inspired me and many others to seek designation upon his passing, and how we sought to seek designation with the city of Los Angeles, and to show you the importance of storytelling in local heritage work. So I'm gonna jump. There's a photo of Wayne here saying, he's presenting the Preserve America certificate that's signed by, I thought this was the coolest part, that it was signed by First Lady Michelle Obama. I was like holding on to the certificate. I didn't want to let it go. It was such a precious moment for many of us to see, and for myself, a fellow Michelle. And so on the left is myself and my colleague Dennis Arguelles. You may know him from the National Parks Conservation Association. He's now the Southern California director. But at that time, we were both staff at an organization called Search to Involve Filipino Americans. This was in 2012, I believe, when we got the designation and the sign for Preserve America. But I want to give a little bit about the origin story of historic Filipino town in the 1980s and the 1990s. Uncle Roy is giving these tours throughout the neighborhoods to college students from UCLA and other local universities. Unfortunately, Uncle Roy passes away in 1998, and I will tell you his two wishes in a moment. And then we sought designation and got it in 2002. In 2008, again, this is when I was on hiatus studying HIV/AIDS, Historic Filipino Town submits a Preserve America application and is denied. I returned back from my hiatus to do practicing work, and am asked to revise the application and submit it to Preserve America, to which it's then approved in 2012. And then in 2019, the city of Los Angeles approached myself and many Filipino American community members to ask us if there's a site that is ready, that's low-hanging fruit, that could be considered for the National Register of Historic Places. And we said yes, it's Uncle Roy's Filipino Christian Church. That goes through quickly, in less than 3 months. It's approved by the California SHPO, and we learned it was only the second listing associated with Filipino Americans on the National Register. At that time in 2019, fast forward to 2026, I think we have 8 or 9 listed associated with Filipino Americans. I'm working on one in Washington, D.C. in Foggy Bottom. We're working on that nomination to submit at the end of this year, hopefully if the advisory board is reviewing them. And so this is Uncle Roy on the left. This is a photo of me holding a photo of me and Uncle Roy meeting for the first time as he puts me on a tour. I was with a bunch of students as a part of an internship program at Search to Involve Filipino Americans, SIPA. And Uncle Roy, who is just maybe 2 inches taller than me, he was quite short, he says, "Come with me, I'm gonna show you where Filipino town is." So we thought, aren't we here already? And he puts us in a bunch of vans, and we land first in Little Tokyo. And I'm like, it's Japanese, it's not Filipino. And he starts to tell his story of how in the 1920s, his father immigrates to the United States as a pastor and as a student at Chapman University in the city of Orange, and decides to establish his church, the Filipino Christian Church. And he tells us this story of how Filipino men, as bachelors, were living in the single residence occupancy hotels that the Japanese Americans were operating, and that they would come through during the cycles of harvest and stay in what we called, or what the Filipinos called, Little Manila. And so he said it started here, and then during World War II, with the incarceration of Japanese Americans in incarceration sites, they are pushed out, and then they are pushed out and they move to Bunker Hill. And if you're familiar with Los Angeles, when Uncle Roy was born, his mother gave birth to him in a row house where now the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion is, which is across the way from the Disney Music Hall. So he then lands us at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. He's like, "This is where I was born." And us as students were like, "That's not true. Like, there's no way." So he starts to tell us these things and showing photos. And he says, "When I was in college, I went to Chapman University, and this is a photo of him landing in another place that his father establishes in a vacated church, the Filipino Christian Church." And this photo is actually of him graduating from Chapman University and the community hosting a commencement ceremony for all those who had graduated. At the time, his mother was then again pushed out for urban renewal projects in downtown Los Angeles, and they lived in the Temple Beaudry neighborhood, which is now, I don't know what it is. It's across the way from Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium. And so he starts to tell us this story that they moved 4 times. And they were always moved because the city didn't think that they were important enough to protect their places. But in the meantime, Filipino Americans are starting to establish social halls, employment agencies, and other services to help, combat displacement and removal of their community. And Uncle Roy himself is someone who establishes, I think, 4 or 5 nonprofits that are still operating to this day. Search to Involve Filipino Americans, Filipino American Library, the Filipino American National Historical Society funds the Los Angeles chapter, and FOSG, Filipino American Service Group Incorporated. Out of those 5, I think 4 are still located in the neighborhood of Temple Beverly, which he introduced us to. This is P-Town. And so after I took this photo with Uncle Roy whispers to me, I asked him, "I want to do more for you. How can I help you?" And he's like, "I have 2 wishes. My first wish is to make this a designated neighborhood into a designated P-Town." And he's like, "My second wish is that I want my father's church to be listed at the highest level in the United States." At that time, I didn't know what the National Register was. I didn't know what historic preservation was. But these were the 2 wishes of Uncle Roy. Unfortunately, he passed in 1998. By the time I came to UCLA in 2001, I was stuck with those 2 wishes, and I was really fascinated to figure out, how can I best document and demonstrate the significance that Uncle Roy had told us through his oral history or storytelling. And so Uncle Roy was a knowledge keeper. I take this photo. It's a screenshot of the website Shades of LA by this Los Angeles Public Library. It's now an archived website, but it's a beautiful website done in the 1990s where the library was collecting oral histories and photographs by community members in their neighborhoods. So Uncle Roy would dump all his photos, they would scan them, and they actually conducted an oral history of Uncle Roy. And I transcribed it. At that time, it was very innovative in terms of what Uncle Roy was doing. But Uncle Roy was planting the seeds of what he wanted based on his 2 wishes. And ironically, when Uncle Roy passes away, his boxes he had saved all his documents into banker boxes, and he had labeled them. That he didn't tell me his third wish, but his third wish was that all his documents would be placed in the Library of Congress. So we knew he was like a master archivist, not only a storyteller. So I knew the boxes were at the Library of Congress. Urban Myth was telling us that they're just sitting there. There's no finding aid. You have to dig through the 40 boxes to figure it all out. And so unmotivated, none of us go. So I start to dig through the community archives since I can't fly from Los Angeles to DC as a starving graduate student. And I start to look at the oral histories that are being done. This is Barbara Galerin from the UCLA's Asian American Studies program. And I start to talk to the individuals who are part of the organizations that Uncle Roy helped found. And they start to readily unearth the images that I'm looking for. This is a pool hall in Little Manila, Little Tokyo, which one individual, she's like, that's my uncle. She's like, that's my uncle, and I don't have a laser, standing facing the camera. And at the time, GIS is pretty new, so I start to look at every single photograph. And luckily for me, these black and white photographs are written on, or someone's written something on them on the front or back. So I'm looking at the front or back and looking and finding the names and the addresses. And so looking at GIS, I pull everything together on a spreadsheet, and this starts to pull together the 4 P towns that Uncle Roy tells me about. It's extensive. It names restaurants, community halls, and other things that are significant to the Filipino American community. I go through the archives, through visual communications, UCLA, Chapman University, USC, all these different collections that are telling me where to go. And so fortunately, I served on a community advisory for then candidate Eric Garcetti for his council district. Eric Garcetti is the outgoing mayor prior to Karen Bass. But Eric promises to the community, we're gonna work on this designation. And so I start to tell the story of Uncle Roy. There's Little Manila, Bunker Hill, Temple Beaudry, and Temple Beverly, the 4 waves of the P towns, and they do match up. I'm kind of telling Uncle Roy in my mind, like, you were telling the truth, and I did find archival documents that did support it. And so Eric Garcetti, who is in the middle of the sign, we have now the longest sign in the city of Los Angeles. And it's not hard, it's pretty easy to find, not hard to miss. And Eric works with community members to build Unidad Park, which is a park honoring both Filipino and Latino history and their presence in the neighborhood. He works on a World War II Valor Memorial, which is part of a skate park. And he works on stamped crosswalks in the neighborhood as beautification projects. And so we're really fortunate to work with then Mayor Garcetti in doing this work. As you could see in the orange map, that historic Filipino town is about 2 miles in length. It's really dense with homes in the neighborhood, but I say that with a caveat that there's been a lot of demolition to build apartments. So it's kind of sad to see all of this changing. The street crosswalks have been faded and not replaced. So everything of the beautification projects have slowly died. As many folks, as we're close to 24 years since its designation, things are starting to slow down. So in 2008, the 5 ethnic Asian American neighborhoods, Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown, historic Filipino town, and I'm forgetting one, Chinatown, Thai town, we all apply to say that this is going to help us with economic development for a Preserve America designation. Historic Filipino town is denied. I'm not there. I don't know what the conversation that was had, but they put it to rest and say we're not going to deal with it anymore. But there was money from the City of LA Community Redevelopment Agency, which is now defunct. And then I come back in 2011 and they say, can you revisit the application and revise it based on my master's thesis? So I do. We submit it. I get a phone call from Wayne and he says, the committee doesn't want to approve it. And I'm like, what do I need to do to revise it? And he says, I remember meeting you, Wayne, and how you were just like, I understand what's so difficult about articulating the historical integrity of the built environment, right? For Filipinos, we've been colonized twice, by Spain and by the United States. So what you consider just everyday American built environment elements, to us, they're Filipino, right? LVM Cafe just may look like LVM Cafe, but for Filipinos, it stands for Luzon, Mindanao, and Visayas, the three major island clusters in the Philippines, right? So we may not have Chinese characters or Japanese kanji. You know, for us as Filipino Americans, we are like the epitome of the colonial project. You know, everything is in English. So you can't know what things mean unless you talk to the people. And so Wayne was someone very supportive, and he was like, I'm going to fight this with the committee. And so fortunately, a few weeks later, Wayne calls me again, and he's like, it's been approved. And so we were thrilled to have an advocate in DC understanding our story and our struggles of making the intangible tangible to the point where we can seek designation. So the City of LA, just a few more slides. City of LA created Survey LA and reached out to Historic Filipino Town, knowing the stories of Uncle Roy and the community, and asked us to be the ambassadors to the local neighborhood. So we're going around telling the story of Uncle Roy, saying these are the places that matter. They may be hidden, or maybe that no one understands its significance. We do get it listed on the National Register, Filipino Americans Los Angeles, a historic context statement. Again, that's number 2 listing on the National Register. It goes with an accompanying nomination of the Uncle Roy's Filipino Christian Church. It was approved unanimously locally, and we got it expedited, or it went through rather quickly. For the National Register. So we celebrate that. And that was, wish number 2. Wish number 1 for Uncle Roy, we get Historic Filipino Town. And wish number 2 is that we get the National Register listing of his father's church. And so, and again, these tables match up similarly to what I was doing in my master's thesis. They start to have a better description of the architectural elements, as I'm not trained as an architect, but to really pull together like all these places that matter. I think there are a few that are being considered for National Register nomination as they're preparing for it today. And the heritage in action that's happening in Historic Filipino Town, as I say, some of the elements are dying, but the youth are actually bringing it up. I think the question that was asked of Dr. Clinton earlier was like, what is the silver lining for this next generation is that they are producing beautiful work, right? They don't take no for an answer by our elders as much as we cringe, but rather they fight for what they know is going away, right? So there's these beautiful maps that you could go online and find all these things. They also have this giant banner. And then there's a new archway that just got, or a gateway that got erected, I think 2 years ago. And the mural has been repainted. I think yesterday there was a discussion on graffiti. By Rosa. I was cringing because her front slide was the Unidad Park mural, which was just destroyed with graffiti. And the artist has come back, and we have sought funding for him to repaint the mural. And so for us, intangible heritage in action is constantly being layered. The image, if you pull up from there, which I can't do, the image is of Cesar Chavez with Larry Itliong. People are starting to ask the question, given the news of Dolores Huerta and other women and children, with Cesar Chavez. So that is being reconsidered of how do you minimize or, reinterpret the work of Cesar Chavez's, influence on the Filipino American community. We're really fortunate that we just blow up Larry Itliong and make his image layer over Cesar Chavez, but we know that's something that is an active conversation of how do we respect the Latino community that's located with the Filipino community in historic Filipino town. And so I just want to also just show some more images of the Preserve America sign. Search to Evolve Filipino Americans has destroyed their original building. We don't know where the sign is. And Preserve America, I don't know if it's defunct. They say it ended in 2016-17, so we don't know how to get a new sign. But, it's in those conversations with the community of like, what does that mean for us, and how do we want to celebrate our ever-evolving identity? As we ask in the white posters, what would you want to be added to this neighborhood to make it significant? And so I thank you, Wayne, for inviting me today, and thank everyone for your attention.
Wayne, may I just, real quick?
We have about 2 minutes. Can we take it?
So I'm just going to go ahead and I want to give a little bit of a synthesis of, all of what we just talked about, as my role as the discussionist. I think a lot of what's very clear between both Ed and Michelle's presentations is that when we think about place, there is inherently an intangible relationship to it. We often find in our own, historic preservation fields that we get really locked into that physical aspect of how was this made, whether natural or man-made, what made it come here. But the relationship to even asking that question is inherently intangible. It does not matter how something was made without us being here to ask that and to have a relationship with it, whether it's mental, emotional, spiritual. Those are the things that actually create heritage. Michelle, you said even at the start of your presentation that you took a gap in being a historic preservationist because there was this, idea that we have to focus on STEM, and valiant work with HIV and AIDS research, but that's present in our own field. If we really get stuck on the science and the architectural uniqueness and the things of that sort that just don't matter without that inherently intangible human relationship to it. I think a really perfect example is Devil's Tower in Wyoming, which, if you know much about it, you already know that's not a great name. It's a terrible white man's association, poor translation of what actually should have been more appropriately Bear's Lodge. And when I was traveling there last year, I was with my partner at the time, and he sort of asks out loud, well, how did this get here? I kind of smile, and I'm like, well, are you asking the scientific, or are you asking like the historical cultural? And he's like, okay, what do you want to say? So I was like, let's go into the visitor center. It'll probably say it better than I do. So we go into the visitor center here, and it is entirely scientific. They want to tell you about the magma and how it hardened and created this shape of Devil's Tower, as we colloquially call it now. And not once did it say the actual indigenous stories behind it. And that's what I learned as a child. It was when I was in 4th grade that my librarian, who showed an image of a giant bear clawing on the tower and kind of said the folklore behind it. And that's what I knew. So I marched back out there. I got my phone out. I made my first ever historical TikTok video because I was like, it's crazy that this is all science. And I start with, this is Devil's Tower. It's more appropriately Bear's Lodge. And here's the story as I was told it, because of course this is oral tradition. It's going to be a little bit different for everybody. So I spend 4 to 5 minutes telling this story. I won't do that now at the time. And I post it. And this first ever video, 20,000 views, more than 2,000 likes, and hundreds of comments of people engaging with, oh yeah, here's the story how I was told it. And of course you do get some people that are like, okay, like how does it really made? But even in there you get some that are saying like, have you seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind? Like it was the aliens that did it. But that's the heritage of, yes, we have these scientific answers, but it's this human relationship we've attached to it, just like in Hawaii with Pele and that relationship to the volcanoes. We didn't talk about the architecture of Filipino town. That's not what made the place what it was. It was the people that were there and the experiences that they had. We talked about Independence Hall yesterday. We weren't talking about the colonial architecture. We were talking about what happened there. So this isn't to say that tangible heritage, how something is made, whether natural or physical, whatever it may be, doesn't matter. But that relationship, mental, emotional, spiritual, that we attach to it, that's the importance.
So that's a great ending. Thank you to Ed, to Michelle, and to Noah here as well. It's your turn.
That was a great session. I really appreciate that. I'd like to tag on to Michelle's and Noah's comment about Filipino Town, because when I came in as the chairman of the advisory council and saw that they were denied, I couldn't really understand why. Because as I told many of you in my first lecture that we had on the first day, Tuesday, was the problem with the focus, was about the architecture. And again, why we have to change things, like what the National Park Service has written in terms of the way that we view sites and everything else. And the reason why it was denied is because when it came in as a group, you could see Chinatown, the architecture, you could see Japantown with the architecture, but when you went to Filipino Town, it was just a regular Main Street city anywhere in Los Angeles. And that's why it was denied, which is really the stupidest thing ever. And I got to tell you, I almost got fired from my job, although Obama would have never fired me. It would have been somebody down below him. But we really pushed it strong. And so even though that was, 14 years ago or so, we're still combating these things. And that's why we really need to look at this, because I've found that a lot of people, especially younger students that are coming up, is they like to kind of go to chapter and verse, especially in the architectural schools where you're given codes and you go to chapter and verse to look at these things, and you're not really thinking beyond that. And that was one reason why California wrote the first California Historical Building Code to deal with old buildings. And I'll end with this. The whole purpose of that code was that it should not be prescriptive. In other words, if I was in my teens and I could run the 100-yard dash in 7.4 seconds, now they're expecting me, when I get into my 80s, to do the same thing. That's impossible to do. So that's one reason why we wrote the code, and it was the biggest pushback ever. It took us 5 years to get that thing approved. But now we have other states that have adopted that, and we have other codes that are dealing with existing buildings and stuff. So I think it's really important that we always try to question what we're looking at when we're going through this and as we're learning, and question why these things don't seem right up here, okay? This is our last session. We will take a lunch break after this. I forgot the time we're supposed to be back. Michelle, what time were we supposed to be back after lunch? Okay, 1:50. So put that into your head on that. Dr. Lori Rush, who is Secretary of the U.S. Committee of Blue Shield, is a U.S. Army archaeologist who manages cultural resources at Fort Drum, New York. Dr. Rush has a BA from Indiana University Bloomington, a PhD from Northwestern University, and is a fellow of the American Academy in Rome. Her research specialty is in indigenous peoples of the Great Lakes. Dr. Rush was a military liaison for the return of to the Iraqi people in 2009 and for the environmental Shiraz in Kabul in 2010. On behalf of the U.S. Central Command, she participated in key leader engagements across the Middle East and analyzed cultural properties, lessons for Iraq and Afghanistan. Dr. Rush co-directed research workshops for NATO and has served as a faculty member for UNESCO and UNECRI and the American University of Rome and the Donu University Krims. She's compiled NATO's best practices for CPP. She is a co-author of the Cabarini Command for the Protection of Cultural Property, Saving World's Heritage, and the editor of Archaeology, Cultural Property, and the Military. Dr. Rush is a research associate of the Smithsonian Institute, the University of Pennsylvania consulting scholar, and the secretary of the U.S. Committee on the Blue Shield. And session 9 is going to be moderated by Diane, so we'll invite her up. I did want to say that Dr. Rush and James Reed, who is one of our directors, trustees with U.S. ICOMOS, gave a wonderful presentation on the Blue Shield, part of its history and everything else. And I was fortunate to look in that. Never got my question answered, but but James answered it later. So thank you so much. Somebody left their phone up here? Oh, it's got a national park in it, and I think I know whose it is. I'll find him. Come on up.
And I'm so pleased today to be joined by Dr. Brian Daniels, and I'll let him briefly introduce himself.
We're going to be playing like this with the microphone the entire time, but I am the Director of Research and Programs for the Penn Cultural Heritage Center at the University of Pennsylvania Museum, just on the other side of the Schuylkill River, and the President of the Archaeological Institute of America.
And one of the great privileges of my career has been knowing and working with Brian now for many years, and we have been co-teaching together for the American University in Rome. And we discovered very quickly that our teaching experience ends up being a conversation. And what we would like to do with all of you today is invite you to join our conversation. And we are going to fly through some of the introductory materials, and I'm really pleased to discover the orientation of all of the conversations previously about intangible heritage and also how people around the world define what's important, and that we're all learning as preservation professionals that we need to respect those decisions and those priorities within those communities. And then, since Brian and I both have a lot of experience now working with heritage stewards in conflict zones, I would really encourage you to ask questions. If you want to know what it's like to be in Kabul, Afghanistan in 2010, I will be happy to answer. The quick answer is absolutely terrifying. And please, any questions at all about what's going on. And what we'll do is advance to the current conflicts and how we are thinking about them today. So we'll start with a brief history, and that would be our monuments officers. And maybe you'd like to say why Lori gets frustrated with the obsession with monuments officers.
So essentially, really during the Second World War, our model for how we think about cultural protection during wartime was sort of fixed by the existence of the monuments, the MFAA, the Monuments and Fine Arts officers during, thank you. Maybe this works a little bit better? Okay, that will do. Who were to essentially safeguard, were embedded in different units individually, but were to safeguard cultural sites during the advancing Allied troops in Europe and then in the Far East. However, their mission very, very quickly turned to the recovery of stolen objects, especially during the Holocaust, although they did a lot of work in the Far East as well. And they're perhaps known, and there's kind of a mythology that's built up around them. You may have seen the Monuments Men movie about their work, which the more unbelievable parts were true, which was kind of weird about that particular film. But the issue that Lori flags with it, I mean, in some ways, everything became fixed around what the officers do. And it became embedded in our doctrine of the 1954 Hague Convention, and it's really framed everything that we think about subsequently about cultural property protection. And oftentimes what we find, especially when we're dealing with the work that we expect militaries to do, to safeguard cultural property in times of war under the 1954 Hague Convention, but it doesn't really count for the other side of that equation, which is respecting cultural property ahead of conflict and during conflict, which is really the role of civilian experts.
And quite often in our celebration of the monuments officers, we forget that without the local stewards, there wouldn't have been anything for them to rescue. And as a result, all those collections, all of that safeguarding had begun with the local stewards. And we find that that's true today. And it's amazing how often we encounter colleagues around the world who are willing to put their lives on the line to protect their heritage and their cultural property. We have the, quote, badass librarians of Timbuktu. We have, after conflicts are over, the discovery of people who buried museum objects in their personal gardens. And I have this particular example is a lovely one from Saudi Aramco magazine. And it's the story of saving a library in Sarajevo, a very small Muslim library, where they packed all the books into banana boxes, and the map is all the different places they had to move their library as they became afraid that it would be discovered and targeted for complete destruction. And ironically, the only real danger, well, they were always in danger and there were snipers, but they were moving the library in banana boxes, and the only time they were physically attacked was by hungry people who thought they had bananas. And it's those people that certainly inspire me, having the privilege of living in a relatively safe and secure society. I became involved, as it was mentioned, my specialty is Indigenous people of the Great Lakes. But at Fort Drum, my work supports the most deployed division in the United States Army, the revered 10th Mountain Division. And our soldiers were routinely going back and forth to Iraq and Afghanistan. And so when we saw the global news coverage of damage at Babylon, we realized that we had completely failed to teach our soldiers about the heritage they would be encountering in their deployed environment. So that is where we begin our timeline of the modern approach to protecting cultural property in conflict zones, at least on behalf of the United States defense and also all of our NATO allies and those countries that follow the international laws of armed conflict.
And so as you're looking at this sort of timeline in which there's a lot of different events that essentially are framed in so many ways around this event, this kind of crucible about how U.S. cultural property protection really begins in 2003 with the looting of the Iraq National Museum, the damage at Babylon, and so on with the U.S. invasion of Iraq. we also have this broader question about how all of the military activity that is occurring on cultural property protection, which is its own very, very difficult thing to embed in military doctrine, its own very difficult kind of headway in space to make at Fort Drum or with deploying units. There's all of this work that has to be invested inside the Department of Defense side of the equation for essentially awareness about what is a site. How does it need to be protected? Yes, we don't bulldoze that. Yes, that is a violation of international law. This is how it fits into the military mission. This is why you need to pay attention to it. The kind of basic questions that, in some ways everybody in this room is going to treat as red. They're simply not red there. And so, if we think about this as almost, there's a bit of an introductory piece to this that I think that since 2003, we've all found that we've had to embed in our own work and our own practice for those of us who are engaged in the space. Now, parallel to this broader kind of military effort, there's exactly what Lori just said about all of these heritage stewards who are themselves taking the underlying risk. And what's different and unique about that is there wasn't a system going back to 2003 how to reach those stewards locally, how to actually give them aid and support in the kind of work and practice. And it was only about 2013 that we began to really have models, funding structures. The international foundation community begins to take note of the work of these heritage stewards and to begin to model exactly how that can occur. And a lot of my own work, really since 2013 has been focused on that. How do you actually get international resources to these local heritage stewards who are in the middle of a conflict zone without necessarily relying on military support?
Right. So now, and we've made the point of heritage being defined by local communities. And we've also, especially in conflict zones, need to expand the definition of heritage way beyond the very strict definition that we would all traditionally think of as cultural property that's written in the Hague Convention. But it could be anything from modifying arid fields to grow crops, to naming all of the trees in an olive grove, or passing on a date palm plantation to your family. And also remembering natural heritage. And we have, for example, the flamingo revolution going on as we speak in Albania. And we're going to begin to see a connection between the way people behave around their monuments and military intelligence or predicting political futures around the world. And I included the crocodile because we were at a UNESCO or International Peacekeeping Conference in New Zealand. And a Scandinavian stability police officer, these are police who go to other parts of the world to train policemen in civil society practices. One of the Scandinavians shot a crocodile for a trophy, only to discover that this crocodile was sacred and someone's grandparent, and they had to be evacuated. And then we begin to see that balance and that connection, shared goals between the heritage stewards and the military people. Because if you have to evacuate your team, that's mission failure. And that is not, and that's the complete antithesis of the military goal as well. And I was extremely fortunate in working with the Most Deployed Division because my teachers were the deployed soldiers who had already been there, done that, and come home with the lessons learned. And so the very first question I ever had from a soldier was, Dr. Rush, what are we supposed to do when they shoot at us from the cemetery headstones? And that's what caused me to realize that our adversaries were using cultural property for tactical advantage in the conflict zone. So now we have the shared goal of making sure our soldiers understand that before they end up in that situation.
And I think that one meta-level theme that you can really draw out of this is that there is just an increasing tendency by certain governments and their militaries not to obey international humanitarian law when it comes to the laws of armed conflict. And so, sort of foreshadowing what you're going to see is it's not just, the sniper behind the cemetery headstone or from the minaret or from the church tower that perhaps we had thought of in times past. It's now actually looking at using these cultural heritage sites or other forms of cultural property more formally protected under international humanitarian law, specifically as a weapon in war.
Exactly. So when we find the common ground and to give ourselves that open door to working with personnel, we also teach them about how they can save their own lives by understanding the deployed landscape. So for example, the ancient water system of Afghanistan shown here, those were the, quote, Taliban tunnels that were surprising Western personnel. And also that ability to identify something sacred that doesn't have a big sign on it that says, I'm sacred. And if you damage it, you could be endangering everybody in your unit. Like the Tooth of the Dragon slain by Hazrat Ali to keep the Bamiyan Valley safe for the Hazara people. And so we made up training materials, we've made fake ruins, we made playing cards. I have some examples I can show you at lunch. And the International Blue Shield signage that indicates cultural property protected under international law. We also had success in Libya. They used the cultural property guidelines to reassure the Italians before the sorties from Trapani Air Base that the Roman cities would be saved. And when we were able to demonstrate that that's exactly what happened, there was good news coverage around the world, and that brought our Defense Intelligence Agency partners online. I remember one of their analysts saying, we had no idea people cared so much about this stuff. And so that enabled us to do a much better job with our no strike listing. And so one of the success stories we are proudest of is saving the city wall in Raqqa and the Baghdad Gate.
So I can say a little bit more, especially about the work in Raqqa here. As Lori is pointing to, there's an unusual set of partnerships that actually exist between subject matter experts in the academic community and many individuals in U.S. ICOMOS as well in having these conversations with the Department of Defense and the Defense Intelligence Agency to try and make sure that individual cultural sites are listed on the no-strike list. Now, there's a lot of complications about how a no-strike list is created, and there's a lot of different ways that this process has changed even in recent years. But the bottom line to it is this, is that these strong collaborations where individuals in the academic community can actually flag that there is a World Heritage Site or a local site that's especially important to get it on the list. This matters, and there's evidence. There's a really wonderful article by Dr. Catherine Hansen at the Smithsonian Institution about the actual visual evidence that is, not necessarily from Department of Defense communications, but you can actually see the steps taken by the liberating force at Raqqa when the city was liberated from ISIS to actually protect the wall and minimize damage to it. Those kinds of collaborations are deeply and fundamentally a success. They do mean, having these kinds of conversations and figuring out what lines and boundaries are to being able to do it. But without this kind of communication, something doesn't make the list. When we first had eyes on the no-strike list, when it came back to us, and this was going back to, I want to say, mid-2000s, Petra is not on the list. The pyramids of Giza aren't on the list. Major World Heritage Sites. The World Heritage Sites are not by default on the list. Being on the list fundamentally requires a subject matter expert engaged in these conversations to advocate for its inclusion. And I will dare say that a lot of what Lori and I have done, over the past 20 years together is being engaged in that kind of advocacy. Yes, I understand in this particular context, we're having a lot of discussion about, say, the UNESCO World Heritage List. But there's this whole other separate list engaged with whether or not sites are protected or not that's curated by the Defense Intelligence Agency that requires its own kind of separate attention.
And you also have to have military leaders who understand this concept. And at the time, the whole world was extremely fortunate in that Lieutenant General Walter Pyatt was the leader who was most involved in the coalition forces heading into Raqqa. And General Pyatt actually invited Dr. Hansen from the Smithsonian to brief the 10th Mountain Division prior to their deployment there. So when you had the model of the leader who is saying to all of the forces that are working for him, these issues matter and preservation matters, that also helps to achieve this kind of success. And ultimately, but we also have to remember that in order to remove ISIS from Raqqa, you had to get modern military vehicles through an ancient city wall. And that's where Dr. Hansen worked directly with the operations planners so that they could choose which city gates would need to be damaged in order to get a modern force into the interior of the city using methods that they're familiar with. We also have an example from Timbuktu, where, again, we have our adversaries that are using the heritage as for tactical advantage. And in this case, it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda leadership who put up their headquarters immediately adjacent to a listed mosque. And as a result, you have to be extremely careful about how you're going to attack their headquarters. And using aerial bombardment risks collateral damage to the World Heritage Site. So as a result, we have to ask the force to go in with a riskier, from their perspective, approach, and in this case it was a cannon or mobile big gun instead of aerial bombardment. So now we're going to move into more recent conflicts. And so Brian will have to humor me because Palmyra is one of my personal favorite examples of strategic military messaging that was completely misunderstood at NATO. So we have Palmyra, and we have the back and forth at Palmyra, and we have the Russians using Palmyra for political messaging with their orchestral concert there that was broadcast around the world and photographed. But we come to August of 2015, and I was in the unique position of providing cultural advice to 10th Mountain soldiers who were headed to Iraq, and their particular mission in 2015 was training militia and coalition and Iraqi and Syrian volunteers to retake all of the ISIS-controlled territory. And it was clear from talking with our soldiers and them discussing the mission that they needed to go because the militia wasn't ready. They weren't trained sufficiently to not just fight, but also be victorious. And ISIS also knew that. They knew that the militia wasn't ready. So what did they do? They go into Palmyra and they start blowing up one monument at a time. And why do I personally know that this was probably their motive? Because I also happened to go to a meeting at Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, where the European military leaders were being put under intense pressure from their political leaders to move too soon, because they were getting pressure from their populations, especially in France, because there's a special relationship between the French and Palmyra, to go rescue those monuments. And so if you look at the dates, you've got the destruction about a week apart because the ISIS wants the militia to come in and try and save Palmyra, but the militia isn't ready. And what's ironic is one of the reasons this strategy failed is because the Americans didn't care. They weren't pressuring our military leaders to move too soon. We had American soldiers who were like, put me in, coach, we want to go save Palmyra, but it was too soon.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Lori is absolutely right. I mean, the the very selective destruction at ISIS is really intended as a honey trap to trap both the militia and Western special forces in a quagmire. I mean, engaging in Palmyra would have been a military disaster, even though there was, I will say, there's now declassified, also the UK was putting intense pressure, as well as the French, to actually do an intervention there from the highest levels of the UK government. But for me, Lori will have to humor me, Palmyra is also something else. You all may remember in this period in 2015, ISIS beheads Khalid al-Assad, the long-serving director of the Palmyra Museum. And after his beheading, I was part of a group that actually worked to evacuate the remaining staff from the Palmyra Museum outside of ISIS-controlled territory. And so this was the first time that we had ever really thought about, okay, the safety of heritage stewards. I mean, I know that sounds very bad, but this was the first time it was really right up in front of our face. Like, how do you actually deal with this as a humanitarian problem? And their successful evacuation to Turkey, you know, I thought of at the time as a one-off, but the sequence of events that have happened since, obviously, 2015 have indicated that we have to be thinking a lot more about the personal safety and security of heritage stewards in these spaces.
And I cannot say enough about the leadership that Brian has demonstrated. He is the leading scholar in the United States that has stood up to physically rescue our colleagues who are in danger abroad, making sure that they have their visas, all the paperwork, the hours this gentleman spends dealing with the State Department and all of the bureaucracy that you don't even think about. Yeah, maybe we can get you on a flight here or there, but for a long-term meaningful rescue, it's an enormous challenge, and this is the person that's working on it.
Actually, that's very kind. That was not planned, but but I mean, I will say I have a wonderful team of wonderful colleagues. Currently, Corinne Muller at the University of Pennsylvania, formerly Gracie Golden at the University of Pennsylvania, who have been just in tremendous work in helping in this regard.
And sometimes getting them ready ahead of time when it's
Absolutely.
looking dicey. So we also need to be thinking, when we think about ISIS and these folks that use social media so effectively, in a previous slide, I showed you a beautiful monument in Mosul, and it had green lighting. And it was the tomb of the girl. It wasn't really a tomb of a girl, it was a tomb of an Islamic scholar. But the young ladies of Mosul believed, and when you talk about the connections you've talked about to places, the young ladies of Mosul thought it was the tomb of a young lady who had committed suicide because she'd been jilted by her lover. And so they would go there to pray for a boyfriend. And one of the first things ISIS did when they took over Mosul was to bulldoze and eliminate the tomb of the girl. But we had a colleague at Defense Intelligence Agency, and we were having a meeting one day, and he goes, by the way, do you guys know what's happening in the plaza where the tomb of the girl once stood? And he had seen in satellite photos that the young ladies of Mosul were continuing to gather there, even under the dangers of ISIS occupation. So now we fast forward to Mosul after it's been retaken, and the ISIS guys have set up the situation with their movies. And actually, Brian, you can attest to the fact that the movies were pretty fake.
I'll come in after you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But what they do is they frame the post-conflict dialogue. So everyone's seen damage to the museum, and so the Louvre and the Smithsonian and all the well-meaning people around the world create projects and make rebuilding the Mosul Museum a priority without asking anyone in Mosul if that was the priority. So that even though we know, and even General Pyatt discovered, that recovering heritage in Mosul was in the top 10, along with sewage and food and water, the Mosul Museum was not in the top list.
So I'll add a little bit of context here, because the Mosul Museum project, went through several phases of sort of its existence, which sort of create this interesting kind of transition point, and I think help exemplify what Lori's saying and some of these broader problems about ISIS's framing. ISIS I mean, the videos of ISIS that came out of Mosul make it seem like they destroyed everything in the museum. ISIS didn't. ISIS stole material from the museum and staged it to look like a destruction event. That framed the international media around it as this destruction event, and everybody still talks about it as a destruction event, and not probably a theft resembling the Order of the Isabella Stewart Gardner, which is what it was. And so ISIS created this really interesting sort of cast to this that then there is response to. And the response, I would say, is varied. In that immediate moment following liberation, there was really no question that the community priority was the Mosul Museum. Like, we heard that loud and clear, actually, from Iraqis in Mosul and colleagues, with, I will also say, the exception of the shrine, and the shrine kind of got forgotten. But then what happens over time is that this becomes a Western project. This doesn't become an Iraqi project. And especially as major international donors begin to actually amplify their discussion about it, and especially as this project moves actually from the orbit of a coalition of institutions to a project that the Louvre runs. And that kind of transition, I will say, definitely resulted in this localized kind of undermining of, wait a minute, that's actually what the West does. That's actually not what we do. And this interesting kind of local reframing about what is important around Mosul. So going from a moment of really intense local interest to going to a moment where it fell off the priority list, which was really interesting to me to actually watch, kind of like being in at the start of this and then not later, about how this particular project really transitioned in the public discussions about Mosul. And I think it's become a really interesting kind of like case in point about what recovery and what intervention looks like at the start versus how actually things evolve, and a broader kind of lesson for us, for recovery and cultural recovery more broadly.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting, in discussing with our students in Rome, and we were also talking about Aleppo and the Syrian recovery, and of course with a female faculty member and many female students, and we talked about how would we ask for community engagement. And our students said, well, and we'd have community meetings and we would involve everyone. And then our Syrian colleagues said, women too, so you're going to disrupt the traditional approach of how communities work. And so there's the dynamic. Cultural heritage recovery is not easy.
Cultural heritage recovery is very difficult, and one of the things that I've seen start to develop again, this was sort of the start of Mosul, maybe not at the end, but I've definitely seen in Syrian contexts and elsewhere too, is that there are communities of interest that begin to cohere around specific cultural sites, and they tend to be mixed gender. And they tend to be, I would say, cross-class. They're not just cultural heritage experts, but they're sometimes just someone who lives a few blocks away and is really passionate about that museum. And in terms of community engagement, especially around museums in recovery, those are the communities to start looking for. And because those are essentially the passionate local stewards who are going to be invested in that kind of recovery in these spaces. They're there, and they're oftentimes, as Lori said, being willing to put themselves at risk to do some good work at the museum. And I think that the other sort of lesson is sort of paradoxically to that kind of community engagement that we learned less so at Mosul, but some other damaged museums in Iraq, definitely Afghanistan and definitely Syria, and sadly we're seeing play out daily in Ukraine, is that museums and libraries create a few special problems actually for recovery. There really is a golden hour to them, that there has to be some engagement in that golden hour in order to do the recovery. It's like after human life is stabilized, but before the HVAC system blows up and floods everything, and everything is gone because of mold. I mean, or the list goes on about the potential, like just buildings calamities, which all of you know better than me, that can actually happen in these kinds of spaces. And so your recovery then runs paradoxically between knowing that actually you have certain institutional structures that actually require some emergency expert intervention, otherwise you lose a collection, with these other kind of community priorities. So it becomes an interesting kind of juggling match that I think we're still working out in real time, because at the end of the day, as an orientation toward practice, what Lori and I are going to preach is making sure that we're actually invested in the cultural sites in a conflict zone that have the most community concern.
And now looking at some of the adversarial activity, this is a map of all of the Russian monuments in the Baltic states. And we see rhetoric coming out of Russia that any sort of approach to moving or changing these monuments, somewhat similar to what's been going on with Confederate monuments in the US, will be viewed very unfavorably by Putin and the leaders of the Soviet Union. And we had a huge example in Estonia and Tallinn back in 2007, I think it was, where they actually wanted to respectfully move the bronze soldier, and they had a special park all set up in another location because this soldier is viewed as an oppressive monument, and they didn't want him downtown anymore. And the response from Russia was an enormous cyber attack, which actually shut down the government of Estonia, and was a huge lesson in terms of Western military activity, and began to coin the term hybrid warfare, where all aspects of attack come onto the table. And we also do see in the Ukraine, and when you have identity conflict, you begin to see the cultural institutions immediately targeted. And it's interesting, I had a student of mine who's now, during the invasion of Ukraine, was an advisor at Strategic Air Command in Louisiana. And her military bosses were all trying to anticipate Russian adversarial action based on what they would do as a military planner. And so their list of primary targets were things like power plants, which were attacked, and infrastructure and traditional military targets. And Madison, Captain Wells, went to the three-star general and said, "Sir, you're going to need to put your museums on the list of military targets," and was able to actually adjust the U.S. planning in response to those activities.
And what I would also say is that the risk that we're actually seeing to cultural sites as direct targets, is something that we're starting to see cropped up in other kinds of spaces too. There was a public announcement last summer by Scotland Yard about a GRU unit that's actually been tasked with identifying civilian sites for targeting by the Russian military in the Ukraine conflict.
And you can see an example of what happens to some of the Soviet monuments in various occupied countries. This is my personal vandalism favorite. And the Russians were attempting retribution for that behavior. And we can begin to see in even perhaps more subtle ways how monuments can be used to destabilize local communities. So I highly recommend Ben Taub's article in The New Yorker if you want to understand Russian behavior. And it's focused on a little village called Kirkenes, Norway. And part of what's going on up there is that you have this phenomenon of Saint Tryphon, who is worshipped along the coast. And the Russians are beginning to renovate churches. And so they're beginning to use the monuments as a way to sort of express territoriality in these neighborhoods. And they're rebuilding all his crosses along the coastline. So then you begin to have concerns about what their longer range plans might be. And in the meantime, too, they've convinced the citizens of Kirkenes to become increasingly divided over whose families were partisans with the Russians during World War II versus whose families were not, and how were these partisan families treated, to the point where you can actually go on YouTube and watch a fight between the mayor of Kirkenes and the Russian emissary over who's going to put the flowers on the monument to the partisans. So it's an issue. And we have the Chinese also now beginning to go back. This is their brand new underwater archaeology ship, where they're attempting to use the archaeology to make their case for territoriality in the South China Sea and their alternative versions of how the Chinese have behaved in the past in this region. So you can, now moving into the present, we can use monuments as a form of military intelligence. This is prior to the invasion of Ukraine, but it's a Washington Post map where when the president of Ukraine said, we're going to take down all the Lenin statues, you could actually map at the very local level the political feeling of the villagers based on whether or not their Lenin statue went down. And last November, I gave a talk on monuments and intelligence, and I said, watch these buildings in Belgrade, and it will tell you the future of the Serbian president. And what had happened is that Trump Incorporated saw these two damaged buildings right downtown in Belgrade, very high-value real estate, and they have been left as monuments to the NATO bombing of Belgrade. These are monumental structures, and the Trumps proposed tearing them down and building a hotel. And the president of Serbia nearly lost his job. But you will find that there is no hotel now, and the monuments are standing.
I think another, in sort of the broad summary of what we're looking at, I mean, across these increased risks, in the Balkans, in China, in the Arctic, in many ways, this is all reflective of essentially the phenomena that we've been tracking now and watching now in Georgia and Ukraine, and it's just now coming to Eastern Europe, and we're now seeing it just taking place in these other spaces. I mean, we talk about monument wars in the United States, but we're seeing this now at a totally different level and the kind of information warfare really in Eastern Europe. And the sad truth of it is, I mean, we're, as cultural stewards, I'm not sure that any of us wake up in the morning thinking about essentially what kind of security vulnerabilities that we have. That's not a natural thing. That's not what I teach my students. I mean, Lori, that's not what we teach our students per se. We're thinking about, what our responsibility and what our fidelity is for future generations. And so in thinking about that, we're not necessarily thinking about this from the point of view of an adversary or a point of view of a perpetrator that is deliberately trying to destroy something or to destroy someone's cultural identity. And this is a real concern because international actors have found, malign actors have found, that they can use these kinds of security vulnerabilities in places like the cultural sector to affect their own long-range strategic information changes and to change the information space. And I mean, Russia is quite explicit about its intention in this regard. And this is something that we're, I think, just waking up to, just becoming sensitive to, in terms about how we think about even responding institutionally, organizationally, and in terms of broader practice.
So now moving to the current conflict in Iran, you can see the use of blue shields and you'll notice they're out on the ground because the idea is also indicating that these are protected properties and should be spared from aerial bombardment. And I want to thank Manoush Saroush, who is running the University of Chicago Camel Center for Ancient Middle East Landscape. And she's got an interactive map. So you can go to her map and you can click on it and you can see the damage that is currently going on as we speak in Iran. And each one of these yellow dots will even expand into more and more specific spaces. So this is her Heritage Watch. And I've chosen a specific one. This one is out on the Afghan border. It's a beautiful island with Parthian ruins. I've been having a hard time finding military targets in the vicinity of some of these places. The best I could do here was perhaps a border patrol base, but it's very difficult to explain why on earth Western forces would be dropping any sort of ordnance out on this outer reach of eastern Iran. But we want to look at Isfahan. And so Mernoush provided a map of the Isfahan historic area, and then she provided similar maps of Florence and Rome, so you can get a sense of Isfahan's role as a very, very historic city. And so the governor's office, the orange target, was the target, but you can see that it's part of the historic district and actually is in a historic building. And the Israeli forces decided that they were going to drop a 2,000-pound bomb on the governor's office. And so there's an excellent article by Reuters that Mernoush cooperated in creating, and it shows what happens when you drop a 2,000-pound bomb in the vicinity of an historic area. And so we can see the blast zone, and then their rendering of what happens to the buildings within that orange circle, and you can see that the buildings are very, very vulnerable and begin to collapse. And so this is what the historic buildings look like after they've been hit by what we would call collateral damage.
And so one of the points that we've made sort of throughout this, and this is actually something that goes back to the MFAA and the monuments officers too in the Second World War, those photographs of Florence and Rome are not irrelevant here, is that there's long been choice of ordnance when it comes to attacking a legitimate military target. And making choices about military ordnance in order to deliberately not create adverse collateral damage when it comes to a protected zone like a heritage space.
Exactly. So what I wanted to do is share with you what it looks like when it's done correctly. So this is the entrance doorway of Uday Hussein's house in Baghdad. And you can see it's looking like it's not in too bad a shape. We're standing there getting ready to go in. And this is where the precision weapon came through the ceiling of Uday Hussein's living room. So just like the governor of Isfahan was being targeted, Uday, who was not a very nice guy, was also being targeted. Our US weapon goes through the ceiling of his living room and blows it up. And this is our fabulous colleague, Dr. Brian Rose. But you'll notice this building is still so structurally sound that we're messing around inside of it. And that even though the living room is completely blown up, the room next door still has its paintings on the walls and is relatively intact. And so what's so frustrating is that it can be done. There are military targets, and we understand that, but when the proper planning and the right munitions are selected and used effectively, that damage can be minimized and these heritage sites can be saved. And with that, we're happy to have questions.
Thank you very much. I see there's a question down on the front. I think there's a microphone coming to you.
Thank you. Fascinating and sobering discussion. I was interested to know more about this connection between knowing what's important and where it is and the lists, the do not strike list, and this attention that we've all been placing on inventories and, when you don't have inventories and things are destroyed, how challenging it is to either plan for the sort of work you're talking about or deal with recovery. And places do increasingly have inventories, but it still seems to be that there's a gap between their accessibility for the purposes of what you're talking. I mean, we've got World Heritage List, we know where the stuff is, there's all sorts of maps that are associated with them. So what is the challenge between the connection between those two things, or is it in the areas that we're talking about they don't have good inventories, are they not accessible? I mean, what's the challenge that still seems to be repeating itself to make that work better?
I think we both may have like a piece to this. So let me give you sort of my thought on this, is that there was a moment when the U.S. Committee of the Blue Shield and had, I would say, a much more direct kind of connection with the Defense Intelligence Agency, which I think Lori can speak to much better. it's that, and the thing about the list, the no-strike list that the U.S. government was curating at the time, or DIA was curating at the time, is that it did require some expert knowledge to transfer that information, vetted as an expert. So if there's a local list, if that local list doesn't come to a U.S. national expert, that U.S. national can't transmit that list to the U.S. military. Citizenship matters here an awful lot. And so that is, I think, one challenge. There's a secondary challenge that has emerged, and that kind of like one-to-one correlation between what DIA was doing formally and targeting inside DoD has also changed particularly radically in recent years, and particularly with this administration. And so there are now multiple steps that go into actually preparing a list when it comes to military targeting, and DIA no longer has total control over, I mean, just because something is on a list in DIA no longer means it's on the no-strike list. Those are separately curated now. And honestly, this is something we're still trying to actually understand, these kinds of developments, so that way we can be proactive in our own advocacy. I mean, we understand that there's a problem in list ingestion, and being able to transfer that information, and also a trust issue that's vast here, especially after Iran. But all of that said, there's other sort of nuts and bolts concerns that I have particularly right now.
Well, and that's one reason too why I emphasized the role of the informed combatant commander and that person's ability to make wise decisions about targeting questions. And also, there's a much different dynamic between aerial bombardment and ground force activity. And so, yes, lists are relatively easy during the targeting process when it's aerial bombardment. When you have forces on the ground, then all those other aspects like the tooth of the dragon and the day palm groves and so on come into play for your ground forces, because they're the ones that are going to be vulnerable if they inadvertently infuriate the local population. Then they create more enemies than they started with. So there's those complexity in the question. There is also the challenge of one person's no-strike list is the adversarial target list. So those kinds of questions also become a huge challenge.
I have a couple of questions. Going back to the no-strike list, how can we help to expand that no-strike list based upon the information we already have? For instance, I think you mentioned that a lot of World Heritage sites are just not on that strike list in those particular countries.
Oh.
And,
I would say go ahead.
No, I think
well, and then let me ask the second question, then I'll shut up. How do you get into these situations where you have active fighting and people shooting at you, and what clearances do you have and protection and all that? I mean, how do you do that?
How do I get myself in these situations? I try and avoid these situations personally. But
I guess if you get the opportunity, you can't say no when you have your colleagues that are putting their lives on the line. I mean, it was very difficult, and my husband and I had a very serious conversation about my going into conflict zones. But he appreciates that the work is important, and so you just take a deep breath and.
I mean, I will say, I think we both try to avoid situations where there's essentially active shooting. That's not the moment for any of the cultural heritage preservation work. Essentially, the community of practitioners here are called second responders in terms of like international policy. And first responders, you're thinking about military, you're thinking about the emergency humanitarian intervention for life. We've long advanced the notion that cultural sites are a form of critical infrastructure, critical civilian infrastructure, which falls into that second responder category. They're the people who show up not the day that the shots were fired, but the day after shots stopped being fired, when the situation is a little dicey. And I 100% agree with Lori. These are the moments where we do feel like we need to be supportive of our colleagues in these spaces. And oftentimes our colleagues will ask us. I mean, it's not like we're parachuting down into these spaces, because we're trying to be heroes. We're really trying to be responsive to local heritage stewards who are asking for assistance in some kind of way, shape, or form. And I know that, look how tall I am. I'm sitting up here and there's a target on my head just because of my height. I'm very conscious of the fact that if I'm going to go into an environment, I may attract more attention than is actually safe for my colleagues. And so there are all kinds of judgments and considerations that actually go into whether or not we're actually physically there. And I think one of the other lessons here is that there is so much that you can do that also does not involve your physical presence of actually being there. And that's, I think, one of our long-term lessons too, is that the ability to actually be, kind of on the phone, being able to actually be that constant kind of set of guidance or source of information or source of support is, I find, oftentimes what matters greatly. Now, in terms of the question of how to be more involved in list making, I highly recommend being in touch with the U.S. Committee of the Blue Shield that has been doing, under Lori's leadership so much, has been doing really heroic work, really trying to negotiate the difficulties with DIA and trying to actually really improve that list. There's a question behind you I want to turn to, and I think we're probably going to need to go to lunch after that.
Thank you so much for such a fascinating talk. I hate to stand between lunch, but I do want to say that just for those of us who are really fascinated, don't know anything about this, the international community must have lists. I'm just wondering, is it something the UN handles and/or war crimes? I'm thinking of how, we of course have humanitarian, but do we have the concept of cultural war crimes committed by a nation? Is there, anywhere there's a shield that's not red, white, or blue, but just, as we talked about earlier, planetary, universal?
That is a very good question. And a lot of it matters on the jurisdiction where the conflict is taking place and the specific facts and circumstances of the conflict and the specific facts and circumstances of what a potential tribunal would have. So there was very famously before the ICC the conviction of Ahmed al-Mahdi for attacking the shrines in Timbuktu. That precedent no longer holds. There was a second case that no one pays attention to that was brought, in which the same charges were brought. On appeal, the trial court held that, actually, he should never have been charged. And so al-Mahdi has just chosen never to appeal his conviction, but his conviction would be vacated were he to appeal. So I don't have a great deal of optimism around the al-Mahdi precedent in any way, shape, or form, and therefore the viability of the ICC as a court of venue for any kind of cultural crime. There were cultural convictions or cultural crimes related to crimes against humanity and genocide, where evidence of cultural destruction was used in the prosecutions to demonstrate crimes against humanity and genocide. I have far more optimism about that particular framing of cultural crimes. And recently, in the United States, there has been an expanded version of war crimes passed by the U.S. Congress that would be relevant in a broad context, including Ukraine, for attacking cultural sites. The simple fact of attacking a site that has a blue shield really is not going to be enough. There's a lot of other facts and circumstances that go into any individual kind of case.
But that's also why the work that Manoush is doing is so important, because to have any traction at all in terms of prosecution over the long term, the evidence has to be forensic. It's got to be the quality that you can bring before a judge. And so keeping track of it, being timely, and being able to document what happened is really critical.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you all. I like that.
Hi, folks. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. If you have some time on your hand, could you go out and get the feral cats and round them up and bring them in? We only have 2 more sessions today, and then it's all over. Oh, I know. Well, there's lots to see here if you want to hang out. Destry, it's good to see you. Anything happening interesting right now? Oh, God. Totally. How'd you guys come up with the term lightning?
I had participated in lightning talks when I was in grad school, and so that's how I became familiar with the concepts.
Yeah, we had a thing in the American Institute of Architects that we used to call Spark Forums. And we would just call a bunch of guys up the day before and say, can you come on over to University of California or whatever, or SD to meet in an architect's office, and we'd just have a forum talk about things. You know, no preview or anything. Aren't we on session 10? Yeah. That's session 10, isn't it? Oh, session 9? Ooh, geez. I'm so screwed up here. Here we go. No, I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for the session 9 one. Oh. Okay. I'll just introduce Diana then. She can do it. Okay. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and we'll begin. This session is going to be moderated by Diana, which you've met, 4 times so far? And this is really going to be good. The graduate students' lightning talks, I think, are going to find you really stimulating. And, of course, they're all lined up like little pigeons here, so we'll bring them up and let them do their thing. Diana, take it away.
Thank you. So I want to draw your attention to my slide there. This morning, right outside the building, as our 3 days of shared work draw to a close, a juvenile red-tailed hawk was perched on Independence Hall. And I think it's safe to say that it is one of the most storied structures in this nation, a site that carries the weight of declarations of contested freedoms, of a republic still in the process of becoming. And there, our avian friend sat, scanning the horizon with exactly the kind of unflinching panoramic vision that we have been calling for in our field all week, or for these 3 days. I am a public historian. I am also a mother to a 12-year-old ornithologist who has taught me to see birds, and by extension, the world differently. He has restored my faith in humanity and my hope for the future. In many indigenous traditions, that the hawk is a guardian, a being whose power lies not only in its speed, but in its ability to see the mouse in the grass and the entire valley at the same time. And that is, if you think about it, exactly what we are asking heritage practitioners to do. To hold the specific, the particular, the community, the archive, the buried foundation, the living tradition, and at the same time to keep lifting their eyes toward a horizon that is shared and in motion and still being shaped. The symposium theme this year is Shared Heritage, Shared Future, and the group you are about to hear from are not the next generation anymore. They are the generation. They are already doing the work in classrooms, in communities, in archives, in the field. They are asking the harder questions about who gets to define heritage, who has been erased from it, and what it would mean to build something more honest and more equitable in its place. A perched hawk is never simply resting. It is calculating. It is ready. And so are they. Please join me in welcoming our inaugural graduate student lightning talk presenters. Thank you. And the first 4 students, please come to the front.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Lee House, and I am a PhD candidate at the University of Michigan, studying architectural history and theory. I have a background with a dual master's in historic preservation and architecture, and after working for about 5 years in the professional realm, I wanted to take some of these kind of existential questions that we all develop working within these historic communities and kind of get a better understanding of what it really means when communities have lost elements of their heritage, how it impacts them on a psychological and even a spiritual level. So the title of my dissertation, always tentatively, is Heritage in the Time of Solastalgia. The concept of solastalgia was actually coined by environmental philosopher Glenn Albrecht in 2005 to 2007 as a portmanteau of nostalgia and solace, or nostalgia and desolation. So Glenn Albrecht actually developed the concept as a way of better understanding the desolation that individuals feel in reaction to environmental destruction, particularly in the Australian communities that he studied of open-cut mining and many of the Australian wildfires that devastated the environmental landscape. Within his research, he ascribed connections to the built environment as well, particularly with a focus on gentrification. However, within the realm of the built environment, we can see very easy connections to how we can take the same concept of solastalgia and apply it to both tangible and intangible heritage, and particularly even the potential to incorporate the idea of lost heritage as intangible heritage and how that impacts many of the communities that have lost both their built heritage or even the places and spaces of their community culture. So part of my research actually focuses on linguistic phenomenology, as you can see here. Some of my methods for data collection, of course, always evolving, particularly as I'm in the year of my research, incorporating semi-structured interviews, community workshops, and integrating that with memory mapping, synthesizing it and comparing it to what are called historic loss scales. So within my phenomenological inquiry, I have been evaluating 2 post-industrial communities, although obviously this concept of solastalgia and solastalgic-based heritage can be applied to a wide range of heritage that we study across the world. My research builds on Olin Dotson's Fourth World Theory, and incorporates the analysis of these post-industrial communities, focusing on the historic neighborhood of Midwest Tireman in Detroit, which unfortunately, due to outmigration and the blight elimination program, has lost many of its neighborhood heritage, and the historic Appalachian community of Lynch, Kentucky, which, following the abandonment of U.S. Steel's coal mining operations, actually demolished many of these civic buildings. So here you can see that much of my research will be integrating community workshops and cooperative inquiry, in which the research is actually developed in partnership with these communities, so that way they can better understand the existential meaning of this loss to them and how they want to apply this knowledge to future preservation and heritage management practices. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Foshi. I'm a doctoral candidate at George Washington University, and I'm going to try to briefly summarize my entire dissertation for you, tentatively called the Remembering the Lenox Theater. Are we able to get the slide? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. So during this conference, we've heard a lot about the power of intangible heritage and the importance of cultural memory in preserving historic spaces. But what happens when memory is all we have left of a space? Can the work of preservation continue when a physical space is lost? And if so, what does that work look like? My research is based around this question and centers on community voices and cultural memories surrounding Augusta, Georgia's Lenox Theater. For those of you who do not know, the Lenox Theater was a cultural hub in the heart of what was known as the Golden Blocks. This was the name given to the segregated Black business district of Augusta, Georgia, which is now the Laney Walker Historic District. The Lenox Theater served as a center for social life, entertainment, and community events in the early 20th century until its closure in the mid-60s. And local legend has it that soul singer James Brown won his first talent show there, which sparked his lifelong love of music. Upon the theater's opening in 1921, the Augusta Chronicle wrote of the theater, "This is, quote, the finest, most beautiful, and the best equipped theater in this country owned and operated by colored people," end quote. The theater was acquired by the city via tax lien in 1972 and was subsequently torn down. Based on interviews with locals in the Augusta community, what I have found is that memory of the theater is severely bifurcated, and historical narratives surrounding the theater tend to fall along the color line. City tourism efforts often promote a feel-good narrative centered on musical legend James Brown, whereas local residents view the vacant site where the theater once stood as a symbol of loss, racial retaliation, and economic divestment from the community. Some residents view the destruction of the theater as retaliation to the 1970 Augusta race riots, which were the largest urban uprising in the Deep South during the Civil Rights era. In my dissertation, I argue that the vacant lot is not truly empty, but rather the maintained vacancy of this space serves a material purpose. It functions as a performative space. It is a blank screen and a site of enacted memory, where the theater's history continues to be negotiated. By understanding this vacancy as being actively rather than passively maintained, we can understand how the absence of a structure allows various and sometimes conflicting historical narratives to be projected onto this site. In other words, while the site remains empty, the historical narrative remains in flux, and the question as to what comes next for the Lenox Theater cannot be answered until it is decided as to what this space means and to whom. Ultimately, this research reflects the fallibility of memory. It examines the difficulty of reconstructing the not-there-ness of a lost historical space, while also navigating how power and privilege shape collective remembrance. That's all.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sharon Salgado Martinez, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Southern California. My research focuses on indigenous histories and indigenous heritage in the United States and Mexico. When most people think of Palm Springs, they picture luxury resorts, a desert vacation destination for the rich and famous, mostly celebrities that just want to escape the hustle and bustle of Los Angeles. Yet, long before Palm Springs became an internationally recognized tourist city, it was and continues to be Sakhe, the ancestral and homeland of the Agua Caliente band of Cahuilla Indians. My presentation is called Building Paradise, Erasing Home, and this is part of a research that I have done during my PhD studies. So a current question that came with this research is what happens when indigenous heritage is erased from both the landscape and the historical record? I explore this question through the history of Section 14, a tribally owned land that was once home to indigenous families and communities of color, many of whom work in Palm Springs' growing hospitality industry during the mid-20th century. In 1966, after years of pressure from city officials, developers, and a federal conservatorship system that severely limited the tribe's authority over its own land, Section 14 was destroyed, as you can see in the picture in the middle. Homes were burned and bulldozed, displacing hundreds of residents. Although this event has often been framed as an urban renewal project or a civil rights issue, I argue that it should also be understood as a destruction of an indigenous cultural landscape. The loss of Section 14 was not simply the loss of homes. It also represented the erasure of community memory, indigenous presence, and the native sovereignty from one of California's most recognizable cities. Methodologically, my research also asks whose voices are preserved in history. I began this project at the USC archives, where I examined the Hilton McKay papers. While this collection provides valuable documentation, it largely presents the history from McCabe's perspective. Hilton McCabe was a judge that was the main responsible of putting conservators to indigenous people in Palm Springs. And he included very few indigenous noises, and he mostly paternalized and patronized these voices. So the absence made it clear to me that this story could not be told without the perspectives of the Agua Caliente people themselves. Through this work, I had the privilege of interviewing Sean Milanovich, a member of the Agua Caliente band of Cahuilla Indians, a scholar, and a professor of the University of California, Riverside. He's also the son of former tribal chairman Richard Milanovich, who is the main person responsible of making the tribe succeed. And he generally shared his personal experiences and reflections on the history and legacy of Section 14. By bringing together his oral history with archival documents, historical photographs, and contemporary footage of the landscape, I produced a 15-minute documentary that shares this history accessible to a broader public, creating publicly engaged scholarship as an important part of my commitment to public history. Today, the Agua Caliente Bano Cahuilla Indias has reclaimed this history through its museum exhibition, as you can see, called Section 14, The Untold Story at the Agua Caliente Cultural Museum. This brings me to my final question. What does it mean for indigenous communities to reclaim their heritage after displacement? I see this exhibition as an act of indigenous heritage stewardship rather than allowing outsiders or outside institutions to define the meaning of Section 14. After 60 years, the tribe has reclaimed authority of its own history, its own heritage, and the interpretation of its past. Ultimately, Section 14 reminds us that heritage is not simply about preserving the past. It is also about who has the power to tell that past and whose stories will shape our collective future. Thank you so much, and you can access the short documentary I was able to create to that QR code. Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you all for coming to this session. My name is Eileen, and I'm a student in the Masters of Historic Preservation program at the Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York. Today, I will be presenting my research from the fall 2025 semester titled 105 Mercer Street and Prostitution in 19th Century Soho, a Shamed Historical Record. My semester-long project started with a single-family house in the Soho district of New York City, which is pictured in the map on the left of the slide. The New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission designated the Soho Cast Iron Historic District in 1973, which is also a National Register Historic District. 105 Mercer Street, pictured on the slide, was a boarding house and a prostitution venue in the late 19th and early 20th century, in what was at the time one of several red light districts in New York City. Through historical documentation, including medical reports, including the one pictured on the lower left of the slide, newspaper articles, and advertisements, I found a manifestation in legal frameworks that criminalize sex work today. These sources reveal that sex workers have been symbolized as emblems of social vice since the 19th century. During this time, progressive era reformers within civic, religious, and government sectors treated sex workers as stakes in the side of public morality. One prominent physician, George Nealand, an author of an official city government report, characterized sex workers as, quote, not as a class given to introspection or self-analysis. They are, as a rule, incapable of this, even if they try, end quote. My thesis proposes an opportunity to resist a static historical record, to transform public memory and popular opinion of sex workers through what I call memorialization as activism. Today, prostitution remains illegal and unregulated in most parts of the world, including most of the United States with the exception of certain counties in Nevada. The illegal status of the industry forces workers to operate in the unregulated and unprotected bowels of the underground economy. Yet I argue that the nature of one's work and the degree of social legitimacy should not determine whether workers receive basic protections. Sex workers Juno Mack and Molly Smith state in their book, pictured on the slide, Revolting Prostitutes, that sex workers' rights should, quote, hinge on workers' rights to safety, not on the purported social value of their work. In historic preservation, we learn that memorials to historic events, people, or topics can incite calls to action. This is why a memorial is needed to reflect on how sex workers' voices are silenced in the historical record. As you can see in the image on the right-hand side of the slide, I modeled a projection of sex workers' anonymized words onto the buildings where they historically labored, considering how their voices can be recentered in present-day narratives. Writing their words into the record would help undo the archival silence from the perspectives of sex workers themselves. In this way, place-based memorialization can be an agent of redemption on granting sex workers the visibility and platform they need for action. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prakriti Bandari, a PhD candidate at UTSA. I have my background on historic preservation and architecture. I completed my master's in historic preservation degree from UT Austin and did my undergrad in architecture from Nepal. Today, I'll be presenting a research titled Preserving the Past, Informing the Future, a scientific study of Puebloan mortar as an intangible indigenous heritage. The study was conducted as a part of the Center for Culture and Sustainability 4-year National Park Service project evaluating the structural integrity of Cliff Palace under the principal investigator William Dupont and Dr. Angela Lombardi. Cliff Palace is the largest ancestral Puebloan village situated in Mesa Verde National Park, Colorado, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The picture on the bottom left is a glimpse of a Cliff Palace. The structures that you can see were built in late 12th to 13th century, predominantly a stone masonry construction. There is no non-documentation of the construction techniques used by ancient Puebloan builders. However, this knowledge can be extracted from the archive that is the structure itself. It is like a long-lost family recipe that you want to record and revive. To do that, we must understand how all ingredients blend. The purpose of the study was to determine the composition of the mortar to understand its mechanical strength. Through proper tribal consultation with the help of our colleagues at National Park Service, we collected the mortar samples presented on that map. We performed macroscopic and microscopic analysis of it. This analysis basically led to uncover the embedded intangible heritage of ancient Puebloan construction technique. We use the methods, scientific methods such as sieve analysis, hydrological methods, techniques such as SEM, EDS, XRD, and Raman to understand the composition of mortar. The analysis indicates that Puebloan builders optimized mortar performance by carefully selecting the local clays, kaolinite, especially the scientific name of that clay is kaolinite, fibers, charcoal, ceramics, and calcite. We can see those in the pictures, the larger inclusions that has the broken pottery, ceramic pieces in it. And these additions to the mortar improved the durability of the mortar. It also enhanced and reduced the shrinkage and improved the hydraulic properties, demonstrating an advanced empirical understanding of the material behavior and indigenous construction technology that entails the story of architecture without the architects. They were brilliant builders and with the phenomenal knowledge of the local building materials around them. We also presented these findings of the study to 27 descendant tribes using the preservation as an information tool. So it's not just the study that was done and stayed with the university. We transferred it to the tribal communities as well. And thank you for the opportunity to share this research. This study is just a glimpse of a work that we do in UTSA CCS to connect people, place, and preservation, focusing to uncovering and learning from the frozen intangible heritage, such as the building itself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadia Naji. I'm a PhD student in environmental design and planning at the University of Georgia. Today, I will talk about my master's thesis on adaptive reuse, place attachment, and shared heritage in Athens, Georgia. My main idea is simple. It's adaptive reuse doesn't just succeed by saving an old building. It succeeds when visible traces of the past and new social life work together. In preservation, we often talk about historic materials, integrity, and design. These are very important, but my research asks a more human question. After a historic building is reused, how do people experience it? To explore this question, I studied the former Snow Tire Company building in downtown Athens, Georgia. Now it is reused as Creature Comforts Brewery. For my method, I used a qualitative case study. I conducted semi-structured interviews, field observation, and visual and material analysis. Then I analyzed the data through RTA, reflexive thematic analysis. My findings showed that place attachment didn't come from one single factor. It came from the relationship between the old fabric and the new use. First, visible historic traces help anchor memory and identity. People notice the industrial character, the open layout, the large windows, the signs, and the material traces of the old snow tire building. These details help the place feel rooted in local history, not just like a new brewery building. Second, social programming. It helps create connectedness and belonging. The building is not only a place to drink beer, it also hosts events, gatherings, markets, and community activities. These uses bring different people into the space and make the building part of everyday life in Athens. Third, spatial openness and visible brewing supported a feeling of authenticity. Visitors can see production, movement, and activity inside the building. This matters because the new use still connects to the industrial identity of the site, and the building continues to feel like a place of work, production, and social activities and social exchange. So the most important finding is heritage fabric and social life work together, not separately. Historic traces give the place memory. Social programming gives the place life, and I describe this relationship as curated continuity. By curated continuity, I mean an adaptive reuse process where visible traces of the past, compatible new use, and everyday social rhythms work together to sustain a sense of place. In addition to what historic material was kept, we should also ask, does the reused building support community life? Does it help people feel connected to the past? Or does it create new memories without erasing older ones? And in the case of Creature Comfort, the answer is yes, because the building's historic fabric, open design, visible production, and community programming all work together to create pride, connectedness, and belonging. So my final point is that shared heritage is not only something we preserve from the past, it is also something we continue to make through everyday life. Adaptive use can help historic buildings remain meaningful when old traces and new social life support each other. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Noor Jafar, and I'm a PhD student in architecture at the University of Pennsylvania. I also have professional degrees in architecture, city planning, and historic preservation with a focus on architectural conservation. My ever-evolving research focuses on themes of post-colonialism, coloniality, decolonization, and critical heritage theory and policy. My research began as a fascination with the Ahmadi Shopping Center, located in Ahmadi, Kuwait, the company oil town developed in 1947 by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, better known today as British Petroleum or BP Oil. The shopping center was a peculiar development. You see, the multi-million-dollar building was commissioned and funded by BP in 1958, but not for the British and American executives of the Kuwait Oil Company, like they had with their exclusive grocery store located in the segregated neighborhoods just up north in town. This shopping mall, which is arguably the first retail prototype in concrete construction, stepping away from traditional markets and bazaars, was a gift from BP to the government of Kuwait. A timely gift, if you think about it, as the aftermath of the Suez Canal crisis saw a rise in anti-British sentiment. Coupled with many colonies seeking independence, the British Empire could not risk losing Kuwait as a territory as well. My research came to the conclusion that the shopping center was a peace offering. While a great one, Kuwait became independent in 1960, the same year the mall was completed, ironically enough. My master's thesis focused on the shopping mall. So if you're interested in learning more about that, my thesis is available online under the same title listed in the program. My doctoral research is branching out to examine Ahmadi and its positionality within the British Empire, and how Kuwait has shifted from being a colonial subject to upholding systems of coloniality. I'm focusing on how architecture and the built environment are forms of power, reckoning with the system of violence that was perpetuated in Ahmadi through segregation and racial discrimination, to how those patterns are still visible today. Exploring heritage through a lens of coloniality, I'm grappling with whose histories are preserved and whose are being erased. The contemporary treatment of Ahmadi reveals how heritage operates not as a neutral act of preservation, but as a deeply political process shaped by power, economic interests, and national narratives. In the current era of redevelopment led by the Kuwait Oil Company, which is now a nationalized entity and not related to the British Empire whatsoever, decisions regarding what is preserved and what is erased reflects a policy of predatory development that prioritizes economic modernization and corporate image over historical accountability. Many of Ahmadi's early oil era buildings, landscapes, and spatial configurations, particularly those associated with labor histories, segregation, and governance, have been demolished, altered, or stripped of their historical specificity. What remains is often sanitized. Selectively preserved structures are reframed as symbols of progress, efficiency, and benevolent modernization, detached from the colonial and extractive systems that produced them. Selective preservation reinforces a curated narrative of Ahmadi as a success story of development while obscuring the systemic inequalities embedded in its urban form. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelique Easley DeLuca, and I am a second-year architecture student in the PhD program at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I am currently in the History, Theory, and Preservation track, and with my background in landscape architecture, I specialize in historic preservation and cultural landscapes. My focus is on the complex layers and intersections of pre- and post-war landscapes within the 21st or the 20th century. My research investigates the intricate, multi-layered social and mnemonic interactions, as well as architecture and the area transformations as sites are affected by military activity and warfare. I note the roles of how memory, trauma, and identity in regions are subject to deliberate cultural and historical erasure through comparative case studies drawn from diverse post-war urban landscapes and existing forms of memorialization. So this diagram that I made on the left is showing a synthesis of the information that I've collected and how I am forming my upcoming proposals for my dissertation. By integrating perspectives from landscape architecture, historic preservation, and academic research, I aim to create interventions that recognize the intricate nature of trauma, facilitate the healing process, and foster connections to collective histories. Through this multidisciplinary approach, this transforms the idea of space being linked to pain and to environments, and the idea of hope, education, and renewal afterwards. Additionally, with my research, I analyze ethical and critical scholarly methodologies that focus on three key frameworks: keeping the site the same in its degraded form, repairing infrastructure, and erasing evidence, and the idea of completely changing the ideas and perspectives of the people that live there. Ultimately, the aim of my research is to document and further understand the ways in which communities can reclaim these spaces and their narratives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bella Rosenberg. I am an MA student in the History of Art and Design at Pratt Institute, and my research covers the destruction of cultural heritage in Gaza. Ever since October 7th, 2023, the Israeli occupational forces increased their attacks on Palestinian cultural heritage sites in their efforts to erase Palestinian existence. Museums, libraries, mosques, churches, and archaeological sites have all been destroyed by the IOF in addition to massive humanitarian loss. As of now, there is no indication of ceasefire or retreat by the IOF during this current conflict. My research here doesn't aim to minimize the continued humanitarian loss in Gaza, but intends to frame Israel's continued destruction of Palestinian cultural heritage as a landmark of genocide. Currently, Gaza does not have the infrastructure to prevent destruction of cultural heritage, and they lack the proper funding and aid from other countries. Due to U.S. influence and anti-Arab racism, getting help from other countries is nigh impossible. A publication by the J. Paul Getty Trust states that attacks on cultural heritage are, quote, indicative of the intention to commit genocide or ethnic cleansing, unquote. It also mentions that attacks on antiquity are a form of cultural erasure in an attempt to alter the historical narrative to the perpetrator's ideals. The Getty publication also discusses the reasons why destroying cultural heritage is advantageous to the aggressors. Destroying cultural heritage sites can be damaging to cultural identity and social cohesion. Culture unites humanity as a whole, and the destruction of cultural heritage is damaging to everyone, not just the people being targeted. Documentation of the destruction of Palestinian cultural heritage has been covered by several news sites, including notable Arab news source Al Jazeera and Iranian news site ABNA. Various Al Jazeera articles cover different aspects of the ongoing conflict, from documentation of cultural heritage sites that have been destroyed to ways in which aid is being prevented from entering the Strip. ABNA's thorough coverage and quantitative data provides parameters to determine exactly how much cultural heritage has been destroyed by the IOF, as seen on the screen. The mosques, cemeteries, educational institutions, and archaeological sites being targeted shows the intentionality behind the attacks. Publications proposing ways to prevent the destruction of cultural heritage use Israel's destruction of Palestinian cultural heritage as a case study to propose solutions and ways to mitigate damage. Civil society organizations and international non-governmental organizations have been able to mobilize resources in order to protect cultural heritage under threat, taking over the work that organizations like UNESCO are unable to do due to the political complexities involved. The case studies document issues involved in timely emergency responses to protect cultural heritage sites, such as political barriers, limited resources, restricted mobility, and restrictive state policies. Case studies of Gaza identify Israel as the one responsible for the maintenance of Palestinian cultural heritage, yet also as the sole aggressor in the destruction of it. UNRWA has called for an international stabilization force to protect civilian infrastructures, in addition to increased accountability measures for victims of war crimes to obtain justice. However, an article by Al Jazeera mentions that Israel's barred UNRWA from operating on their land after accusing some of UNRWA's employees of participating in the October 7th attack. As a result, UNRWA's funding dropped rapidly as the U.S. stopped funding them at Israel's behest. This lack of funding severely limits the humanitarian aid that can be provided, not to mention cultural heritage work or cultural preservation work. An article published by the Institute of Palestine Studies in early 2024 uses legal framework and international laws to frame the loss of Palestinian cultural heritage as war crimes. Knowing exactly what laws Israel is breaking by destroying Palestinian cultural heritage sites provides justification for the advocacy for the preservation of these sites. Euromed Monitor, a Geneva-based human rights group, is quoted saying that Israel's destruction of Palestinian cultural heritage is intentional and that it can, quote, amount to a war crime under the Rome Statute establishing the International Criminal Court and is a clear violation of the Hague Convention relating to the protection of cultural heritage during armed conflicts, unquote. ABNA's quantitative data and the statements published by the UNRWA on their inability to enter the Gaza Strip due to Israeli blockades is a testament to the struggle Palestinians are experiencing. As seen through my research, intentionally destroying cultural heritage is a landmark of genocide. This, when taken into consideration with the current death count and Israel's efforts to block both humanitarian aid and efforts to preserve or restore cultural heritage institutions, can be a clear indicator of Israel committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Geneva Donahoe, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Oregon working towards my MA in Art History and my MS in Historic Preservation. Thank you all for having me today. My graduate research focuses on the German Baroque Palace and UNESCO World Heritage Site, Würzburg Residence in Würzburg, Germany, where construction began in 1720 and continued through the 18th century. The architectural design of German architect Balthasar Neumann, stucco work of Italian stuccoist Antonio Bossi, and frescoes painted by Venetian artist Giambattista Tiepolo have together created a visual and spatial narrative singular to this 18th century Baroque palace and the specific discussion of fresco as a painted fixture of a primary fixture of architectural design. I'm looking to understand the collaboration between architect and artist when it comes to interior architecture, specifically looking at my two case studies, the Kaisersaal and Treppenhaus, as well as what these spaces' intended purposes were and how they were used, material conservation over time, how specific treatments have been utilized, and how they have changed maintenance and preservation philosophy, and the overall experience of the palace, looking at its origins in the 18th century to its contemporary use as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and museum. My thesis focuses on 4 main points or chapters, the first being the creation of the palace. Beginning with its patrons, the Schönborn and Griefenklau Prince Bishopric of Franconia, and their employment of Balthasar Neumann as chief architect of the palace alongside several other architects, landscape architects, and artists from around Europe. I'll be considering the collaboration between Neumann and the other architects on the scene, as well as Tiepolo and Bossi when they entered the picture in the later years, how these spaces were created the way they were, and why, and what those intended uses were. The second chapter focuses on events and experiences hosted at the palace. When it came down to the interior ornamentation, the Prince Bishop wanted Würzburg to be the Versailles of Franconia, so Tiepolo and Bossi took over at this point, creating grand and opulent spaces honoring the episcopal principality of Würzburg. The intention of this chapter is to investigate what events took place in these spaces and how the architectural layout and ornamentation influenced how these interiors were experienced, also taking into account the rooms surrounding the case studies and how one space introduces the next. My third chapter centers on the deconstruction and reconstruction of the palace after it suffered fire damage from an air raid in the final days of World War II in 1945. While most of the old town of Würzburg burned down as a result, and much of the palace's roofs and floors burned out, remarkably, the central vaults remained intact, leaving Tiepolo's frescoes for the most part unscathed. For this chapter, I'll be studying the work of art historian and monuments officer, preservationist John Davis Skilton Jr., and his efforts to restore Tiepolo's frescoes, as well as incorporating conversations with chief conservator of the residents who oversaw the restoration of all Tiepolo's frescoes during the early 2000s, Dr. Matthias Stachel, whom I'll be meeting with in Germany next week. The fourth and final chapter centers on the contemporary use of the palace and how much that use has changed since the 18th century. I'll be using Dr. Stachel's expertise to investigate present-day preservation practices, and while in Germany on a research grant through the University of Oregon this coming week, I'll be meeting with Professor Dr. Damian Dombrowski, who is the leading expert on Tiepolo and can hopefully share with me where his research has led him studying the palace. This chapter also considers the present-day experience of the residents, including public-facing materials, such as the use of audio and docent-led tours, pamphlets, and plaques, and whatever other educational materials are available for the public, and how that has changed the original use of these spaces. Thank you so much for letting me present my research thus far.
Hi, I'm Molly. I'm a PhD candidate at Temple University and a project assistant at the Winterthur Museum, Garden, and Library. I'm going to start with a question. How will your colleagues, present and future, remember you? Will you be known through your publications, archived papers, or perhaps stories passed down by word of mouth? The unique perspective you bring to your work is informed through your background, education, on-the-job training, and the professional relationships you've nurtured throughout your career. Each of you are one star in a much greater constellation that is your field of study and the greater history of your profession. I'm here to make a case for oral history as a vital tool for preserving intangible cultural heritage and promoting any given profession, especially those in cultural heritage. For almost 2 years now, I've been working closely with the Foundation for Advancement in Conservation Oral History Project, which serves as a vital record of the history of art conservation in the United States and abroad. As I continue to speak about this exciting initiative, I encourage all of you to scan the QR code on the screen now to start exploring our digital collection site while I provide some context for the project. In 1974, Rutherford John Gettins, a metal conservator and founding member of the International Institute of Conservation, delivered a talk at a conference urging his colleagues to write down their stories as professionals in a still emerging field. True to his word, right after the conference concluded, Gettins began penning his autobiography, but tragically passed away just a few days later. In an effort to continue the momentum generated by his impactful speech, early career conservators Tom Chase and Joyce Hill Stoner organized a roundtable discussion for the next convening of the International Institute for Conservation. On September 4th, 1975, their roundtable participants discussed their education, careers, current projects, and hopes for the future of conservation. This recorded and later transcribed conversation became the foundation for the FAIC Oral History Project. Since 1975, over 700 oral history interviews have been conducted with art conservators and allied professionals. Taken together, these interviews chart the development of conservation from a patchwork system of private art restoration workshops to a profession embedded within the fabric of private and public museums alike. Rather than working to make objects appear as though they were just completed by their creators, conservators today focus on minimally invasive or reversible treatments and preventing future damage to culturally significant objects from textiles to photographs, furniture, and everything in between. This trajectory was not inevitable, but rather the result of much discourse, reflection, and research conducted using the FAIC Oral History Project collection. Oral history interviews allow researchers to hear their sources describe important events, techniques they developed, methodologies they adhered to, and perhaps most importantly, the people who mentored them and the institutions that supported their careers. This research spurred articles, many conference presentations, dissertations, and books that enabled the field to continue its development into the 21st century. Materials from the collection have also been used in promotional materials for fundraising efforts and educational workshops. Today, the collection is housed at the Winterthur Library, where it is the focus of a digitization effort that allows anyone, anywhere, with an internet-connected device to listen to eyewitness accounts of events and relationships that may have otherwise been lost to time, or rather, not enough of it to record our fleeting memories. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes, that's me. All right. Hello, my name is Mel James. I come from the University of Southern California as well. Wait, where'd she go? Anyways, fight on. There we go. I have just finished my master's degree in heritage conservation, which is under the School of Architecture. And this fall, I'll be starting my PhD in urban planning and development, also at USC. So I'm very excited about that. And my current working title for my thesis is Gender Reconciliation at Lincoln Heights Jail and Beyond. I always love that. So just to start, I didn't go to school to study jails. Let's just start there. But I found out about Lincoln Heights Jail through a class I was doing focused on women's documentation. And so we were looking at landmarks within Los Angeles that were very well known, connected to women, but the landmark applications for nomination had nothing about the women written in them. Now, the interesting thing about Lincoln Heights Jail was it was maybe there were women there, you know, everyone gets arrested. So, hey, Mel, look deeper into that, please. And what I ended up finding out was that Lincoln Heights Jail, the 5th floor of it, was completely constructed and designed for women only. So additionally, this was a particularly controversial site currently today because the city does want to demolish Lincoln Heights Jail. It is almost 100 years old, but it is very much decaying, as you can see from the 2025 picture. It's covered in graffiti. It's this massive structure. Also, it's full of asbestos, so that's an issue. And the soil is very much contaminated, sadly. So it's a bit of a public health issue. That's a whole other matter. But what I focused on was the women's history. So starting with, why were there women being arrested? I looked more into that. And so Lincoln Heights Jail was actually completed in 1931. Construction did start at the end of the 1920s. And so looking at that specific piece of the research, I started to say, well, what in particular caused them to design a one floor for women only? And came to find out that there was a whole movement after suffrage. Women had political power. They decided to attack the penal system. And so all across America, different jails and prisons actually had new spaces created purely for women, of course, mostly to decrease the domestic violence, the sexual violence against them in these institutions, but also to help rehabilitate them. And so that term rehabilitate, what are we rehabilitating them for? And so came to find out, of course, 1920s, we have, jazz culture, we have feminism, first wave feminism coming up. And so pretty much a lot of people wanted to rehabilitate the women to be more womanly, right? And so also at this time, we had the New Woman movement, which was all about being a mother is great, but that's not all you are. You can do more. And so finding all these histories, I searched a little bit deeper and found out there was a whole sort of subculture of queer women being arrested, again, for not being considered women enough. And so I've included some pictures I found through the archives. And eventually, for my thesis, I looked at different case studies of progressive era jails and found out that, yes, there were definitely designed spaces for these women criminals. But unfortunately, through adaptive reuse, a lot of those spaces have been completely demolished, while the jails still stand. So, lots of layers of intangible heritage with this project, and I will be continuing to look at it. Yes, I'll be continuing to look at it through my PhD, and that's that.
Let's give a big hand. Let's give a big hand for this. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to do a couple of announcements right now. The most important is that a survey is going out probably today by email, and we'd like to get feedback on this complete seminar, and this will help us in planning future events and is greatly appreciated. I'd also like to add, as you're going on your way out, thank the staff for putting this all together, because they've really went overboard in doing this, including all of your moderators that have volunteered to put the panels together as well. Okay, session 10. Jennifer Altman, Executive Director of Strategic Homeland Partnerships, Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. For over 25 years, Jennifer Altman has connected people with cultural heritage sites and landscapes, including iconic places like Montecito, Serpent Mound, and the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks World Heritage Property, for which she was Inscripted Project Director for nearly a decade. Currently serving as the Executive Director of Strategic Homeland Partnerships for the Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma, she has had the extraordinary opportunity to work in partnership with tribal nations for most of her 25-plus career. Jen earned her MA in anthropology with a specialty in landscape archaeology from the University of Virginia. In her first term on the World Heritage USA Board of Trustees, she is eager to work with World Heritage USA Advocacy Committee to redesign the organization's advocacy efforts in this new age. More than anything, she loves building teams to accomplish difficult tasks for the public goods. She is elected to serve on her local school board and seeks to uplift history and heritage to the public whenever and wherever possible. Where are you? Standing in the dark over there. Okay, come on up.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say it was so, it's really inspiring and exciting to hear the young professionals presenting their lightning round. So thank you all for being here. Love hearing about your work and can't wait to read about more to come. So when we were putting together this symposium, we felt like we had to talk about politics, right? Which we've talked about in lots of different ways over the course of the past couple of days. And we've heard so much about the political aspects of cultural heritage. But of course, there is an overtly political aspect of advocacy that many of us engage in, and that's really important, that allows the rest of this work to take place. So the political aspects of US involvement in World Heritage have been tumultuous over the past couple decades, really. And I want to give, I think Destry will get more into this, but I want to give just a little quick summary of some things that everybody might not be aware of. So it was in 2011, the US stopped paying dues to UNESCO when Palestine was recognized as a member. In 2018, the US withdrew from UNESCO. It was announced the year before. In 2023, in July, the US rejoined. That is burned in my brain because the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks project that I was directing was in front of the World Heritage Committee in September of that same year. So you better believe we were keeping our eyes on that. And then, as I think most of us know, the current Trump administration has announced an intent to withdraw again December 31st of 2026. So there's a lot to talk about. And what we're going to do here in this session is we have Destry Jarvis, who I'll introduce here in a second, who's going to kick us off and give sort of an overview of his long engagement with political advocacy for World Heritage and for national parks and give us that big perspective. And then we have Kim Bednarik, who is with the Okefenokee Swamp. I will come back up and introduce her when she comes up, so I won't steal all of that thunder now. But she is moving that nomination forward, and of course there's a lot of work that Kim has had to engage in. I'm really eager to hear about a recent update on that. And then Alan Spears from the National Parks Conservation Association. I'll introduce him as well right before he comes up. But I think with these three folks, you're going to get a really a broad view, but also really understanding what it looks like on the ground right now, doing advocacy work for heritage sites and for World Heritage in particular, and also how partnerships are really important for that, I think, both in the particular case of Kim's work and then Alan with NPCA. So we will hear all of that, but let me introduce Destry. Oh, and we're going to make sure, so they'll each speak, then we're going to come up here together and have some conversation, but we want to make sure that we have some time for questions at the end, because I suspect there might be a few about this topic. Okay, need the glasses here. Destry Jarvis has spent the past 54 years working professionally in the parks, recreation, historic preservation, tourism, and youth service fields in senior positions for both nonprofit associations, for-profit corporations, the U.S. National Park Service, and as a for-profit consultant as CEO of his own firm since 2002. Destry's professional positions have included Executive Director, National Recreation and Park Association, Vice President, National Association of Service and Conservation Corps, Assistant Director, U.S. National Park Service, Senior Advisor to the Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of the Interior, Executive Vice President, Student Conservation Association,
and Vice President, National Parks Conservation Association. He has served as board member of numerous nonprofit organizations, including Vice President of World Heritage USA and the advocacy chair for that group, for us, Vice Chair of the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, the Leave No Trace Center for Outdoor Ethics, the Natural Resources Council of America, Nature Bridge, Vice President of the Fort Monroe Foundation, Trustee of the Fort Monroe Authority, Global Parks, founding board member of City Parks Alliance, American Hiking Society, and American Heritage Alliance. So you might now understand why Destry is giving us the sort of big view to get us kicked off here. Destry graduated from the College of William and Mary in 1969 and served 3 years in the U.S. Army, including an assignment in Vietnam as captain in military intelligence. So it's my honor to welcome Destry up to the podium. Thank you.
Well, it's great to be with you all today. I miss my 6 years on the board of ICOMOS-USA and watch closely what is still happening. I should say that the politicization of World Heritage, as was alluded over at least the last decade, perhaps longer, is confronting us daily. But as a historical perspective, it's worth noting that the U.S. was the instigator and first signatory to the World Heritage Convention in 1972 during the Nixon administration. In 1972, that was the last year of his first term before Watergate. And in the ensuing years, the inscription of World Heritage sites from the U.S. has been markedly bipartisan. President Carter did 5: Everglades, Grand Canyon, Independence, and Mesa Verde. President Reagan did Cahokia, Chaco, Monticello, San Juan, and Statue of Liberty. Bill Clinton, Glacier, Waterton, the first international, binational World Heritage Site. The first Bush did Taos Pueblo, private tribal land. President Obama, San Antonio Missions and Poverty Point. President Trump in the first term, Frank Lloyd Wright, architectural sites. And President Biden, Moravian Church Settlement and Ohio Ceremonial Earthworks. There was a time when the career professionals of the U.S. National Park Service led the initiative of World Heritage with the full and active support of the political appointees of each administration in office at the time. There was a time when the soft diplomacy benefits of World Heritage were appreciated, highly valued by the State Department as well as the rest of the federal government, at home and abroad, but not at present. There was a time when the professional staff of the Park Service provided technical assistance not only to organizations in the U.S. with regard to future World Heritage Site nominations, but to those in other countries. And the Park Service Office of International Affairs, which has been dissolved by the Trump administration, has ceased to function. The presumed function was taken up to the Office of the Secretary last year, but there is no confirmed Assistant Secretary for International Affairs. There is no confirmed Assistant Secretary Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. There is no confirmed Director of the National Park Service. So the programs are essentially leaderless. The last time I inquired of the department about World Heritage, the answer was World Heritage is not a priority at this time. There was a time when the partisan politics did not enter into the question of what got put on the tentative list. There was a time when partisan politics did not interfere with what was recommended by the National Park Service in law as to who makes the recommendations to the Secretary of Interior, which is not happening. And so important sites on the tentative list, like the Civil Rights Movement sites nomination, has been put, let's say, in the chiller for the present time, and frankly, for the rest of the Trump administration's tenure, as far as I can tell. There was a time when the Park Service contracted with World Heritage USA to prepare the next tentative list, as they did in 2016. That list of potential sites in the U.S. required to be at least National Historic Landmarks before they can go on the tentative list, is moribund. It's overdue for review, and there's no indication that the Trump administration will revive it. There are a number of sites on that list that haven't been nominated, but could be in the future, but haven't been. I think it's incumbent, when we think about what should be done, there will be a time when leadership returns. There will be a time when government support for what ICOMOS International stands for will be revived, but it's not at present. So what's to be done? And I think it starts with allies, and as Alan Spears and Kim Bednardik will tell us, how the private sector, the NGO world, organizes, advocates, lobbies the Congress, pressures, uses the media, develops grassroots initiatives, how that is the path that is still open to us. Beyond the nomination list, the tentative list and what gets nominated, as an aside, let me do say that Kim will tell you, the Okefenokee Swamp nomination has been perfected, pursued, nominated officially, and is due later this month for inscription. No thanks to the Trump administration. I'm told the administration is not sending a single person to the World Heritage Center's official meeting later this month. There's a big delegation going. Kim is going. Lots of others are going, but not government officials. Aside from nominations, there's much work to be done by World Heritage USA and organizations that care about heritage in the U.S. The proposal to extend the border wall with Mexico into Big Bend National Park, a ridiculous idea because there's 1,000-foot cliffs on both sides of the river, the Rio Grande. Nevertheless, they're proposing to build. That's a terrible idea. This is a site on the tentative list that did have its upstream review by the IUCN and recommended strongly for future inscription. ICOMOS-USA has been hard at work for several years pursuing an extension of the Mexican World Heritage Site, El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, into New Mexico as a binational World Heritage Site. That appears to not be progressing at this point within the administration. There's great activity going on in New Mexico, organized by a number of NGOs and supported fully by a recent appropriation by the New Mexico state government to pursue that inscription, to prepare the nomination, but whether it can move forward is an open question. One thing that has to continue, I think, on the part of World Heritage USA is our continued advocacy as a standard practice of submitting testimony to Congress or presenting it at appropriation hearings for the funding to support these activities, these programs. We've done it for a number of years. We should continue to do it, sometimes in conjunction with NPCA, sometimes with the National Trust and other entities coalescing to push the Congress when the administration, as this one has done, tries to zero out these programs in their funding request. The push made, the advocacy done by these organizations is what gets Congress, and did so this past year and will do so for fiscal 27, to continue appropriations. Sometimes the administration will still refuse to spend it, but the money is there and needs to continue to be there. I think that's probably enough for me to say at this point. I look forward to your questions, and we can move forward together. There's much work to be done. I think we have to do it together. And we have to assume that for the present, it's going to be done by citizens on the outside of government. The government is not going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Destry. We will get to the conversation and the questions here. But first, I want to introduce Kim Bednark, who's just doing an amazing job right now. We're eager to hear about that. So Kim has more than 2 decades of experience spanning environmental conservation, education, and nonprofit management. As Executive Director of Okefenokee Swamp Park Incorporated and Okefenokee Adventures, she leads a dynamic organization at the intersection of stewardship, education, and regional economic development, advancing one of North America's most significant ecosystems as both a global conservation asset and a catalyst for rural prosperity, which is so important, right? Since assuming leadership in 2020, Kim has guided the transformation of OSP, which is an 80-year-old nonprofit and a key partner to the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Under her leadership, the organization has strengthened its role as a regional backbone for conservation, expanded educational access, and advanced a bold vision for the Okefenokee Experience, a multi-site initiative designed to connect community development with nature-based tourism. And of course, as we've heard, Kim plays a central leadership role in the national effort to secure UNESCO World Heritage inscription for the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, a 40-year vision that reached a major milestone with its formal nomination in 2025. And of course, she has a big trip to make yet this month to the World Heritage Committee meetings. So this says if inscribed, but I'm going to say when inscribed, the Okefenokee would become the first site entirely managed by the National Wildlife Refuge System and the first World Heritage site in Georgia, elevating both its global ecological significance and its regional economic impact. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Kim.
Thank you so much for inviting me to share the Okefenokee's World Heritage journey. Let's go. The Okefenokee was first placed on the U.S. tentative list in 1982. Today, 44 years later, we stand just weeks away from a decision by the 48th session of the World Heritage Committee. If successful, the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge will be the first U.S. natural site inscribed in more than 30 years. I'd like to share what we've learned over the past 5 years about building broad, bipartisan support for one of America's natural treasures. Before anyone cares about UNESCO, they have to fall in love with the place. The Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge is unlike anywhere else in North America. It spans more than 407,000 acres, making it the largest blackwater wetland on the continent. It contains the largest intact subtropical peatland in the Northern Hemisphere, serves as the headwaters of both the St. Mary's and Swanee rivers, and supports extraordinary biodiversity. It's one of those rare landscapes that humbles you the moment you arrive. One lesson we learned early is that people don't fall in love with designations, they fall in love with places. And once they care about the place, they're willing to learn why recognition matters. The Okefenokee has always had extraordinary science behind it. The nomination demonstrates outstanding universal value under criterion 9 and 10, recognizing both the ecological processes that shape the landscape and the biodiversity that supports it. This is one of the largest precipitation-driven wetlands in the subtropics and the largest lowland headwater peatland of its kind in the world. Unlike many similar systems across the southeastern United States that were drained or altered over the past century, the Okefenokee remains remarkably intact. Protected since 1937 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through the National Wildlife Refuge System, and designated as National Wilderness in 1974, one of the highest levels of natural protection in the United States. What makes it truly exceptional is that it is still governed by natural processes. Water levels rise and fall with rain. Lightning-caused fires move across the landscape, shaping vegetation and maintaining ecological balance. Peat accumulates in a way that is unexpected in a subtropical climate, where heat and evaporation typically prevent it. And yet here, because of its flat topography and unique hydrology, those processes persist. From a biodiversity perspective, the Okefenokee is equally remarkable. It sits within a globally recognized biodiversity hotspot that supports rare and threatened species, from red-cockaded woodpeckers to the American alligators that act as ecosystem engineers. It is both incredibly rich and incredibly resilient. The science spoke for itself. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, the scientific advisory body to UNESCO for natural sites, has recommended inscription. Our challenge was helping people understand what World Heritage actually is. We spent years answering the same questions. Does this give the United Nations control? Does it affect private property? Does it diminish American sovereignty? Does it create new regulations or restrictions on how people can use their private land? And the answer to all those questions is no. But misinformation spreads much faster than facts and often fills the vacuum when people don't fully understand what World Heritage is. Advocacy is about education, clarity, and trust. Every conversation becomes an opportunity not just to respond, but to proactively explain what World Heritage is and what it is not. We emphasize that in the United States, World Heritage recognizes places already protected under U.S. law. It does not change ownership, does not impose new regulations, does not transfer authority to an international body. It affirms that a place already valued nationally is also valued globally. Local voices, landowners, business leaders, elected officials, and community members were the most trusted messengers. When people heard from their neighbors, their concerns shifted from fear to curiosity, and curiosity inspires support. Our challenge wasn't overcoming opposition. It was replacing uncertainty with understanding. Looking back, there's a few things that made the biggest difference. First, lead with the place, not with a designation. People connect emotionally with wildlife, landscapes, and human stories. Second, build unlikely coalitions. Our partners included scientists, tribal representatives, elected officials from both parties, chambers of commerce, tourism organizations, philanthropists, conservationists, and local citizens. Third, frame conservation as community prosperity. World Heritage isn't simply about recognition. For us, in the Okefenokee region, it's about creating jobs, supporting rural communities, growing outdoor recreation, giving a young person a reason to build a future in Southeast Georgia and Northeast Florida. Finally, invest in relationships. Reports don't move nominations. Relationships do. Nearly every breakthrough in our journey began with an unlikely conversation. If we are fortunate enough to be inscribed later this month, our work changes. It does not end. Instead of advocating for World Heritage, we begin advocating through World Heritage. That means welcoming visitors responsibly while protecting the resource, investing in education, helping gateway communities thrive. World Heritage is not the finish line. It's a commitment to steward a place worthy of global recognition into a new future. If I could leave you a few more pieces of advice: build relationships before you need them, tell stories as often as you share science and history, invite people to experience the place firsthand, celebrate every partner along the journey, because successful World Heritage nominations aren't built by a single organization. They're built by the communities that choose to champion extraordinary places together. The Okefenokee has taught us that conservation, working lands, economic opportunity, wilderness, and community pride do not compete. They reinforce and support one another. When people feel connected to a place, when they see themselves reflected in the future of that place, they become its strongest advocates. As you continue your own World Heritage efforts, remember that every conversation matters, every relationship matters, every opportunity to invite someone to participate in the story matters. Ultimately, World Heritage is not just about recognizing extraordinary places. It's about inspiring people to care for them together across communities, generations, and borders. People may come for World Heritage, but they will return because they fall in love with the place. Thank you for including me. He's cool.
Thank you so much, Kim. And I think we can all understand why Kim's been such a fantastic advocate for the Okefenokee, and we all now need to go there if we haven't been. So, okay. And then Alan, we're really pleased to have Alan Spears with us today. Alan is National Parks Conservation Association Senior Director for Cultural Resources, and he serves as a really amazing advocate for interpretation, management, and preservation of cultural and historic resources and programs within the National Park Service's inventory. He believes that the NPS is the nation's leading storyteller, a conclusion he reached early in life during battlefield walks and ranger-led tours at Antietam, Gettysburg, and Harper's Ferry. Alan helped win the designation of Fort Monroe, Harriet Tubman, and Birmingham Civil Rights National Monuments. He began leading NPCA's campaign to designate the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley National Monument in 2018, and working with local and national partners, helped win designation of that site in July of 2023. Thank you, Alan. When President Joe Biden used the Antiquities Act to add the Till Mobley site to the National Park System. In December of 2022, Alan worked with the Alliance of National Heritage Areas to pass the Heritage Area Act. The bill, which enjoyed strong bipartisan support, established a system of heritage areas and extended federal funding for all NHAs out to the year 2037. So, yay. Alan is currently working to secure a new national park commemorating businessman and philanthropist Julius Rosenwald and the Rosenwald Schools. He's also devoting much of his time to leading NPCA's efforts to oppose the sanitization and erasure of American history from our national parks. Alan's a native of Washington, D.C., and he remains the only NPCA staff person ever to be rescued from a tidal marsh by Park Police helicopter. So, Alan, thank you for being with us today.
Well, thanks, everybody. We just should have stopped with Kim, because the political situation that we're facing right now for national parks and for World Heritage and general preservation of history and people, possibly the planet, is in a very precarious situation. Let me tell you a little bit more about the National Parks Conservation Association. We regard ourselves as being the leading voice of the American people on behalf of their national parks. It's a role that we played since our establishment in 1919. I've been with NPCA for 27 years, and I really like our mission and our focus on national parks as bringing people together, again, much like Okefenokee has done, continues to do, and will do after inscription. Because people fall in love with the place. That's what happened with me when I was 10 years old and my parents took me from Washington, D.C. up to Gettysburg National Military Park. I'm a 10-year-old kid. They've got cannons all over the lawn. Who's not going to fall in love with that? In any event, would love to have you take a look and learn a little bit more about NPCA. Again, you got to be very careful though, because NPCA, we share our initials with the National Precast Concrete Association and also the National Police Canine Association. So what you want to look for is the green and white logo with the two bears on it, and you'll know you're on target. What I just want to share with you quickly is we're in a lot of trouble. And when we got to the results in the election in November of 2024, we knew we were going to be in for challenges, but we also, the Trump administration, established a couple of different national park sites and even a couple of different national monuments. So we thought, okay, it's going to be bad, but none of us were prepared for the speed with which the administration came in and just started unplugging base operations and laws and other policies that have been in place for 50, 60, 100 years that support and govern the process of preservation, and just taking them and getting rid of them completely. And so at this point in time, as we try to stop and then maybe reverse some of the damage that's been done, I'm here to share with you this afternoon that the damage that's been done already is generational damage. National Park Service lost 25% of its staff. They didn't lose them. They were let go through the Department of Government Inefficiency. They were let go through mass layoffs. They were people who knew what the writing on the wall looked like and decided to leave before they were forced out. 25%, veteran superintendents, veteran storytellers, veteran archivists, veteran museum collection specialists, veterans who are working on World Heritage, they're not there anymore. And in addition to that, we have very punitive budgets that are being put forward by the administration. Congress recovered a little bit of spine, thank you, for FY26. We hope they're able to do the same for FY27. We got to keep an eye on these things. And basically the point that I would like to share from an advocacy standpoint, and I'm a registered lobbyist, I've been advocating for parks for the last 2 decades, is, and I mean this in a strictly bipartisan, nonpartisan way. Democrats, Republicans, independents in the room, thank you, you're all welcome here. But the other side is beating us politically. We are hundreds of yards away from the president's house, where the Avenging the Ancestors Coalition had to work with and wrestle with the National Park Service in the 2000s to get the most modest interpretive signage about the role of 9 enslaved people in George Washington's household when he came here to serve as president of the United States in the 1790s. These signs were not written by Malcolm X or Angela Davis. They simply talk about slavery in a way that is accurate and inclusive and just. And we've got some good folks at Hillsdale College, influenced by Prager University, who have the ear of this administration, who are redrafting these signs. They are going to use the word slavery in them, and then they're going to talk about how confounded the Founding Fathers were. They couldn't quite get to a solution on that, but you know what? We elected Barack Obama, so we're good. They're beating us at the politics. And so the one thing that I would like to urge all of you, and I know we just had lightning rounds, and I'm sorry you only had 3 minutes. I had to do one of those in 8 minutes and almost soiled myself. So I understand what kind of pressure you're under. You've got to focus on your academics and your scholarship and getting your degree, getting sites inscribed, doing other things like that, but you also have to take more than a moment to engage in the politics. You got to advocate for the stuff that you love, and if you love historic preservation, if you love ICOMOS, if you love World Heritage, if you love national parks, you've got to be there when the budgets are being formed. You've got to take the great work that you're doing, and you have to follow in the footsteps of our colleague here and make sure that you are enlisting strong bipartisan support and making people fall in love with the places and the stories and the issues. Back in 2024, the organization I worked for, we would have told you that national parks were America's favorite brand of ice cream. We have found out since we're not. And we have to be able to recover our position for national parks to make sure that the interruption that's taken place early in the 2nd century of our National Park Service is not one that destroys the agency, but it's a hiccup from which we can recover. And that, as my colleagues have said, is really going to take all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Alan. Yeah, thanks everybody. So since we only have 3 chairs there, I'm going to stand over here awkwardly, everyone. Oh, that way everybody has a mic. Okay, so we wanted to have some time for conversation, and I have just queued up some questions here, and I think there's a lot to chew on just on what they said today. And one of the things that we're really thinking about is how, so Kim talks so much about building that team locally, right? Starting at the grassroots and the grass tops, and how that's really important. And then I think, with Alan and Destry, you're sort of thinking from the other side in some ways, right? From the federal side. So it's like, how do we bring those two things together in this current moment? So Kim, I would love to start with you and have you talk about just literally, how did you go about finding partners?
See if this is, it's working. Yeah. So the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge is a remarkable ecosystem, like I shared. But when you go to it and you visit it, people just absolutely fall in love. It's such a peaceful place, and it really blows away the public's idea of what a wetlands is. It's filled with light and life and so many incredible creatures. So the way we built partners is what I shared with you. We brought people out and immersed them in the ecosystem, and we took an opportunity to educate them on what a big, giant, beautiful swamp is. And then when they fell in love with it, they wanted to learn about what we were doing to elevate it so that more people could learn about it. Also, the Southeast Georgia and Northeast Florida, the region that the Okefenokee is in, is really remote. So who here has been to the Okefenokee Swamp? So not enough of you. So I have a great tour for you, and I will not make you sleep with the alligators on your very first visit. So it's really rural, it's remote, so a lot of people don't even know about the Okefenokee. So it's really about educating people, inviting them to come visit, but also working in the local community. A lot of the, so I lead a nonprofit of 40 employees, Georgia and Florida, I work in both states. And a lot of the people that I employ are local. They've been there for 7 generations. And so it's really about how is having more people visit the Okefenokee and World Heritage going to be good for the quality of life for the people who live there. And so the more people who visit, the more people I have to hire. So there are more jobs that are available. So I think it's making it relatable to whoever you're talking to, right? So listen first to find out what your visitor or your prospective partner is interested in, and then start to share ways they can get engaged, right? So listen to what is important to them, and then engage them. So, and the Okefenokee is an easy place. Did you see that alligator? I mean, like, who didn't fall in love right then? So it's been easy and hard and totally a labor of love. And I would say one last thing. I have an incredible partner in Michael Lusk. He's the refuge manager for the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge. So this does not happen. The private sector, the NGO, it does not get to happen unless your public sector partner is ready for it. And Michael Lusk is awesome. He's a total rock star.
Great, thank you, Kim. And then Destry and Alan, I know that each of you, obviously reading your bios and knowing some of your work through your career, have engaged in particular sites as well, even though you have spent a lot of time thinking about the big picture. So I would love to hear from each of you where maybe you've had a great experience building a coalition around a place or a group of places, and why you think that was successful. And I'm going to tell you, that's not a question I sent in my email to them, so I'm going to give them a minute. And while they think about that, I'll just share briefly that in the work with the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks, right, I think the idea for World Heritage, maybe started in the late 90s, maybe the early 2000s, but there was at least 10, 15, maybe 20 years of just getting people on board, right? Helping them know what those sites were. People didn't know what they were. They lived next door. Sometimes people still don't know what they are, even though they live next door. But just literally helping, inviting people to see them and experience them. I think that's, Kim, it's so important what you said, right? You've got to get people there on site. And that's where we talk about bipartisan support, right? That's where everybody becomes supportive of that place. So now that I've given you maybe a minute to think of an example, Destry, I see you look like you're ready to go.
One example that I will use isn't a World Heritage Site, but what is now the New River Gorge National Park in West Virginia. In 1973, my brother-in-law and I, and a couple of other friends, went on an adventure with the only rafting company that ran through the New River Gorge. We went to West Virginia. It's a long drive, or was then, on US 60, before the interstates cut through, and fell in love with the place. And as it happened, the Park Service in the Nixon administration, under then Director of the Bureau of Outdoor Recreation, James Watt, of infamy, who became Secretary of Interior later in a disastrous period of the Reagan administration. In any case, he had recommended the New River Gorge as a wild and scenic river. But that act, the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, doesn't provide for much land protection. And so I went down locally numerous times to work with local citizens, mostly starting with the outfitting companies. There was one, then there were eventually 12 that were running the river in various forms. It has a beautiful canoeing stretch. It has a lovely kayaking stretch, and then it has a rafting stretch that has Class 5s and so forth. And the advocacy grew, and at one point, the founder of that first company came to DC with me to meet with the West Virginia delegation on the Hill. As it happened, the then senior senator was the chairman of the Public Works Committee. We sat in his office, and he said, we had said we want more than just a wild and scenic river. So I came up with the idea of calling it a national river. The only such at the time was the Buffalo National River in Arkansas. And he said, fine, go convince the locals, come back and tell me you've got their support, and we'll do it. So we did. I spent many hours on the road, many days meeting with locals in the community, building a coalition, came back to Senator Jennings Randolph at the time, and he got on the phone with the Army Corps of Engineers and said, I'm going to do this legislation for the New River, but what do you think about it? And the guy at the other end apparently said it was okay, because he said, okay, we'll do it. He took it to the floor the next day or the next week, and it was a law within a month, because he was a powerful senator. And then 15 years later, the locals had discovered the recreational power of this place and said, we want to redesignate it as a national park, not just a national river. They, with some involvement from NPCA and others, Congress fairly quickly passed the legislation to upgrade it from national river to a national park. And it's a very popular place, not just for river rafting, but the historicity of the place is significant to the railroad era, the coal mining era, the immigration era. There were stories of immigrants arriving at Ellis Island in New York and were at work in New River, because you could get there by train the next week once they were through the immigration station. There was a story of a 24-hour-a-day, 12-month of the year poker game that went on at a local community hall. Lots of great history, coal mining and others. Railroads go through there. So it's become a very popular place with millions of visitors, and it started with one guy who was running a small rafting company at the time, and it became a big deal.
That's great. Thank you. Alan.
Well, maybe the story that I would tell is the power of partnerships, I think, is incredible. I've had the privilege of working with good friends in the Alliance of National Heritage Areas, and I work as NPCA's lead advocate for the National Heritage Area program. And we had a really big success, as you mentioned in the bio, about getting the National Heritage Area Act passed in 2022. And heritage areas are a program managed by the National Park Service. And I think one of the things that we don't see all the time is, especially being in a place like this, you see a lot of rangers in flat hats and gray shirts and green trousers walking around, giving tours and benefiting the public with their knowledge. You should go up to those people and give them a hug, please. But under the subsurface of the Park Service is that they run these incredible preservation programs, Historic Preservation Fund, Japanese American Concentration Sites Program, African American Civil Rights Network, those sorts of things, but also the heritage areas. And the power of national heritage areas are the stories that they tell and the way those stories can bring people together. Because one of the things you need to remember is for black folks in this country, African American folks in this country, many times when you say we're talking about heritage and preservation, what happens in the back of our minds, and it slowly moves to the front of the mind, is, oh, you mean those big white houses with the Doric columns where I can't go in unless I go dressed a particular way through the back. And we have still not caught preservation in this country up to a point where we are making people understand that it is inclusive, that it is just, that it is accurate. And so there's work to be done there. But one of my favorite heritage areas is the Niagara Falls National Heritage Area, which is part of it. So it's dealing with Tesla, it's dealing with indigenous history and culture, but it is also dealing with some of the history in that community, including a place called the Cataract Hotel. And Cataract Hotel was a very famous location right on the falls. So it would attract visitors from all across the country, all over the globe. And people would go there, including Southerners who had enslaved people. They would bring their enslaved people with them, and they would put them in rooms, and then they would go out and they would tour Niagara Falls. They would see the falls, and then they would go downstairs to the dining room, and they would eat these incredibly sumptuous meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And these meals were being served by free blacks or formerly enslaved African Americans dressed to the nines. Sharp white shirts, black vests, black trousers, absolutely spotless service. And before you could finish one course, they'd be taking the plate away and putting in another plate. And so people were very, very impressed. The people who weren't working that night were upstairs, knocking on the door of the room. And when the enslaved people would open the door, the waiters for the Cataract Hotel, the men and women who were there, would say, if you want, if you're into it, we can get you across the river to Canada. It was a part of the Underground Railroad. So when you tell broad, encompassing stories like that, that can inspire people that this isn't just some sort of preservation thing for someone else, but this is actually relevant to me, relevant to my people, relevant to our history, and part of the overall American experience, our shared national narrative, that's the hook. And that's one of the things that the Park Service has been doing so well. And it's part of the tragedy of the current history erasure thing that's going on right now, is because the agency has spent the last 30 to 35 years making our history more accurate, more just, and more inclusive. And now we got this.
Thank you for sharing those examples. Really powerful one, yeah.
Take a slightly another angle. I mentioned that a number of the sites that are existing U.S. World Heritage sites are non-National Park Service units. They are private or other public, but not federal. And most of those that have been inscribed were done in Republican administrations, interestingly enough. And so there are a number of other sites on the U.S. tentative list today that are not federal sites that perhaps, with the right political connections, could be pursued as ways to activate the interest of this administration. 3 of those are in the Pacific Ocean, the Marianas Trench, the remote Pacific Islands, and the California Current. And there's a lot of political interest, geopolitical interest in the Pacific and the relationship with China and claims in the outer Pacific and so forth. So maybe there's something there that can be pursued. Central Park in New York City is on the U.S. tentative list, non-federal. There's a very active group in the Conservancy in Central Park that is preparing a nomination. They haven't been asked to do so by the administration. They're not under contract to the Park Service, but they're hard at work to get this nomination ready to go when the opportunity presents itself. Given that President Trump is a New Yorker, maybe there's an opportunity there, not that we're going to put up a golden statue, but it could be inscribed, and there are some others. Serpent Mound, I might mention, in Ohio, is another site that is not federal. It's administered by the Ohio History Connection and is akin to the Ohio Ceremonial Earthworks, but different enough that it is on the tentative list as a separate site. So maybe these non-federal ones are what to pursue in the present administration. That's just a thought.
Yeah, and so on the World Heritage USA, we're sort of reformulating the political advocacy committee and having some conversations with folks around, like Glenn Eskew, Civil Rights nomination, and Marin from Central Park Conservancy, and the folks up here on the stage and others. I think this is an idea we keep coming back to, right, is how do you build that more local support like you've done for Okefenokee? And then I think my question that I have for you all is then, okay, so what then, right? So you've got really strong advocacy for this site and that site and this site and bipartisan support here and there and here and there. And then how do we bring that together? Because that seems like a role that this organization, World Heritage USA, is well positioned, right, to do, to bring all of those different advocacy groups together. So I'm gonna just throw that open and see if any of you have any thoughts on that. And we'll have maybe one more question, and then I want to make sure we get to your questions out there. So cue them up. But once we do this at the local level, build that strong local and state support, how can World Heritage USA then pull those together, especially, Destry, like you said, the non-federal sites as well, right? Because previously, so the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks was a World Heritage property that includes both NPS and non-NPS, or 501c3 Ohio History Connection sites. So that's where my experience came from, was with a federal partner. But as a non-federal entity, I wasn't plugged in quite the same way, right? So how can we bring everybody together once we get these strong local coalitions? Right? Alan, I think you kind of do this, right?
I hope maybe.
Sort of.
I got an annual goal review coming up, so yes, that's absolutely what I do. The question that you just asked, has anybody here ever been to Nashville? Okay, and you walk down that one main street and you got all that live music, and it's bluegrass over here and it's fantastic, and it's hip hop on the street, and that's great, and then you've got country someplace else. And then I remember being there one night, and there was like an 18-year-old kid playing an unmodified Telecaster guitar, playing rockabilly, and it was just absolutely clear that he had sold his soul to the devil on at least several occasions. I don't know how you bring all that music together. And so part of the thing that we're having right now, even on the history erasure issue, is who leads, who follows, who supports, and when. And the best thing I can suggest for all of us is that's complicated stuff, and we need to figure out how it can be complicated. And one of the best things that we can do, that I've got to practice, that NPCA has to practice, a lot of organizations have to practice, is getting a lot better about checking your ego and your name at the door. So that there are going to be times when ICOMOS leads, and there's going to be times when NPCA follows, and then we're going to reverse that. And then there are going to be times when people who are working on inscription for Okefenokee and getting that strong bipartisan support that they need can't sit next to a registered lobbyist like me because it's just not going to work. And so being able to kind of fade in and fade out, but I think it's connections. I think it's conferences like this, and I think it's about drawing on the expertise of the people like Destry, who's been a friend and a mentor for me for a long, long time. Thank you for that, sir. But then pulling in the younger people right now and making sure that we are as cross-hatched and allied as we possibly can be. But it's going to be like colonial Minutemen, minute people, minute persons, that we don't necessarily know when the British or the people in the red coats are coming, but we know what it looks like when a bad budget threatens ICOMOS. We got to say something. And when somebody proposes through government efficiency that they're going to reduce the National Park Service staff by 25%, you got to say something. Even if that's not your dissertation subject, even if your school doesn't want you to. So we've got to be able to be a lot better about picking and choosing our moments when we come together. That's my thought.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Destry or Kim, anything to add on that one?
I've always got something to say. I think I keep coming back to the Pacific because there is an ocean foundation. There's a number of other NGOs that focus on conservation of the Pacific. And there was a time, I hate to use that again, there was a time when NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and their regional director on the West Coast was wildly enthusiastic about pursuing the nomination of some of these specific sites as a professional matter, as a scientific matter, not as a political matter. But I think there is a political dimension to it now because of the heightened interest in anything that happens in the Pacific Ocean. And it could be a time to elevate the attention of it and using, starting with the NGOs that care about the Pacific Ocean, of which there are a number. It would be one thing to do. I think that we have to keep pushing the Congress, whether it flips or not in November, to keep the funding available. If OMB disallows the administration from spending it, what that sometimes means is they return the budget to the money to the Treasury, but what it sometimes means is they just contract with a private entity to do the work that would have been done by the federal government at the time. So maybe the money can be put to use when it's appropriated, but it has to start with the appropriation.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Bless you, Alan, bless you.
Are you okay? So I was just going to talk about money because for the Okefenokee process over the last 5 years, all the money was raised in the private sector. So really, I think one of the reasons this has been successful is because the nonprofit, Okefenokee Swamp Park, took on the project. So we ran the project, and we raised over $800,000 to manage the project. So I think looking to the private sector for at least the short term and getting that really wonderful nonprofit partner who is willing to do that kind of work for the project is, at least for the short term, a good opportunity.
That's a great point. And that was actually a real benefit in the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks nomination because we had a federal and a 501c3 partner, right? So that was very, very helpful. Okay, so, we're going to open it for questions here in just a second because we've got 5 minutes left. I just want to say that I think one of the things that's maybe not, I don't know if I guess I'll use this word, not sexy work, but I feel like we need to map out all of our connections better. Like all of us who are involved in World Heritage USA, like we literally need some giant spreadsheets and some mapping of, who are our friends, right? Because you don't always know, I forget which of you said this, but you don't always know, I think it was Kim, when a relationship is, you build a relationship for genuine reasons, but then at some moment, some relationships become essential to moving forward. So I think that's something that we need to do and are well positioned to do that, yeah. So I want to make sure we get to a couple of questions. See Michelle has Cindy's back there.
I wanted to talk about the President's House side a little bit because I wondered if you thought it was worthwhile for you all to work with Congress to have them make some legislation to have the exhibits go back. The city doesn't have a case legally. They don't. But I love our democracy because it's brought out all these people who really care about the history, the stories that had been told. It's probably getting more attention than it ever did. However, they don't have a legal case. They have a moral case, they have a just case, but we didn't vote that way a couple years ago. So Congress may be the only way to do it.
Well, maybe so. The City of Philadelphia and the attack lawsuit was dismissed, but then so was ours with Democracy Forward, or at least there's a prohibitive measure right now that found essentially that NPCA and the other plaintiffs working with Democracy Forward essentially lack standing. And so that was a blow, especially coming after a really good decision by a judge. And so I think the idea at this point in time is we are looking to see what kind of safeguards we can work with if there are political changes that come in November. You know, but the challenge with that is that some of the stuff you put in that suits you in a particular political mood is the same thing that will kill you when the cast of characters changes. And in our participatory democracy, the cast of characters is always going to change. So right now, we're looking for ways to stop and then reverse the slide towards censorship. And we're figuring it out as we go a little bit. But I do take your point that maybe there are a couple of bills, and like the Truth in History, and I'm going to be a bad lobbyist because I don't remember the number, but there's a Truth in History bill, which is not going to go anywhere in the 119th Congress, but it could go someplace in the 120th.
That's assuming the Congress flips to a different majority. And that is the case with the American political system. If the majority in the House changes in November, come January, there'll be a whole new cast of characters, different chairman of every committee. And the going in assumption will be there will be more sympathetic to the things that we all care about. They have been in the past. They're people that we know. So we'll have to see. But between now and then, I would say the chances of any legislative effort are fraught at best and unlikely to succeed.
I saw Glenn.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd like to ask a quick question. I appreciated, Ellen, you talking about being beaten at politics industry. You just emphasizing the possibility of a change in the fall. Given the generational damage that you were describing that's taking place, is there organizations keeping score of what is happening and how it could conceivably be reversed? And what organizations might be the ones in the forefront or the lead to help with this kind of reconstruction that will need to occur?
So Save Our Signs, they have documented a lot of the stuff that was up, including, I think, taking photographs of National Park Service brochures, because some of those are likely to come in for, or maybe already have been targeted for censorship. The George Wright Society, I'm a volunteer board member for the George Wright Society, and they've got something along the lines of a couple tetrabytes of data. I don't know what a tetrabyte is, but it's more than it's on my computer. It's certainly more than it's in my head. But I just wanted to reinforce, when I talk about generational damage, it's not just that somebody took this and took it away, and then at some point in time, 3 years from now, we can take this and put it back. It's the institutional knowledge, it's the heart and soul, and this is the thing that kills me. It kills me because I have favorite National Park Service interpreters, and these people have dedicated their lives to learning about this history, to exploring it, and then to be passionate about the way that they convey it to the public. And we've got people right now who are telling them, yeah, none of that counts. You don't count. That's where the generational damage comes in.
I'll just add that the entire National Park Service website, terabytes for sure, was cloned by a sympathetic organization in December of '24, so that it is available for instant reinstallation when the change comes, or at least to be able to identify every change that this administration has forced on the Park Service's telling of history and significance of places. It's housed at UC Berkeley at the present time. It's fully digitized. It'll be available for use. It's fostered by a nonprofit called the George Wright Society. You don't know, George Wright was the first professional biologist in the employ of the National Park Service. Started the first research program called the Fauna Series. Anyway, all this data is ready for reinsertion when the time comes.
Great. Well, I want to thank you all for being here, and especially thank our panelists. And Kim, we're all with you. We'll be watching here as the Okefenokee goes forward. Thank you for your great work. Thank you all so much. All right. Wayne, since you have a 10-minute recess. All right. Thank you.
And don't forget to come back. There's one more panel.
How's it going? Thank you.
But not quite.
Oh. Because I looked, and I did the whole scope, and I was like sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, he's dead in a ditch somewhere. Where is he? Yeah. Oh. You want me to use my loud voice? It worked. Here after. Yeah. My stage voice. Diana. Oh, I'm good. Okay, did you go home?
Oh, well, did you?
Yeah, how many like
It worked. I had never done, that's why I was coming back to talk to you. Yeah, I had never done it. So I timed it to the time.
Okay, I think that works. I'm sure. Okay, yeah, if you want to try to round up the... It's great, thank you. The board members will do that too.
On the top, like we're making exactly.
You have it.
Okay, thank you yourself.
I was just gonna say that.
I used to live in Oregon, so I was like, I need to talk to them.
Amazing. Whereabouts?
Corvallis.
Oh, okay. Did you go to Oregon State?
Yeah, exactly.
It is really complex.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Fellas, great job to all of you. That was awesome.
Your smooth handling of
Presentations of the symposium. Yeah, no, I mean, thanks for like willing to do it. Thanks for willing to be the guinea pigs. I hope it felt like it went well. If it did not, please let us know. We can take the feedback. You guys, we're gonna go. That's mine. Scoot just a little this way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I told someone earlier, so these will for sure go on, or I hope for sure will go on the World Heritage USA Instagram. If for whatever reason you don't see your photo, I got a photo of all of you, so for whatever reason you don't, just shoot me an email. I'll make sure you get something for the LinkedIn. And if you, we mix and match, not everybody on LinkedIn, add each other, add us, like keep in contact. We want to be a resource for you guys. This is not just like a thanks for the presentation. Keep in contact.
Yeah, we hope to figure out a way to help everyone stay in contact with each other in FTD. We're trying to figure out how to do that in the most efficient and best way. So it's not the last time you'll interact with each other.
And us.
And us, of course, us. So thank y'all.
And then obviously we thought it'd be easier to get photos now, so we took the next
Inaugural cohort.
front for a quick photo. Thank you.
If the board members can please come to the front for a group picture, please. Thank you. Clarification, current and former board members, please.
Jennifer Altman, come to the principal's desk, please. She might be in the food room.
Yeah.
Hello again, folks. Take your seats. We're now coming up on the final session. You taking off? It's good to see you. Okay. All right. Okay, folks, take your seat, please. All right, this is going to be our last session today, and it's going to be moderated by Dusty Jarvis, a former senior advisor to the Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of Interior, immediate past Vice President of ICOMOS-USA and World Heritage USA. Dusty has spent the past 54 years working professionally in the parks, recreation, historic preservation, tourism, and youth service fields in senior positions for both nonprofit associations, for-profit associations, the U.S. National Park Service, and as a for-profit consultant and as CEO of its own firm, as his own firm, since 2002. Mr. Jarvis' professional positions have included Executive Director, National Recreation and Parks Association, Vice President, National Association of Service and Conservation Corps, Assistant Director, U.S. National Park Service, Senior Advisor to the Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of the Interior, Executive Vice President, Student Conservation Association, and Vice President, National Parks Conservation Association. Mr. Jarvis has served as a board member of numerous nonprofit organizations, including, of course, Vice President of World Heritage USA, Vice Chair of the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, and Leave No Trace Center for Outdoor Ethics, and the Natural Resources Council of America, Nature Bridge Vice President of Fort Monroe Foundation, a trustee of the Fort Monroe Authority, Global Parks, founding board member of City Parks Alliance, American Hiking Society, and American Heritage Alliance. Mr. Jarvis graduated from College of William and Mary in 1969, served 3 years in the U.S. Army, including assignment in Vietnam as a captain in military intelligence. Destry?
Well, I would like to have Jonathan and Sarah come on up instead of sitting in the audience. John Putnam is not going to be with us physically today. He had a family emergency and videotaped a short message, which we'll put on in a moment. And then, because we earlier agreed that John would go first with more of the negativity that we talked about in the previous panel, and Jonathan and Sarah will present a much more positive perspective. That what they're doing and what others like them are doing around the world today for heritage conservation is important, it's essential, it's moving ahead positively, and it's doing great work. Ultimately, we need the government, the U.S. government, to be playing its role, which it isn't doing at the moment. And that's unfortunate. But a situation that it is what it is, and we're going to deal with it by doing the things that ICOMOS-USA can do in the way of advocacy that we just talked about, and doing the things that important organizations that are non-governmental have done and are doing and will continue to do, even in the face of these changes. So whoever's running the video that has Jonathan's video, I would ask them to put it on at this point. I don't know who that is. Where did the staff go? They all left.
Hi, everybody. This is John Putnam. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person today with you all. I was really looking forward to seeing many of my friends and colleagues in Philadelphia. But I have to say, it's kind of amazing that we can have this technology that enables me to sort of contribute still, even from many hundreds of miles away. Hopefully I have a chance to see many of you in person again before too long. I do need to thank Destry and Ariana and all the organizers of this meeting for pulling this off. I know it's a lot of work, and again, I really appreciate everything that you've done. For this panel today, I'm hoping to sort of set the stage on the current U.S. World Heritage Program, or really lack thereof, and sort of start the discussion on what possibly can be done to revive the U.S. government's role with World Heritage, and kind of see where this goes. So go to the next slide. And I'd like to start with a little bit of history. You probably know most of this, but I always find it helpful to remind us how we got where we are. And last year, 2025, was the 60th anniversary of a White House conference on international cooperation in which these two gentlemen here, Russell Train and Joe Fisher, first raised the idea of a World Heritage Trust. And that, of course, went on to evolve along with a lot of other folks, including ICOMOS and UNESCO and IUCN and many other important partners, but ended up in the World Heritage Convention. And of course, as you all know, the U.S. was the first country to sign it in 1973, and then in Washington, D.C. in 1978 was the first meeting at which sites were actually inscribed. But the main point that I always like to emphasize is that World Heritage really, to a large extent, was an American idea and remains one of the United States' most important international legacies in conservation and heritage preservation around the world. And we don't want to lose sight of that this is not some foreign idea. This was very much an American concept. And as again, I think most of you know, it's a treaty. The World Heritage Convention is a treaty, so the U.S. has obligations to implement it. And for many decades now, it has been coded into the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. And it's important to just specify here that the U.S. Department of the Interior really is the lead U.S. government entity responsible for implementing the World Heritage Convention. State Department also has an important role, which we'll talk about, but it really is DOI that has the lead role. And through the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service has for many decades, through our office, my former office, the International Affairs Office, served as the staff office to help the Department of the Interior carry out its responsibilities. And there's a lot to be proud of. Over 40 plus years, 26 sites within the United States have been successfully nominated and inscribed on the World Heritage List. We have revised our tentative list 2 times, in both instances seeing a very huge increase in the interest by U.S. sites, properties around the country in being considered for World Heritage nomination. Our office and others have done a lot to promote the convention globally. So now you see a lot of other media outfits also highlighting World Heritage sites, both in the United States and globally. It's a very recognized brand. The U.S. has served multiple terms on the World Heritage Committee, of course, up until 2011 when we no longer were able to do so. But we even hosted a committee here in 1992. And I always like to emphasize that the U.S., we've seen one of our important roles within the World Heritage community is to remind many others out there that it's not just about the nominations and the inscriptions is only the beginning, that ultimately what World Heritage Convention and the World Heritage community are really here for is to help preserve these places for all humanity forever. And one of the ways that we tried to social leadership there during my time was the establishment of a World Heritage Fellowship program, where we hosted dozens of World Heritage site managers from around the globe at U.S. World Heritage sites, and giving them multiple weeks, sometimes months, of very hands-on experience training in all sorts of fields relating to World Heritage management, which they were then able to take back home and apply at their home site. So here we are today, as of last year. Of course, as we all well too familiar with the new administration, we've lost so much throughout the federal government. USAID being the most notorious end, but my former office, the Park Service International Affairs Office, was also essentially abolished. The functions consolidated into the Department of the Interior, but almost all of the staff who were there left, retired, not necessarily fully voluntarily, but nonetheless left the government. And this is not just for DOI or Park Service, but also our State Department colleagues who were familiar with how World Heritage works have also retired. So at this point, there is literally no one left throughout the U.S. government who has any real hands-on experience with World Heritage. And we're going to need to address that if this program is going to be revived. I mentioned the Assistant Secretary of Fish and Wildlife and Parks here. Again, according to those regs which we referred to earlier, that is the position within the Department of Interior, within the U.S. government, that really is the key decision maker for all World Heritage matters, so including approving the writing of draft nominations, approving the submission of nominations to the World Heritage Committee for consideration, and dealing with conservation matters of World Heritage sites. And as far as I can tell, again, I'm not in the government now, but there seems to be very little interest on that Assistant Secretary's hallway for implementing World Heritage. So we're going to need to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, everyone, I assume in this group knows that this administration has yet again decided that the United States is going to leave membership within UNESCO. This will be the third time that has happened. But there is some, I've seen various things in the press and elsewhere, some confusion about what that means for World Heritage. And I think it's really important to be clear that leaving UNESCO, leaving membership in UNESCO, does not mean we are leaving the World Heritage Convention. Again, we will have left UNESCO 3 times. We've never left the convention. We've remained very active in the World Heritage Convention, regardless of our status vis-a-vis UNESCO. In fact, during the Reagan administration, where they also pulled out of UNESCO, the U.S. government was extremely active with World Heritage, multiple terms on the World Heritage Committee. Again, I mentioned 1992, the U.S. hosted a World Heritage Committee session. We were not members of UNESCO at the time. So U.S. membership in the convention is not contingent upon UNESCO membership. Now, that being said, the administration's review of our membership in all international organizations is supposedly ongoing. So far, World Heritage has been spared that, but there's no guarantee that it will remain the same moving forward. Certainly, other entities, in addition to UNESCO, many international organizations, the U.S. this administration has determined that we are leaving or have left, including an important one for World Heritage is the IUCN, sort of the ICOMOS' partner for natural heritage. The U.S. government has pulled out of any sort of membership or funding of IUCN, unfortunately. Again, within a couple of weeks, we're hoping to get good news about the U.S.'s nomination of Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge. It should be toward the end of this month. We will know for sure that has been inscribed. And my hope is that this will be a case of success having 1,000 fathers, and many of the administration will see this and want to highlight this good news. And with any luck, then they may even start asking what's next, and we might be able to then move forward with other potential World Heritage nominations. But we shall see. And so, sort of teeing up the discussion with my colleagues on the panel, where do we go from here? Again, it's really essential to remember that the convention it's an intergovernmental program convention. So if the U.S. government chooses to be active or inactive, that really is the key factor. And again, as I mentioned, there really are two key departments vis-a-vis World Heritage. The first being the Department of the Interior, with new nominations, dealing with existing sites, etc. And then, of course, the Department of State has always been the department which actually has paid our contributions to UNESCO and to the World Heritage Fund, and through things like the Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation, often directly financially supporting World Heritage sites overseas. So we're going to need to get the attention and support of these two departments if there's going to be much traction in moving forward. But having said that, I've always felt that civil society could play a much bigger role in World Heritage, even in the good times. But that role is now more important than ever before, both in trying to hopefully influence this administration to support the convention and support our work in it, and in supporting World Heritage sites specifically here in the U.S. and around the world. And I've seen a variety of efforts underway already to start thinking about both now moving things forward in this administration, but also thinking about what's next in a few years, perhaps under different leadership. And this includes there's a group calling themselves Reimagining Conservation. There's a group for the George Wright Society, which is the refoundation of the Park Service, and that could include looking at the World Heritage Program. And there are many others out there which I encourage folks to start looking at and seeing if there might be a way for them to get involved. But I'm now going to turn this over back to the panel, and I hope this helps start some discussion. And I hope I'll be around to meet with some of you in person again before too long. And I'm always available to chat with folks through email and Zoom and all the rest. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Let's move on to our two speakers. Dr. Jonathan Bell is Senior Vice President of Global Preservation Strategy at the World Monuments Fund. He, like Susan, has worked internationally extensively, and he's worked in places like China and Egypt and Kazakhstan and Colombia. Serves on many professional scientific committees, as a BA from Harvard, a DEA from Sorbonne, Master of Science in Historic Preservation from Columbia, and a PhD in Urban Planning from UCLA. Susan McDonald is head of Buildings and Sites at the Getty Conservation Institute, California. She has spent many years, not that many, working in architecture and studied at the University of Sydney, holds a master's in conservation studies from the University of York, and is certified architect and a practicing planner. She also has engaged internationally with ICOMOS, with Docomomo, and works with 20th Century International Scientific Committee. She's worked on developing nominations, advising state parties, undertaking assessments and expert missions at sites. And we welcome both of you. I think we said, Jonathan, that you would go first.
Either way.
Who's teed up first? I'm not sure.
I think I see my presentation.
Yeah, I think it was going to
Very
be me,
good.
but it doesn't matter. You go. No, you go for your teed up. It doesn't matter.
Confusion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay, it's always fun and challenging being the last session of a multi-day event. So I'm going to try to bring the energy up a little bit. And part of what I want to talk about, yes, the situation is dire. We know that. But there is a lot of good work happening. And I think there is a lot to be hopeful about. And so what I'm here to talk about is World Monuments Fund as one of the few American, one of many American footprints around the world. And really talk about how it has kind of represented US expertise and voice in many cases, and then try to answer this question of what's coming next and what do we need to be focused on, and look at that through our programs. So, we were founded in 1965 as an American organization, but to mobilize American money to work internationally, to address the needs of global heritage. That's part of our DNA. That's who we are. We were taking money from the US and trying to do good work around the world. And to case in point, our very first project, I recently saw the project agreement signed in 1966, was at what is now a World Heritage Site, the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela in Ethiopia. So this has been a big part of who we are. And over the past 60 years, we have grown. We are definitely still very much an American organization. I just came from New York today, where our global headquarters are. But as you can see from the map, just a handful of active projects. Most of our work is international. But yes, we do things in the US. And I think this is an important story because all of you here in the room, you are in the field, you're entering the field, you are long-term practitioners, and there's a lot of expertise, a lot of experience to bring to the world. And I think that's been a big part of what World Monuments Fund has done over its many years. And I think one great example, we are, I think, somewhat known for our work in Cambodia. We've been there for over 35 years. These photos are not so clear because they're from 1989, our very first mission there. We were the first Western organization to come back to Cambodia after the genocide that killed about a third of the population. And with that, a lot of the knowledge that actually was there about how to care for some of the incredible monuments in this country. So over those 35 years or more, we have established an office in Siem Reap. We work very closely with the authorities who manage the Angkor Archaeological Park. We have a staff of 75 Cambodians on the ground, conservation technicians and professionals, architects, engineers, and so forth, who are working every day. These are full-time staff. So yes, we've brought American funding, and I should say we really have served over the years as the ad hoc or de facto American presence. Because I don't know how many of you know, but the Cambodia, particularly the Angkor Archaeological Park, works like many archaeological sites, particularly throughout the Middle East, where they have been carved up. They are concessions that have typically been given to foreign national entities to do archaeological research, to do conservation, and everything else. And with that concession, that entity is responsible for the place while it holds the concession. We've held 4 concessions in the archaeological park. This is an image of Angkor Wat. The previous was Preah Khan. And we, as I said, we continue to work. Our big project right now is the oldest temple in the archaeological park, dates back to the end of the 9th century, Phnom Bakhang, which is a huge, huge pyramid, or maybe more ziggurat, because it's a stepped pyramid, that we've been working on since 1998. So we play that role, big American presence, but yet we are employing, training, building capacity in local Cambodians, very important. It's one of the most important things. And we've done the research recently, the evaluation, to really understand the economic impact on the local community, both in terms of training, but really their ability to have better lives. And so that's been a big part of what we've been looking back at recently. Now I want to turn to now. What do we need to do? What are the big questions? And I think, again, what can American professionals do, not only in the US, of course, but also internationally? We all know climate change is here. It is something we have to deal with, we have to adapt to, we need to better understand, and we need to build ways to keep moving forward. So just, I think at this point it's 2 years ago, we established a Climate Heritage Initiative. There are 4 main pieces to that, and I'll talk about the water piece in a little more detail momentarily. But we have tried to identify places where we felt there were needs among professionals to say, how can we support the work that's needed, and support these people, and then come up with strategies and some support for decision making. So we created a network around coastal connections. This is a network of professionals, normally site managers, who are managers of coastal sites around the world. We just had our first big in-person workshop in Zanzibar. We'll be creating 6 of these hubs around the world to support, within that regional context, the very specific needs of coastal sites. Our Cultivating Resilience program is focused on historic gardens and green spaces. It works similarly to Coastal Connections. However, we have funding to develop model projects. And so right now we have 7 active projects. We just put out a call, I think it closed end of May or mid-June, and we'll probably select another 5 or 6 projects, again with the idea to build capacity and create centers of excellence around these approaches, but also connecting all the professionals, because they're coming from very different parts of the world with similar challenges, but sometimes different needs. And then our Greener Greenhouses program is focused, actually based at Kew Gardens in the UK, and it's about making greenhouses, particularly in cold climates, more sustainable. How do we figure out less energy use for that sort of site and structure? So I want to talk about water, and one of the things that I always say, and I loved, I think Alan has gone, I loved what Alan said, because that's something I often say. I don't think we do a good enough job as professionals talking about why heritage is relevant to us today. That's the key message. That's how you get people excited. That's how you get politicians to support what we do. That's how you get funding. Why is this important to us? And one of the key ways that heritage is important to us and relevant is that the practice and the act of preservation, of conservation, can actually help address some of our biggest global challenges. So that's why I talk about water. I think you all know the world is in a water crisis. Some of us are better off than others, but it's coming to get all of us. Very sorry to say. And what's incredible when we look at our heritage landscape is that almost everywhere in the world, everywhere there have been people, they came up with ways to manage water, to capture it, to convey it, to move it around, to store it, right? And often, when we look back historically, particularly those things that are older, there was no energy required because it didn't exist in the same form as it does today. It was much more sustainable than our modern water management systems. So one of the programs we've developed, and this is, you can probably tell from my passion, this is near and dear to my heart, something I brought to World Monuments Fund, is a program focused on water heritage and rehabilitation of that heritage to address local water needs. So I want to talk really briefly about a project in Nepal. This is in the Kathmandu Valley. And it's an incredible system of water conveyance, and I'll show you an image in a moment, that goes back, the earliest record goes back to about the 6th or 7th century, right? So we're talking 1400 years of continued use. The context is that Kathmandu Valley has a real water challenge. One, it is one of the top places in terms of water stress and also water scarcity. So water stress means you may not have enough water on a regular basis, but you don't know when it's going to happen. It could happen once a year, could happen a little more often than that. Water scarcity means on a regular basis, you do not have enough water to live your life. This is a center of water scarcity. 20% of people living in Kathmandu Valley do not have piped water in their homes. They rely still on these systems to get their water for their daily use. The people who have piped water, at least once a month, for a few days a month, that water runs dry, that tap runs dry. So how do you make do? Well, we see the systems, it's bottled water and trucks delivering water, and still not very sustainable. Yet there's this landscape. There used to be thousands of these hitis. There are now about 500, and only about half of those are still running, actually producing water. So we've developed a program to rehabilitate these. And as I said, I'd show you a bit how this works. It's ingenious. You're in a valley. It's taking advantage of the fact that you can tap into groundwater at a higher elevation, and that's gravity-fed water that comes down below and provides as that a provision point, and you can go and collect that water. And many of these have been running for 1,000 years. And then suddenly you see that water capture area, that pond. Well, imagine if you drain that and cement that over and build a bunch of buildings. So how do you recharge the groundwater, right? So that's one of the challenges that we see. Imagine also if that beautiful brick channel that you see that's carrying the water, you decide you're going to show up and build your home. So you dig a foundation, you find some water there, and you go, ugh, what is all this water doing here? Let's divert that, and let me finish my foundation and have my beautiful building. And then 100 meters away, 500 meters away, a Hiti runs dry, right? So all of these challenges are not just about preservation and the technical aspect of keeping the water flowing, but also policy, behavior, right, and enforcement, very importantly. So here's one example. This is actually the oldest Hiti that we have found that we know of. This dates back to probably the early 8th century. And until maybe 20 years ago, it provided water. You can see now there's no water coming from those spouts, and you can see it's kind of an icky mess. You wouldn't want to step in there anyway. So clearly the drainage is not working either. So we jumped in, and as is wont in Nepal, we had to do a good puja, a wonderful blessing ceremony to kick off the work. You can see kind of a messy work site there, a lot happening. We had to take out the GPR and figure out where does this path come from, where is it tapping into the groundwater. None of these are mapped, by the way. And I think, let's see if it plays. Oh, it doesn't. But that image on the right is a video that's the first time we reconnect the water, and the water is flowing again. And now today, this particular site is producing 5,000 liters of water a day. That's enough for daily use for 200 people. And we're doing more of these projects. And this is only one example of the types of water projects we're doing. But it is all heritage-led. It is based on things that exist in the environment that are an example of the ingenuity of basically all of our ancestors, right? So it's incredible, and yet now it runs for free. It does not cost anything. There are no energy costs. We need to make sure the community is maintaining this, right? And that's part of the work we're doing. And of course, that there is municipal policy to protect these channels. So I want to change gears and talk about another global challenge, conflict. I think especially today, we know that conflict seems to be all about us, and it seems to just be increasing and increasing, and the data actually, sadly, show that. We have since, what is it? It's doubled since 2000, basically events of conflict. And we've seen 200,000 conflict events, very broadly defined, in the year 2024 alone. And we know that whenever you have any sort of particularly explosive, and by the way, bombings are now the most important part and most common used weapon in conflict, that damages cultural heritage, right? But of course, it also ruins people's lives in many, many ways. So a quick example of a project we've been working on, the Mosul Museum. Many of you will remember this. This is in Iraq. It's created by a wonderful Iraqi architect, Mohammed Makia. It opened in 1974. This modernist building did. And many of you may remember it, know of it, because of the things, these images and film that took to all the news channels and whatever social media there was at that time, back in 2015, of Daesh or ISIS basically willfully damaging artifacts in the museum. This is an image from the Day of Liberation, March 2017, and you can see a pockmarked, bullet-marked facade. Of course, lots of damage to the front of the building. in trying to destroy one of these big mythical creatures, the Lamassu and the throne. Daesh also blew a hole in the floor. So this is a museum that needed a lot of help. And we've spent the past 4 or 5 years working on that. It's due to open early next spring. And I just want to say, in terms of relevance, one of the things, we were brought into this project by a group of partners, the Smithsonian, the Louvre, and also Alif. And one of the things that we really wanted to know was, does anybody care? Does anybody here care? Is this really an important place, or was this just chosen as a project by someone who walked by and said, that's our project? So we did a bunch of research, qualitative research, talking to local community members, various CBOs, even students in school groups and whatnot, and said, is this important? What does it mean? And the answer that came back over and over again in multiple forms, but basically the same thing, was the Mosul Museum is the heart of Mosul. This is where we come to feel safe. And if your home has been torn asunder and all of your neighbors are gone or sadly maybe dead, and your family as well, you look for safety, right? So this is why our work is so relevant. We're bringing back security, safety, and cultural identity to people who have lost it. Just to mention, because I feel like I can't talk about this without saying Ukraine, we have been involved in Ukraine since, about 3 months into the conflict that began in 2022, the escalated conflict that began in 2022. We've had 24 projects. We were able to raise $2.6 million, and we have a staff person, a Ukrainian staff person in Ukraine, working on this every day. I will end with this slide, because again, we're talking about the future. We have had a really exciting and wonderful development over the past, it's less than a year. Just last fall, we announced the establishment of the Suzanne Dilbooth Institute for Heritage Preservation. This was made possible by a really wonderful gift that then leveraged additional endowment gifts and allows us to really stop working project by project, as we have done over the years, and think about what are the needs around the world and how can we support professionals and community members. And so we have 4 areas. One that's really focused on developing and strengthening our relationships with academic institutions and the training that goes along with that, training and education. Another on heritage trades training, which is focused on job creation and helping people get jobs by giving them the skills that also carry on the knowledge of the field. Our practitioner networks, I talked about some of these in our coastal network and our gardens network. And then this is a wonderful opportunity for us because 60 years, we've been around for a while. And I have to admit, our archives are not in the best shape. Many of you may have said, gee, I wish I knew what WMF was doing, and I can't find a paper. So we're leaning in to make sure that we are disseminating all the lessons learned and the work that we can do. And I think all of us here can do that for the organizations we work with and be better about, I love the conversation about networking. Who is in our network and how do we link everybody together? I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you able to put my notes up for me, presenter view? While I start. So good afternoon, everyone, and it's been a fantastic few days. Thank you so much to everybody, and loved all the talks this afternoon too. It's been great, and thanks to everyone for sticking with us for this final session. So I'm going to talk a bit about the Getty Conservation's work out there in the world. As Sarah Lardenois said yesterday, we're a non-profit organisation based in Los Angeles. I don't quite know what's happening. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for the presenter view to come up, but it's up? Not on this screen, it's not. Anyway, I'll go to the next slide where perhaps that's able to happen. So as Sarah said yesterday, based in Los Angeles, non-profit, United States-based and funded organization. And the part of it that I work in is the Getty Conservation Institute. And we work internationally with local, national, and international partners, which is really crucial because we have no authority in the places that we work. So our mission is to advance conservation practice internationally, and let me try and remember what was in my notes. It's the end of the week, so I'll do my best. So in all of the projects that we do, being, as Sarah said yesterday, the work of my department is focused on the physical environment, but we work very closely with our collections department where there are associated collections associated with the places that we work in. And we work on places from the ancient to the modern world. And we are working both with the tangible aspects of heritage and the intangible. And often, of course, these things coexist and they're interwoven. Sarah mentioned this briefly yesterday, so I'll just recap very quickly that we serve the conservation community through these different modalities. We understand research. We're able to bring research to the fore sometimes when the places and the countries that we're working with are not able to do that. We're sometimes working through the lens of a specific field project or on-the-ground project. We work in the realm of creating and sharing and disseminating information that the field has identified to be of need. We're very involved in capacity building, which involves training and education-related activities, and we pay attention to contributing to and supporting communities of practice. And this is just a map of the current things that we're doing right now and where we're working, showing how some of these places we're working on a combination of these modalities, and in some of them we might just be working on one. So in Peru, we're working on a project on the seismic retrofitting of earthen buildings, so developing locally applicable techniques that can be used for earthen heritage in that country. So that involves research, but we've also got 3 field projects where we're learning from the field projects, being able to apply the techniques that we're developing. And meanwhile, we're training and building the capacity of local architects and engineers and wall painting conservators, and working with local communities, because local community partners are also really important. We're also creating guidelines so that professionals can know how to use the outcomes of this work, and making sure that the guidelines can be integrated into the building codes, which currently right now do not prevent the continuation of traditional practices for seismic retrofit. And then, and then capacity building, as I said, eventually will cascade up to the international level. So that's an example of what we're doing in Peru. Sometimes we're working on these modalities just in one of those lenses. So the work we've been doing at the Abu Dhabi Department of Culture and Tourism, for example, is really focused on training. And that's been a training course that we've been doing for professionals in North Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia on earthen heritage. And that training initiative is about to expand to a different course, which is related to modern architecture. So people often ask us how we select our projects, and it's done in various different ways. We're looking to address certain gaps in the field or strategic needs that we've identified. We're usually thinking about how might the research that we can do, is there potential for sort of new research that can bring different disciplines to bear on a particular problem? Is there training potential so that the work can be sustained in the long term? Have we got the assets, the resources and the skills to do that work? The partnership, do we have a strong on-the-ground partner whose values are aligned with ours and have mutually, often we're looking for complementary skill sets or resources to come together. And we're always thinking about impact and sustainability. We tend to stay quite long-term in the places that we work. A sign of our success is we're no longer needed. So that means that we're really looking to develop things on the ground that can be, that our partners will sustain in the longer term. And how do projects come to us? Well, sometimes it's at the invitation of a host country or site owner, and that was very much the case for our work in Egypt on the Valley of the Queens and the tomb of Tutankhamun and Nefertari. Were invited by the Egyptian government to work with them there. Sometimes a third party seeks us out, because often when we're working particularly on field projects, it's usually with a government partner. But sometimes a third sector organisation will seek us out. So, for example, the project that we've been doing at the Casa di Bicentenario at the archaeological site of Herculaneum in Italy, we were asked by the Hewlett-Packard Foundation, who was working in partnership with government there, to come and engage with them because there were some scientific questions that they really wanted to have addressed. So they asked us if we would work with them on that site. And then sometimes we seek projects out. So when we started our Conserving Modern Architecture initiative, we were looking for field projects that might be able to solve some sort of typical challenges that happen, and partners for funding. So we were out there looking for partners and projects that met these strategic goals. And sometimes these things kind of just happen by sort of almost happenstance or opportunistically. So our work with the City of Los Angeles on the African American Historic Places project happened in 2020 in the aftermath of Black Lives Matter really gaining momentum. There was government poised to really take action. We were very interested in the subject and strong community support. And so that project, which is aiming to uplift the African American heritage in Los Angeles, a heritage which has been marginalized or stories not told, was something that we were really interested in doing. But also the other part of our work here is to really interrogate our heritage system, our practices, our processes, and really identify where systemic racism still exists within our system and what sort of processes and practice guidelines and tools could be introduced to change the way that we practice writ large, both here in the States and internationally. Our funding and resources it's always a partnership, as I said. And a lot of our work is often really constrained and really is more involved in the sort of initial research or intellectual input that we do with our partner, and the development side of things, the training and the publications and the implementation. And often the host country that we're working with for field projects will be bringing the money for those projects. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One of those is that we don't have, that larger funds that often large projects requires. Secondly, it really ensures that the work we're doing is grounded in the capacity locally, be it for long-term funding or sustainability of the work. But that's not always possible, and so sometimes we're also working with other external funders. We've worked with WMF before, we work with ALIF. There might be other external partners that come in. The Ambassadors Fund has been another partner that we have in the past looked to help our host countries implement the work. And there are still pockets of that available in some countries, which is great. So partnerships, as I said, really crucial. We can't do anything without partners. And this is an example of the sort of extensive partner network that we might have for any initiative or project. This is just an example of the ones we have for our Conserving Modern Architecture initiative, and other initiatives look somewhat similar. There are many partners we work with, and when I talk about partners, I'm not talking about informal collaborations. I'm talking about formal partnerships and agreements that we have for various lengths of time, and they might be with other funding organisations, other NGOs, with governments, or with, in fact, sometimes site owners or stewards themselves as well. And those partnerships are true for research, for training, and for our field projects, and sometimes for creation of information and knowledge. So we also have a foundation, which is the philanthropic part of the Getty, and it now has moved closer and closer to doing funding that is really complementing the work that we're doing to address things that we've identified as strategic needs in the field. So, for example, they worked with us on the Conserving Modern Architecture initiative and provided funding for projects around the world in that realm. And right now they're about to launch a new area of funding related to climate change adaptation for archaeological sites. They also support conservation professionals' engagement in international conferences. They've supported ICOMOS, they're doing that for the next one, ICOMOS-USA, APTI, AII, various other international conferences. And occasionally they have emergency funds and relief for issues related to conflict or other natural disasters. So Ukraine, there was funding that we provided through ALIF. And then in the wake of the terrible fires in Los Angeles last year, there was a $12 million fund that was started by the Getty with other funding partners for artists and artistic workers, and then we funded work related to cultural mapping for some of the burn areas in Altadena. So one of the things, I've talked about how we sort of think about this work, but what drives it and why we do it, what do we do, why do we do what we do, and how do we work out what to do? Well, we always start by thinking about what are the challenges and needs, and I'm going to use the sort of recent work that we've done to develop our strategic plan for the next 5 years as an example of how we do that. And so the first thing we do is we sit down and we sort of talk about with the whole of our organisation, what do we think the big issues in the field are and the needs are that are sort of related to the areas that we work. And these are the ones we identified last year, this international pattern of reduction in funding for government resources, not just in the States. I mean, it's bad enough here, but it's happening everywhere. Weakening of legislation, reduced services for things beyond legislation and funding. This big challenge that in WMF, Jonathan talked about, climate change and the impact on heritage, the need to engage in mitigation and adaptation, and how do we make sure that heritage is really part of the sustainability agenda and part of the solution, not the problem. This big interest in, if we want heritage to be well loved by people, we need to recognise that heritage is rich and diverse, and there are many communities' heritage which is not recognised, or it's been erased or marginalised. So there's need to have more equitable practices in the field and better identification of diverse heritage and practices. Development pressure, of course, goes on, pressure on tourism sites, and the converse, much of the world's rural heritage is suffering from obsolescence and abandonment. And then another issue which we have observed, and I think most of the academics have gone, but I did try it out with Sue-Ann today, this divergence between academic research and practice, which is really worrying. Like, we really need practitioners who come out of universities who know what to do, and academia has become a lot more theoretical in the more recent decades, and that's a bit of a challenge for us. So, but there are also great opportunities that sometimes arise out of these challenges, and we're seeing some of this, and we've just heard some talks about how one of the responses to lack of government intervention is this greater community and civil engagement and taking on more responsibility for heritage, which is tough, but actually essential. We're seeing new funding bodies emerging, more public-private partnerships. So that's a sort of positive thing. I mean, heritage came from communities, and then we sort of relied on government a lot, and now communities becoming more engaged. We've also got this great opportunity to demonstrate heritage conservation's role in climate change mitigation and adaptation, the water projects that Jonathan just talked about, and how it contributes to meeting sustainable development goals that are pretty well known now that we need to be paying more attention to. And this thing about how if we bring communities in and empower them to be good stewards, to help us understand heritage, to help us conserve it, and to help us celebrate it, then we need to be much better at understanding what communities value and how, and this aspect of social value, which we haven't recognized as well as we could. What are the opportunities to think about that in different ways and use that platform to help cross-engagement within and outside of our profession? So these are the responses that we identified for our strategic plan. I'm not going to go into them. You can scan that and get some of the ideas of what we're doing. But these things involve diversifying heritage practice, and that's about new tools and processes that can help us better identify the range of different heritage values that people identify with that place, and new and different or re-emerging ways to conserve them. Really thinking about the need to expand our training work largely to the global south, thinking about different modes of delivery and language and all those ways to make training more accessible. Really focusing in on research that supports practical conservation and simple practical tools that people can use on the ground. Really enhancing our organisation as a source of globally accessible resources and information. More translations. We have about 12 different languages that we have been translating work into, but really thinking about how we can make more of our publications accessible. What are the different opportunities and medium that can be used for that? And then what are the different research aspect things that we need to really do to really secure heritage's place within broader policy frameworks that are happening, social, environmental, and so on, because we can't stay siloed. If we don't become more integrated into broader ranges of government policy and legislation, we are always going to be fighting the battle. So that is a quick overview of what we've been doing. I realise that we're now out of time. I just leave you with this beautiful site in Bagan where we were working in Myanmar, a project we sadly had to leave because of the military coup, and this is a challenge that sometimes organisations like ours have. We start long-term programs in countries that are unstable, which is often where they really need help, and then there's disruption and challenges. So one of the things that's challenging for us is to work out how to sustain relationships and impact when there are political challenges. And whilst there are challenges in the States right now, and we've spent a couple of days talking about it, I think for us, yes, there are some things we have to be a little bit careful about how we navigate, but we haven't changed our commitment to what we think is important and how we think we should work. It does impact sometimes who we can work with and how, but there are usually ways that we can navigate, I think, around that. Thank you.
It's 5:01. I don't want to keep you from happy hour. But if there's a burning question, we'll be happy to take it. I thought happy hour would win out. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, Desiree, Susan, and John. That was really great. Beautiful pictures. Okay, so the only thing I'd like you to do is fill out that questionnaire that's going to be in the email that you're going to get on how well did we do for the last 3 weeks. And another great thank you to staff. Safe travels. Safe travels.